Chapter 1, Heavenly Phenomenon. In Douluo continent, the continuous heavy rain had fallen for more than 10 days. The overcast cloud covers the entire continent very rarely, like the end of the world, without seeing half a ray of sunlight for half a month. In such a panic atmosphere, on nights like this, everyone returned home early, lying in bed worriedly. But there is an exception for one group, and that is the most noble profession on the mainland, the Soul Master. Located on the Lima Plain in the southeast of the Heavenly Soul Empire, a prosperous city was built. To the east of the city, facing the direction of the Douluo Great Forest, is a large-scale college. This is the Shrek Academy that has the strongest strength on the mainland, and it also has the reputation of the mainland's first academy. And this city built on the academy is called Shrek City. In the most central location of Shrek Academy, there is a lake named Poseidon Lake, on which there is a small island named Poseidon Island. And in the center of Poseidon Island, there is a golden attic completely carved from a golden holy tree, which always exudes a light and sacred atmosphere. This is the legendary sea god pavilion that can control the movement of the entire continent, and the shelter of the Shrek Academy's elders. In the Poseidon Pavilion at this time, a crucial Poseidon Pavilion meeting was being held. Inside the large conference hall, it was quiet. A faint golden light radiated from the walls of the golden sacred tree, illuminating the entire hall and forming a sharp contrast with the darkness outside. There are 10 people sitting around an oval long table, and at the main seat on the innermost side of the long table, there is a reclining chair. The place where the recliner is located is very dark, and you can only see it vaguely. There seems to be a person lying on it. Let's talk about it. What do you think of the darkness that lasted for half a month in the mainland? A gentle voice sounded, searching for the root cause, which was actually emitted by the figure on the chair of the theme. If anyone knew him, he would be surprised at this time and lament that he is still alive. This person is the true pillar-like figure of Shrek Academy, the contemporary Sea Pavilion Master, the ultimate Douluo with 99 level spirit power, Dragon God Douluo Moon. Yes, teacher. A man sitting at the bottom left of the round table stood up and bowed in the direction of the main seat. His name is Yan Shaiji, and he is the Dean of the Martial Spirit Department of Shrek Academy. He is over 9 years old, but he looks like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Will the teacher be the one in the Douluo Great Forest who has broken through the shackles of millions of years? Yan Shaiji said respectfully, but a storm surged in his heart. If it is really what he guessed, it would undoubtedly be a huge disaster for the humans on the mainland. No, Dityen has only experienced 8 calamities, and it is still far from the true million years. In the first position on the left hand of the main seat, an old man gnawing on chicken legs said casually. He is the second in command of Shrek Academy, a super Douluo Suanzi with a level 98 spirit power. I have considered the situation you mentioned. Even if Dityen has passed the 9th calamity, there will be no such a vision. Another old elder said, and the others nodded after hearing the words. It is said that as the head of the 10 fierce beasts, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King with 890,000 years of strength, with such a strong dark atmosphere on the mainland, he will of course be regarded as the first object of suspicion. However, all signs indicated that this vision was obviously not caused by Emperor Tien. Then, could it be that there is a dark attribute ultimate Douluo who has obtained the position of God and became a true god, just like the ancestor of Tang San 10,000 years ago? The fat man sitting in the last position on the right side stood up respectfully said, at the same time, his gaze turned to the first old man on the reclining chair. When everyone heard the words, they suddenly thought of a person, and they couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This seems to be the only explanation. Everyone didn't think this was what the evil spirit master said, because at this time the dark aura on the mainland was particularly pure, and there was no evil in it. No, I know that my old buddy, we are in similar situations, even if it is him, I will feel it, but besides him. Mu Lao said here, suddenly paused. After a pause, the remaining half sentence couldn't be said. The crowd saw the look of horror in his eyes, and they couldn't help but surprise them. In the impression of everyone, no matter how big things are encountered, this old man will not show such a look, and at this time. In fact, in the second half of Mu Lao's sentence, he originally wanted to say that this world could not have a stronger dark attribute spirit master than that person, but at this time he obviously had no time to say this sentence. As soon as he flashed his body, old Mu's figure disappeared from the hall and came to the outside of the sea god pavilion. Everyone looked at each other and then followed out at the same time. In the hall before, because of the light emitted by the golden sacred tree, I still didn't feel any strangeness. When they came outside at this time, everyone found that even with their strength, it was very difficult to see a place 5 meters away. The world seemed to be completely shrouded in darkness, and even the light of the golden sacred tree dimmed a lot. What's even more amazing is that when the endless darkness struck, there was a strange moon hanging in the sky, which seemed very bright, but could not feel the slightest light from it. This. Everyone was speechless in horror, staring blankly at the half-moon in the sky, and there was a burst of fear of the unknown in their hearts. Even Elder Mu is no exception. With his strength, he is supposed to no longer be afraid of anything, but he just feels it. As a golden sacred dragon, his martial arts' perception of light is far beyond that of others. Even after experiencing the darkness for half a month before, he can still feel the light in this space. But now he didn't feel the slightest intimacy from the light element, and felt that wherever he went, there was only the endless darkness. Is it possible that the end of Douluo continent is really here? Everyone was in the dark, their gazes were dull for half an hour, and the bottom of their hearts was cold. But at this moment, in that endless despair, Mu-En seemed to feel a ray of light. At the beginning, the glimmer of light was less than 1/10,000th of the size of the hair, but he felt it really. Mu Lao closed his eyes tightly, his mental power sensed the ray of light, watching it start to split at an extremely fast speed, and then split again. Only in an instant, it reached an astonishing degree, slowly dispelling the darkness on the mainland. The elders outside the sea god pavilion, before they could relax from the darkness before. They found a breath of extreme light and enthusiasm rushing toward their faces. There seemed to be no connection between the light and dark transitions. The sudden change caused everyone's mental trance, and the eyes were briefly blinded. Nothing can be seen except for the vast expanse of whiteness. The only exception was Mu Lao, who had prepared in advance. At this time, he slowly opened his closed eyes and looked up at the sky. No more than 10 huge suns are hanging there, the ultimate light. Even if he has the martial spirit of the bright holy dragon, he has the urge to kneel down, and his heart is extremely piety. The first time I wrote a book, I chose to write a fan. The writing style is not very good, but I still hope that you can collect and support it. Of course, it would be better if you voted for it. Thank you for your great support. Chapter 2, Different Pupils. What an extreme brightness that is! Even Mu-En's experience in the mainland for more than 200 years has never felt this pure breath. He doesn't know how to describe this vision anymore. You know, the original time on the mainland is night. The vision this time was different from the previous one, it just stayed for a short moment. When the sun in the sky disappeared, the heaven and the earth finally returned to calm. Even the cloudy clouds that had covered the continent for half a month before disappeared, revealing the long-lost starry sky. The vision only took place for a short time, but it will make people feel an unprecedented dry breath, as if even the water vapor in the air has been completely decomposed. This is the reason why the heavy rain has continued for half a month, and all places in the mainland are relatively humid. If it lasts for half an hour as before, it is estimated that all the water on the mainland will disappear. While everyone was still in a daze, Moon looked at the stars in the distance and sighed lightly. For the mainland, this vision, whether it's good or bad, is finally over. But before he could relax for a while, his heart tightened again. A dazzling meteor flashed across the night sky and landed on Douluo continent at an extremely fast speed. If it hadn't been for moon staring at the night sky, he wouldn't even be able to detect that speed. And the place where the meteor finally landed was not elsewhere, it was the outskirts of the Douluo Great Forest not far from Shrek. Quickly, Suanzai, come with me, and the others stay at the Sea God Pavilion. Old Mu's voice was a little anxious, and it was no longer as soft as before. After pressing down these words, his rickety figure disappeared in place, and flew quickly in the direction of the Douluo Great Forest. Even though he didn't know what it was definitely inextricably linked to the recent vision. In that case, he would definitely not be able to get it by Ditian. The place where the meteors landed is Ditian's nest, the Douluo Forest, so you must find it first. Although Lao Xian didn't understand Mu Lao's intentions, out of trust in him, he chased him immediately, leaving behind everyone who was still in a trance. God Realm, a looming cloud next to the palace. A man with long hair like a waterfall of water blue stood there quietly, looking at the endless distance, not knowing what he was looking at. A woman in a pink dress with long hair in a scorpion braid stopped the man's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Hey, strange!" the man suddenly said in surprise, his eyes brighter in the distance, as if he wanted to tell something to see through. "What's wrong with Brother San?" The woman blinked her big beautiful eyes and asked curiously. In her impression, her third brother hadn't shown such a surprised look for a long time. "Even when I mentioned that a new star would appear on the Douluo continent just now, I never had it." The man sighed and slowly said, "It's just a bit strange. I could see the rising star before, but then I was confused again. Now the situation on the mainland seems to be invisible to me. How could this be?" the woman said in surprise. Some third brothers who can hardly believe that they are omnipotent may have doubts. "Then we still arrange for Zioki to lower the realm, I always feel a little worried." The woman's expression was a little tangled, but also a little worried. "Don't worry, Xiao Wu, although I can't see the situation in the mainland clearly, the general direction is still good. It doesn't hurt to let Xiao Qi go down to experience and practice." The third brother finished speaking, and put Xiao Wu in his arms, looking at him. Yoruo glanced at the direction of the cloud. A cute little girl is hiding somewhere, her big smart eyes are looking curiously at the embracing two. On the Douluo continent, outside of the Douluo Great Forest, two old men were rushing through here, looking for something. It was already midnight, and among the tall trees here, several birds' calls were heard for a long time, accompanied by a roar of soul beasts. "Elder Mu, what are we looking for?" Elder Xian asked with some confusion. He didn't see that scene at the time, and he didn't know what Mu En was looking for in the Douluo Great Forest this time. With the strength and speed of the two, they have almost searched the periphery of the Douluo Great Forest, but they have not found what Mu Lao was looking for. "I don't know exactly what it is, but I glanced at it. It was probably an elliptical object." Mun recalled the shape of the object under a glimpse at the time. "No matter what it is, since it appeared after the vision, it is definitely not easy, and Ditian must not be able to find it first," Mu Lao said very firmly. Thinking of the consequences if it was something extraordinary and the consequences of being received by Ditian, old Mu's speed became even faster. Douluo Forest has been fighting Shrek Academy for so many years, and Mr. Mu is very clear about Ditian's character, that is not a fuel-efficient lamp. He knew how big Ditian's ambitions were, and if he brought his strength one step closer, the unevenness would really trigger a wave of beasts like before. After getting the explanation from Mr. Mu, Mr. Xian couldn't help speeding up his actions. Is there something missing, or has it been found by Ditian? Until the two of them turned around the entire Douluo Great Forest, they didn't find anything unusual, but the various soul beasts and the treasures of heaven and earth were not found. Less. Because they were worried about attracting Ditian's attention, the two of them did not expand their spiritual consciousness on a large scale, but at least the places they went would definitely be clearly explored. Wow! Wow! The sudden sound drew the attention of two Shrek veterans. They had explored their surroundings a long time ago, and there was no soul beast at all. As long as it was a soul beast less than 100,000 years old, they would not be able to escape their divine consciousness. Unless the fierce beasts in the core came to the periphery and approached them quietly, but after thinking about it carefully, this is impossible. If it is a fierce beast, it will not make such a sound. This sound is more like the cry of a baby. Thinking of this, the two slowly probed in the direction of the previous voice. Let's go and take a look first. If it is really a fierce beast, it would be easy to leave with the strength of the two. Wow! Wow! Sure enough, as we got closer and closer to the source, the cry of that kind of baby became clearer. After approaching, the two found that under the thick leaves, there was a hint of warm light, but under the exploration of the spiritual sense, they found that there was only an empty piece of nothingness. And they could not see anything at all. Lao Mu gently pushed the fallen leaves away, and finally saw the true colors there. Actually, it was a baby with a pale white light all over. This is a baby boy. Unlike ordinary babies on the mainland, he has a pair of strange pupils. His left eye is light pink, while his right eye is as deep as the sky blue. You can go to the book review area to read the post I posted. Maybe Xiao Sheng will change the story behind because of your opinions. Chapter 3, Ye Chen. Although it feels a little weird, Mr. Mu estimates that this is the thing they are looking for. It's just that this thing is not an object, but a living baby. Otherwise, in the Stardo Great Forest where countless soul beasts haunt, how could a baby appear strangely, and it has not been eaten by the soul beast? During the previous investigation, the two felt strange that with this baby as the center, within a few kilometers of the surroundings, there was actually no soul beast. Even more bizarre is that after discovering Elder Mu and Elder Xian, the baby actually stopped crying and showed a very cute smile. This is... Old Xian looked at this scene in surprise, but facing the cute look of the baby, his heart was warmed by the old virgin. Go back to the academy first. This is still Dishan's territory after all. Although Lao Mu was also puzzled, to be on the safe side, no matter what the child is, he should return to the academy first. For them, there is no safer place than the college. Old Xian nodded, picked up the baby on the ground, and the two quickly flew out of the Stardo forest. Not long after the two left, a man wearing a black robe, who appeared to be in his 40s, appeared here. After looking around, the man raised his foot to leave, but he didn't know why he stopped. In an instant, a terrifying coercion exploded from the man, and two substantive golden lights burst into his eyes. The terrifying aura made all the soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest shudder, and their cultivation bases were weak and even crawled directly on the ground, as if they were welcoming the arrival of their emperor. After testing with his breath, he found that there was really nothing suspicious here, and then the man turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the depths of the Stardo forest. However, neither Elder Mu nor the man in black had noticed it. In the place where the baby was lying just now, a green sprout emerged from the soil quietly. On the two small leaves, there are some mysterious golden textures, exuding a faint sacred atmosphere. 6 years later, the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Well, Miss Tao, don't run. A tiny little boy chased behind a hot red figure, and said gruffly. Because of the chewing in his mouth, the original immature voice seemed a bit slurred. Xiao Chen, don't pester me, can't you go to the master sister? The red figure sighed helplessly and turned to say. Her name is Ma Xiao Tao, she is a student in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy and a personal disciple of Yan Shaiji, Dean of the Martial Spirit Department. With her strength, she can leave, but the academy is just such a big place, where else can she go? Over the years, she used her martial spirit to fly away more than once, but in the end she was found by this little ancestor until she agreed to the party's condition. Sister Lexuan is too fierce. I still like you, Sister Xiao Tao, so you can help me. Xiao Chen said grievously, and tears began to roll in his eyes, as if as long as Ma Xiaotao said a word, the tears would fall. Come down. No. I still have to practice, how can I help you find animal milk? Ma Xiaotao said with a black line on her face. Her tone was extremely firm, and after she had finished speaking, she turned and left. Xiao Chen has used this pitiful way on her countless times, and she would be fooled at first, but if she used it too much, she would be immune. She really didn't understand. This little guy was 6 years old, and he was still drinking animal milk every day. The other kids were weaned early at this age. Humph, let's not talk to you, and don't help me find animal milk, then I'll drink yours. Xiao Chen stomped his feet on the spot, her little face screaming, indescribably cute. When Ma Xiaotao, who had already walked a distance, heard this, she was staggered on the spot, almost unable to stand firm. No longer wanting to stay with this little ancestor, Ma Xiaotao directly released the evil fire phoenix martial arts and flew towards the outer courtyard. She is still a student in the outer courtyard, but as a direct disciple of the Dean of the Martial Spirit Department, she regularly visits the inner courtyard to find her own teacher to learn. Oh, I'd better go to Grandpa Gong at the Colosseum. I remember that there was a terrestrial bear who had just given birth. There must be no shortage of animal milk. Xiao Chen murmured, his eyes revealed a trace doesn't fit the cunning of his age. Xiaoqin's name is Yuchen, and he is the child that Lao Mu and Lao Xian picked up from the Star Do forest that night 6 years ago. At that time, the mysterious energy that could not be penetrated by the spiritual power of the Star Do Great Forest disappeared strangely after leaving there. After Mu Lao confirmed that he was a human baby, he carried him back to the Sea God Pavilion. When Mu Lao saw him for the first time that day, it was like a star falling from the night sky, so he named him Yuchen. One of the members of the Sea God Pavilion has a lot of money. Although it was a fake marriage with another Sea God Pavilion member, Xian Liner, they were married for many years and had no children under his knees. So when Mu Lao Gang picked Ye Chen back, his mother's love spread. Xian Liner decisively adopted him. A lot of money didn't say anything about it. Looking at Xian Liner, who seemed to be happy for a moment, a hint of happiness emerged in her heart. Since Ye Chen had a very cheerful, lively, and lovely personality since he was a child, he was very popular among the old people in the Poseidon Pavilion, and he has a pistachio that can adjust the atmosphere. The atmosphere in the Poseidon Pavilion under normal circumstances has become a lot more joyful. In 6 years, under the care of the elders, he has grown to this lovely appearance. Everyone seems to have forgotten the vision 6 years ago, and never mentioned it, and the true origin of Ye Chen was also concealed by Mr. Mu and Mr. Xian, only that he picked it up from the gate of Shrek City. Child. In fact, for the past 6 years, there has been a secret hidden in Ye Chen's heart. He believes in this secret. Elder Mu and Elder Xian who found him may know 1 or 2, but the 2 elders never mentioned it in front of him. Maybe it was to protect him, and he didn't want him to feel that he was unusual. He was originally an ordinary college student on the earth in the 21st century. Although he grew up in an orphanage, he has a very cheerful personality, and he is also very carefree in his life. Coincidentally, his original name was Ye Chen, but it happened to be the same as Mu Laokai's name. At that time, he was drying clothes on the balcony of the dormitory, only to see a leaf hit him at a very slow speed and disappeared. That's right, it's just a leaf. There were some strange golden textures on the leaf, which was obviously very slow, but he wanted to avoid it, but found that his body couldn't move at all, so he watched the leaf enter his body. The whole process seemed to have gone through as long as a century, but it happened in an instant. After that, he felt that the world was spinning, and he fainted. When he woke up, he found himself in a dense forest and turned into a baby. Chapter 4, Wuhan Awakening. Through the conversation between the 2 elders, Ye Chen realized that he had passed through, and he had also come to the world of Douluo continent. In his previous life, he was a fan of fantasy, and I didn't know how many times he had read the 3 novels of Douluo before and after. If he comes, he will be at ease. Anyway, he was alone in his previous life, without the ties of his parents and girlfriends. Now he has the opportunity to realize the heroic dream in his mind, so he naturally won't blame others. In this way, he lived on this continent for 6 years with the secrets in his mind and endless longing for the future. He had imagined countless times in his heart about the life of flying away and happily enmity, but even so, he couldn't practice. He had to wait until he completed the martial arts awakening ceremony at the age of 6 before he could meditate. And there are still 5 days, which is the 6th anniversary of his arrival in this world, and he can awaken his spirit. He can't wait for it. Ye Chen was different from any child on the mainland. There was no difference in skin color and appearance, mainly eyes and hair. His hair is indeed black, which is not very common on the mainland, with some golden hair interspersed in the middle. And his eyes, up to now, are still a pair of different pupils. The left pupil is a slightly dreamy pale pink, and the right pupil is an extremely pure sky blue, like a pair of fine pink sapphires and sapphires. Because Ye Chen is deeply loved by the elders, he can freely enter and exit the Sea God Pavilion, and sometimes lives here with Xian Liner. The little guy hopped to the Sea God Pavilion, and found the one belonging to Gong Chonglong among the many rooms. Ye Chen could be regarded as a frequent visitor here. Although Gong Chonglong is the person in charge of the Colosseum, other people are responsible for the management of the Colosseum, and he does not go there every day. Moreover, according to the pattern Ye Chen had touched over the past few years, Gong Chonglong would generally stay in the room at this time. Grandpa Gong. Ye Chen didn't knock on the door, just shouted open the door and walked in. There are no restrictions on the door. This is the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the safest place on the mainland. Who would dare to break in here? Ye Chen, the living treasure in the eyes of the old man, dared to do so. Little ancestor, why are you here again, no matter what you say this time? Gong Chonglong is also a violent temper, and when he sees Ye Chen, he said violently. To say that in the past few years, Ye Chen has encountered the only person who brought his own BGM on stage, it is probably this Long Bao. His impatient character, coupled with a slightly exaggerated expression, always reminds Ye Chen of some funny divine comedies in his previous life. Grandpa Gong, you can't lie to me. I have heard from an uncle passing by in the Colosseum that the blizzard bear there has just given birth, and it is impossible not to have. Ye Chen stared at Gong Chonglong with big eyes full of doubts. Said dissatisfied. Gong Chonglong didn't expect to be slapped at the speed of light by Ye Chen's words, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and said, "You are so old and still drink animal milk. If you say it, you are not afraid of others laughing at you." Although Gong Chonglong's eyebrows were staring, pretending to be angry, he still took out a large milk bottle from his storage ring. He had known that Ye Chen would come to him a long time ago, so he had already prepared in advance. "Thank you, Grandpa Gong." Ye Chen happily took the milk bottle in his arms. The small figure formed a sharp contrast with the big milk bottle, as if he was hugging a pillow bigger than him. "I will see you next time, Grandpa Gong." After saying that, Ye Chen ran out staggeringly holding the bottle, and went to drink milk in a place where no one else was. Ye Chen didn't dare to drink upright, he also wanted face, well, it would be shameful to let those seniors and sisters see it. Looking at the cute look of the little guy, a kind smile appeared on Gong Chonglong's face. Almost every old man in the Sea God Pavilion regarded Ye Chen as his grandson, and he was no exception. There are still a few days before this little guy's martial soul awakens. I don't know what kind of martial soul he will awaken. Ordinary is best, so that he can spend his life peacefully. Gong Chonglong sighed lightly. Tao. Compared with Ye Chen's amazing talent, he hopes that the other party can spend his life happily, without having to bear the pressure and responsibility of the strong, and there is no danger to them with the protection of old guys. At his age and strength, on the contrary, he feels that being an ordinary person is quite good. 5 days passed quickly, and Ye Chen waited for 6 full years before finally reaching the day of Wuhan's awakening. Not only is he looking forward to this day, but the elders of the Sea God Pavilion are no exception. Xian Liner pulled Ye Chen from the bed early. Ye Chen was still half asleep, but was pulled by Xian Liner to finish washing. Today he put on a pure white windbreaker, small white leather shoes on his feet, and his delicate small face. He has a handsome feeling, like a little gentleman. At a young age, he is so handsome. When I grow up, I don't know how many girls' dream lovers will be. Whenever she thinks that her handsome son will be snatched away by the girls who are pregnant with spring, Xian Liner feels like a dragonfly in her throat, and she keeps Ye Chen behind her wherever she goes. Whenever a female student in the inner courtyard looks at Ye Chen with little stars, she will stare back with a thief-proof gaze. She still secretly plays with many girls during the night, such as Ma Xiao Tao before. There is Zhang Lexuan, the master sister of the inner courtyard. In his opinion, people are not a vain boy, even though he is only a 6-year-old kid, but with his urinary sex, he has already begun to look for a candidate for his wife in the future. Mom, what kind of martial spirit will I awaken? Ye Chen's long eyelashes blinked, looking at Xian Liner curiously and said. Xian Liner is holding Ye Chen's little hand and walking towards the Sea God Pavilion. Ye Chen's awakening ceremony will be held by Elder Xian himself. This is truly the only treatment in the entire continent. I don't know what kind of martial arts Xiao Chen will awaken, but with my son's talent, martial arts will definitely be the top class. Xian Liner rubbed Ye Chen's little head, lovingly said. She said this, just wanting to give her son confidence. In fact, she had the same idea as Gong Changlong. Compared with Ye Chen's excellent talent, she hoped that Ye Chen could live a flat life. Don't have too many regrets like her. During the conversation between the mother and the son, they came to the Sea God Pavilion unknowingly, and Xian Liner led Ye Chen to an empty room. It is no different from other rooms in the Sea God Pavilion. The walls and floors made up of the same golden trees are also covered with various wonderful patterns. Upon closer inspection, it makes people feel that these patterns contain infinite mysteries. What surprised Ye Chen was that none of the elders of the Sea God Pavilion were left here. Old Mu was lying on the recliner on one side as usual, and the others stood in a row behind him. Old Xian was standing right in front of the room, with a huge crystal ball beside him. You are here, Xiao Chen, come here. Old Xian beckoned to Ye Chen, grinning. Chapter 5, The Ultimate Twin Martial Arts. Hearing this, Ye Chen looked at Xian Liner next to him, and then turned to look at Duo on the other side. The couple nodded to him, their eyes full of encouragement. Ye Chen took a deep breath, let go of Xian Liner's hand, and walked over to Elder Xian. Go ahead, Grandpa Drunkard. Ye Chen said firmly. Calling Grandpa Xian feels a bit inferior to a generation, so Ye Chen has always referred to Lao Xian as Grandpa Drunkard since he was young, but it also fits the image of Lao Xian. I can definitely become a soul master. I want to get ahead. Don't spend your whole life in such a wasteful manner. Ye Chen kept cheering for herself in her heart. He was still a little nervous, wondering what kind of martial soul he would possess. The expectation is certain, but at the same time I am worried that I will awaken a waste martial arts soul that cannot be cultivated, so that if my dream is broken, I can't say that I can finally travel here. Old Xian didn't speak, his hand lit up with a soft white light. Under everyone's gaze, he pointed to the void, and that soft light filled the entire room, and finally gathered on Ye Chen's body. Ye Chen felt warm, and after the white energy entered his body, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. After the short tingling sensation, Ye Chen only felt a burst of strong sleepiness, everything in front of him became blurred, and the whole world became a golden ocean. As far as my eyes can be, there is a piece of golden brilliance. I can't see any life, but I can feel that kind of vigorous vitality. Suddenly the picture turned. Ye Chen felt as if he had fallen into the endless darkness, and could only feel a burst of bitter cold, and endless nothingness. In the room, if an outsider comes here, he will definitely be shocked to drop his chin on the ground. Is this still a group of elders in the famous Poseidon Pavilion with the best strength in the world? These tense looks ensure that no one in the entire continent has seen them. Seeing Ye Chen's spirit power awakening, he felt more nervous than they were when they awakened. Everyone stared at the small figure in the room. The only exception is Mu Lao. He is closing his eyes on the recliner at this time, but everything that happens in the room is obviously under his control. Suddenly, a ray of extreme light burst out from Ye Chen, instantly turning the room into an ocean of light, as if 10 solar hours appeared in the sky on that day 6 years ago. Everyone slowed down, and was shocked to find that the temperature in the room was extremely rising, and even the wall made of golden branches was burnt with a little bit of light. The scorching light only existed for a moment, and it all poured into Ye Chen's body, and a small sapling appeared in front of him. The sapling is only as thick as a pen core, and not as tall as a baby's arm. The only 4 leaves on it are covered with golden texture, exuding a sacred light. Here, what kind of tree seedling is this? Just in the form of a martial soul, it can exude such an extremely bright aura. Everyone looked at the small seedling in front of Ye Chen, and there was a storm in their hearts. Even Mr. Mu, who had always been calm, ended his sleepy state. He knew that Ye Chen was extraordinary, but he did not expect that he was extraordinary to such an extent. Wasn't this extremely bright breath exactly what he personally felt on the night 6 years ago? Even though it was the second time I felt it, there was still an urge to kneel down and worship. You must know that his light sacred dragon martial soul has very pure light attributes, but still feels strong attribute suppression. This is just Ye Chen's martial spirit, and it's just a seedling. What kind of aura would it have if it were a real living body? In Mu Lao's cognition, even the legendary Seraphim martial soul cannot catch up with this seedling in terms of the purity of the light attribute. And the old Xian who stood in front of Ye Chen felt stronger than everyone else. His body trembled slightly, as if feeling a kind of trembling of the soul. The coercion of that kind of martial soul has already crossed the attributes, and it truly fell on him. Just as everyone was amazed by Ye Chen's martial arts, the change took place again. Unlike before, this time the room instantly turned into endless darkness, and even the light of the golden sacred tree was completely suppressed. Everyone is clearly close at hand, but apart from themselves, they can no longer feel the existence of other people. The biting cold fills the small room, and everyone can feel the deep-rooted chill. The darkness also lasted for a short moment before disappearing again. At the same time, behind Ye Chen, a huge butterfly appeared. A butterfly has 4 wings, and there is a crescent moon in the middle of each wing, which seems bright but does not emit a trace of light. In addition, other places are all endless black, without a trace of impurities, pure to the ultimate black. There was a brief calm in the room, as if time had completely stopped. Ye Chen woke up quietly, and the 2 martial souls also entered his body and disappeared. Grandpa Drunkard, Grandpa Mu, uncles, what's wrong with you? Even though Ye Chen was extremely excited, he still asked pretending to be puzzled. At the moment when martial spirit awakened, a voice came to his mind, letting him know how his 2 martial spirits existed. He didn't know the reason for the sluggish eyes of everyone, and at the same time he was funny. He couldn't help but want to make a joke. You know that this is the top group of people in the whole continent, so Ye Chen dared to tease. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help showing a trace of pride at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen, they were shocked by your martial soul. The first to recover was the strongest Mu Lao. Old Mu showed a kind smile, and mercilessly helped Ye Chen tease everyone. Because he knew Ye Chen's origins, he had a hunch that Ye Chen's martial arts spirit would be an extraordinary existence. The facts also proved his idea. Ye Chen grinned and gave Lao Mu a comprehensible expression, and couldn't help but make Lao Mu, who saw this scene, shook his head helplessly. The people in the room must be able to stand here, and their psychological qualities must be superb. After a brief shock, they sighed Ye Chen's talent. Although they don't know what kind of existence these two spirits are, they can stand on top of all the spirits simply by taking out one. Not to mention that he is still a twin martial soul. Qian Duoduo and Xian Liner looked at Ye Chen with relief. Although they all hope that Ye Chen can live his life in a dull life, they are still very happy that their son has such a talent. At the same time, everyone present couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in their hearts. Did Mr. Mew really find Ye Chen at the gate of Shrek City? At that time, old Mew left in a hurry, but brought the baby back when he returned. What made him so anxious? Despite their doubts, no one asked them. They knew that Mew Lao didn't tell them, there must be his reason. But the only thing that is certain is that Ye Chen is definitely inextricably linked to the vision 6 years ago. It is not the first time that they have felt those two extreme auras. I thought about this story for a long time, and finally decided to write it. This is also my love for the world of Douluo continent, and also my dream of writing for myself. Chapter 6, Mew Lao and Number 039, S Arrangement. In addition to Mew Lao, Xian Lao also knows the life experience of this little guy. At that time, they had determined that Ye Chen was not a soul beast. After rebuilding, they had guessed whether Wang Chen would be a child of the gods who had landed on the mainland. At this time, he personally presided over and witnessed Ye Chen's Wuhan awakening ceremony, which made him firmer in his previous thoughts. Xiao Chen, can you tell us what kind of existence your two martial souls are? Mew Lao asked curiously. At the same time, this is what other people want to ask. Although the two martial arts are certainly top-notch existence, they have never seen them. I haven't even heard of it. Under everyone's curious gaze, Ye Chen scratched his head and slowly said, I don't know where they came from. I only know that the seedling is called the hibiscus tree and the black butterfly is called Taiyan Yueying. Ye Chen could only say so much. After hearing this, everyone nodded, and even they hadn't seen it before, let alone this big baby. After hearing this, old Mew fell into deep thought, did not ask anything, but planned to take a look at Ye Chen's spirit power. Xiao Chen, test the spirit power level. Ye Chen nodded, and under the sign of Elder Xian, gently pressed his little hand on the crystal ball. Innately full of soul power. Along with the crystal ball exuding a dazzling light, the slightly flat voices of everyone resounded in the room. After the martial soul awakening just now, they even had no feeling for Ye Chen's innate full soul power. It seemed that this was something that couldn't be more common. If it weren't innately full of soul power, it would be an accident. Liner, take Xiao Chen back first, and the rest will stay. I have something to say. Old Mew's voice returned to its past softness. There are some things that are not suitable for Ye Chen's face. Because it involves the most evil organization on the mainland, Evil Spirit Master. And even though Mr. Mew knew that Ye Chen's life experience was extraordinary, he couldn't think of it anyway, that the soul of a modern man of the 21st century lived in Ye Chen's mind. He didn't think that Ye Chen had something hidden but hadn't said it out. It would be weird if such a big child could have such a scheming. Xian Liner walked forward with her heart, and took Ye Chen's little hand and left the room. Ye Chen bounced and walked on the road holding Xian Liner's hand, her excitement still couldn't calm down. He doesn't know there, but he doesn't know how to say it. Because even if I said it, everyone in the room must have never heard of it, and it will also be at a loss by then. Both of these are things that existed in previous myths and legends. In fact, Ye Chen also had a trace of doubt in his heart. According to the memory of his previous life, Taiyan Yueying is a divine beast in ancient mythology. Its image is a huge hollow ring. In fact, it is the moon. In ancient times, due to ignorance, people regarded the sun and the moon as the two mythical beasts that were born at the beginning of the heavens and the earth. They represent the sun and the moon respectively. In fact, Gu said that the name of his second martial arts soul was Taiyan Yueying, and the image was indeed a huge black butterfly. And there was another thing that didn't match what he remembered, and that was the ultimate darkness attribute in the second martial soul. But Ye Chen didn't care so much anymore, as long as he knew that the second martial soul was the top martial soul in the world, he didn't care about the others. And in this way, it feels better than the description in the myths and legends of the previous life. In the hall of the Poseidon Pavilion, apart from Xian Liner who brought Ye Chen home, there were a lot of other elders sitting neatly around the long oval table. Presumably you have all seen, Xiao Chen, a child with unimaginable talent, in his two martial arts. I felt four extreme auras. At this point, Mu Lao's voice was full of amazement. The four extreme breaths he felt were light, darkness, and ice and fire. The ultimate attribute, which is usually not seen once in hundreds of years, appeared at the same time in a child who had just awakened the spirit of martial arts. After listening, everyone became silent. They all know what this means for the college and the mainland. Following the generation of Tang San's ancestors 10,000 years ago, a new trend is coming. According to my observations, the four extreme attributes in Ziokin's body have reached a clever balance. If they are two alone, perhaps when Wuhan awakens, Xiao Chen can no longer control the two opposing energies, exploding. Died. Having said this, Murder paused and spoke again. So, from now on until the time before his school starts, I will study with me, I will personally guide him in his cultivation, and I must always pay attention to the movements of the evil spirit master. Ziokin's light attribute is born to be the nemesis of all evil spirit masters, and if Xiao Chen is taken captive by them and uses his dark attribute, it will definitely be a disaster for the entire continent in the future. Rarely, Mr. Mu didn't let other people speak first, but explained the matter clearly in one go. Everyone's expressions are very solemn, and they also know the consequences of this matter. A lot of money can't help worrying in his heart. Even though Ye Chen was adopted by him and Xian Liner, they have always regarded him as his own over the years, saying that he was not worried that it was all fake. But in general, as long as we protect him and let him grow up healthily, it is definitely the blessing of our academy and the mainland. Song Lao, who was the first in the main seat, said with a sigh. What are you doing so dignified? It's a good thing for Xiao Chen to have this talent. From now on, there will be an old man like me to protect him. Don't rob me. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall was a little dull, old Xian adjusted it in time. When everyone heard the words, their expressions relaxed a lot. In the evening, in a small house in the inner courtyard, 3 Ye Chen's family were sitting around a small table. Xian Liner prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the awakening of Ye Chen's martial soul. Xiao Chen, tell your dad, which martial arts spirit do you want to use for future cultivation? Duo asked, putting some meat into Ye Chen's bowl at the dinner table. Dad, can't two spirits practice at the same time? Ye Chen's big eyes were full of doubts. As a Douluo fan, he knew the so-called master and deputy martial arts theory, but he still pretended to be puzzled. After all, he was only 6 years old. And he hadn't started studying those theories. If he said abruptly that he understood, he would inevitably be seen by others. You will learn these later. Duo didn't explain in detail for Ye Chen, these things will be taught to him by the teacher after he officially enrolls in the future. Now that I know it, I guess I can't understand it. In Duo's cognition, Ye Chen has always been regarded as a 6-year-old child. Ye Chen nodded obediently, and said gruffly, then take Fuzang Divine Tree as the first martial spirit. After speaking, Ye Chen Zion Linear picked up some vegetables and made a face at Duo. You kid, you know that you are going to pick up vegetables for your mother. Does your dad love you for nothing? Duo rubbed Ye Chen's little head indulgently, pretending to be jealous. Ye Chen shook his head dissatisfiedly, picked up a small stool and ran to the other side of a lot of money, thinking, how dare I mess with my hairstyle? In his eyes, hairstyle is more important than anything else. If this takes away his handsome hair, how can you pursue those beautiful seniors in the academy? When Ye Chen left, Duo was immediately stunned. And Xian Liner looked at them dumbfoundingly, her eyes revealing a gentleness that could not be concealed. What the three of them didn't notice was that there was a glimmer of light in Ye Chen's eyes inadvertently. Chapter 7, Balance Between Attributes. At night, lying on the small bed in my room, my eyes feel strangely uncomfortable. He tried to reach out and rub it, but found that his body seemed to be filled with lead, and his arms couldn't move at all. What's wrong with me? Isn't it going to be blind? Ye Chen murmured weakly in his heart, but still couldn't change anything. I just awakened my soul power and possessed a twin martial soul. If I am blind, how can I look at those long-legged ladies? I am such a handsome guy. If he becomes blind, wouldn't it be a big loss for girls in the world? This is too violent. At this moment, Ye Chen was extremely sad, wanted to shout but couldn't make a sound. At this time, Ye Chen still thought about seeing Miss Long-Legged. In this way, in the incomparable suffering, Ye Chen fell asleep unknowingly, and his pair of different pupils also unknowingly changed a little. Xiao Chen, why are you still asleep? I got up for breakfast. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the window in the early morning, Xian Liner came to the door of Ye Chen's room to wake him up, her tone of voice extremely gentle. Oh! What? Ye Chen first responded in a daze, but suddenly realized something and shouted in surprise. He found that his body could already move, opened his eyes and found that the sun was still so bright and the world was still so beautiful. It was as if what happened yesterday was completely a dream. Running to the mirror in the bathroom, Ye Chen carefully observed his eyes, as if they were no different from before. The only thing that feels a bit wrong is that the whole person feels refreshed and his head is a little clearer than before. Call. Ye Chen took a long breath, and the stone in his heart also let go. At least he did not become blind. Xiao Chen, why haven't you come out yet? I'll heat the animal milk for you. Since Ye Chen likes to lock the door when she sleeps, Xian Liner can only urge at the door. I'm coming. Ye Chen responded, suppressing all kinds of thoughts in his mind, and ran out with joy. For him, there is nothing more happier than waking up in the morning and drinking a cup of warm animal milk. In the following time, Ye Chen would go to the Sea God Pavilion every day to find Mr. Mu to study for 3 hours. Elder Mu didn't teach him anything too profound, he just taught him some basic knowledge in general, while also observing the energy in Ye Chen's body. It's amazing that Ye Chen didn't have the ability to cultivate, and the 4 energies naturally formed a virtuous circle. It is similar to the yin and yang complementary soul core in Mu Lao's cognition. Even he has never found a way to transform the 2 energies into each other. Therefore, he kept pressing and did not allow Ye Chen to immediately obtain the first spirit ring, worrying that the energy of the spirit ring would break this balance and cause irreversible damage to Ye Chen. This situation has continued for 2 months. After 2 months of constant psychic observation, Ye Chen had also eaten some of it during the period. The relative attributes of heaven, material, and earth treasures were carefully tested. In the end, Mu Lao got a conclusion. Because there are 4 kinds of energy in the cycle, after a small increase in 1 or 2 of the attributes, this small hole will be filled in through the principle of attribute intergrowth, and the balance will not be immediately broken. In theory, Ye Chen could obtain a spirit ring. However, the difference in spirit power between the 2 spirits also has a critical value. In other words, before Ye Chen obtains the 3rd ring, he can only attach a spirit ring to 1 martial soul, but if the main spirit ring of Ye Chen wants to obtain the 4th spirit ring and become a soul sect, he must add 1 to the 2nd martial soul. Soul ring to achieve the balance of the 4 extreme attributes in the body. As the cultivation level increases, the age of the spirit ring that can be endured will also increase, so if you want to attach a 5th spirit ring to the main spirit, the 2nd spirit must have 3 spirit rings. The rest can be deduced by analogy. With this conclusion, Mr. Mu felt a lot easier, but he still felt a little pity. Originally wanted Ye Chen to cultivate a martial soul first, and after reaching at least level 70, he would consider attaching a spirit ring to the 2nd martial soul, but in Ye Chen's situation, this was obviously not allowed. It seemed that only 2 spirits could practice at the same time. Xiao Chen, go back first, come to see God Pavilion tomorrow, it's time to get your first spirit ring. After finishing today's study, old Mu said kindly. Then I will go back first. Grandpa Mu, please rest early. Ye Chen got up and said politely. The small body bowed to Mr. Mu and left the room. His current mood was even more excited than when the martial soul had just awakened. There are 2 top martial arts, what's the point of not being able to cultivate? At this time, he was able to obtain the first spirit ring and become a true spirit master. He couldn't wait to tell everyone that his days to cross the continent were finally about to begin. Ye Chen knew very well about Mu Lao's strength, but this old man with a declining wind gave him the feeling that he was about to die. He knew that a few years later, Elder Mu would pass away early because of the evil spirit master's attack. When he saw that period in his previous life, he still had a sad feeling. Since he has come into this world, he must not let this happen. To do this, you must first improve your own strength. After Ye Chen left, Mu Lao mentally followed him, watching him jumping around. A smile appeared on the old face. Soon after, his gaze turned to the direction of the Sun Moon Empire again, thoughtfully. The next day, in the sky between Shrek City and the Stardo Great Forest, a cocky figure was speeding fast, and an immature scream resounded through the air. There were some caravans heading to Shrek City on the official road. Someone looked up after hearing the sound, but found nothing. In the end, it was due to the auditory hallucinations. It was Ye Chen who screamed. He was being held in his arms by old Xian, and he flew to the Stardo forest quickly. Since Xian Liner and Qian Duo both had teaching tasks, Mu Lao arranged for Xian Lao to take Ye Chen to obtain the first spirit ring, and as a result, this scene happened. What the is your little guy, is it so scary? The old Xian in the air curled his lips, and had already protected Xiao Yechen with a spirit shield, but the little guy still screamed all the way. Ye Chen's big jewel-like eyes turned white. Old Xian glanced at you, are you? You are a level 98 super Douluo, of course I don't feel scared, but I'm still an incompetent child. Ye Chen couldn't help but suspect that Elder Xian was avenging his personal revenge. He hadn't stolen old Xian's chicken legs before, this old must have a grudge because of this. Readers are welcome to come and watch, and send the recommendation tickets in your hands. Nanfan, I will cheekily ask you for votes and support. Chapter 8, Aurora Dragon Tooth. At the speed of old Xian, he quickly reached the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest. Since this period of time, Ye Chen has actually been on the sidelines every day. Although I went to learn from Mr. Mu every day, except for some simple basic knowledge and meditation, he did not have any combat training. In his previous life, he was an intellectual who firmly believed that the brain was more powerful than the fist. The main reason is that he is too lazy. Although he likes watching various fighting videos, he has never learned any of them. In other words, even though Ye Chen had spirit power at this time, he had no attack methods or combat experience at all. Although the 2 great martial spirits are strong, he only knows their origins and legends up to now, and what specific abilities they possess, and he needs to slowly explore them in future cultivation. Therefore, it is very sad that this first spirit ring can only be obtained with the help of the elders. However, after Wuhan awakened, there was still a little change. Most of the traversers in fantasy novels don't have gold fingers at the beginning, like some systematic exercises. Why I don't have anything? Ye Chen looked up at the sky, thinking helplessly. However, with the 2 great martial arts, he was already content, and his strength was still the most reliable from his cultivation. Xiao Chen, after entering the Stardo Great Forest, you must stay by my side, and remember not to run around. There is a presence in this dense forest that even I am afraid of. Old Xian looked at Ye Chen and solemnly reminded him. I know. Ye Chen didn't talk back to old Xian. Because of his personality, he knew when to relax, so it's okay to gag. Similarly, we also know under what circumstances we should be serious. Although this is only a peripheral area, it does not rule out the possibility of occasionally going out for those horrors in the core area. Moreover, Elder Xian clearly remembered that once he led a team to hunt for spirit rings for the students in the inner courtyard. Just because of his slack, the result. In this way, an old man and a young man searched the periphery of the Stardo Great Forest. According to what Elder Mu said before, his first spirit ring, if he can find a soul beast with a suitable age, the light attribute plant spirit beast is the best. Because the hibiscus sacred tree was originally a plant, the plant line is definitely the most suitable. But because there are few soul beasts of the plant system, coupled with the restriction of the light attribute, the soul beast that meets it becomes unattainable. So if you can't find it, you can also find another kind of light attribute soul beast instead. If it doesn't help, you can only choose the fire attribute soul beast. Until now, Mr. Mu was still puzzled. Yechen's Wuhan is obviously a plant, why does it possess the ultimate fire attribute? On the entire Douluo continent, only Yechen could guess a little. You know, although hibiscus is woody, it is a place that bears the sun. According to legend, on the sacred tree of hibiscus, there are 10 three-legged golden crows transformed into the sun, according to the ancient 10 days dry, taking turns to bring light to the earth. The flame possessed by the golden crow is the real fire of the sun, the first of the top 10 sacred fires in the legend. Although there is no trace of the three-legged golden crow now, this ultimate fire attribute must have some connection with this matter. Light attribute plant spirit beasts are really too rare, even compared with spirit attribute spirit beasts, the level of rarity is even higher. The two searched for nearly a day, but they did not find a single plant outside. The night on the horizon slowly fell, and old Xian used his soul power to dry the damp ground, and a bonfire was raised. Do you really want to go deeper? But if you go further in, the soul beasts you find must have exceeded the limit of Xiaoqin's endurance. Old Xian said helplessly, sitting on the ground with his back against the big tree. His image is still as sloppy as ever, as if the slightest change has not occurred since Yechen first saw him to the present. Roar! Just as Yechen fell into deep thought when he heard the words of old Xian, a beast roar sounded in the distance. The two turned around at the same time, looking in the direction of the sound. The sky was already very dim at this time, only the clouds on the horizon were still reflecting the last gleam of the sun. Even so, Yechen still felt a strong array of light attribute elements spreading from the direction of the roar of the beast. He possesses the ultimate light martial soul, and his perception of light elements is even greater than that of the Xian elder on the side. Grandpa Drunkard is a soul beast with a bright attribute. Yechen made a judgment for the first time, and his heart tightened. Really, I don't know if it's appropriate. If it's appropriate, just take it. Light attribute plant soul beasts are too rare. Old Xian said thoughtfully, and some thoughts emerged in his heart. At such a long distance, I haven't judged what kind of soul beast it is. How did Xiao Chen know about it? In fact, it just happened because that soul beast had a light attribute. If it were replaced with an attribute that Yechen didn't have, it wouldn't be sensed. The ultimate light that Yechen possesses is like the originator of all light attributes, and has a strong perception of similar elements. Only during the conversation, the surrounding light elements increased, and a gorgeous figure rushed in the direction where the two of them were at an extremely fast speed. Old Xian's pupils shrank, and he recognized the name of this soul beast, Aurora Dragon Tooth. Although there is a dragon in the name, the image is more like a tiger-like soul beast, with a pair of huge fangs. Usually a camouflage color appears on the surface of the body. When it enters a fighting state, the camouflage color will become a brilliant color like aurora, hence the name. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, the Aurora Dragon Tooth beast can even be comparable to other soul beasts of 50,000 years, and it can be said that it is the existence at the top of the food chain. This kind of soul beast is extremely rare, and even the soul master world outside once thought it had been extinct, but I didn't expect to see it again here. It was a pity that Elder Xian felt that this Aurora Dragon Tooth had been cultivated for nearly 1,500 years, otherwise it would become Ye Chen's first spirit ring, which would be a good choice. At the same time, Old Xian had a trace of doubt. It stands to reason that in order not to be disturbed by the spirit beast, Elder Xian just released his own coercion within a certain range, and there should not be any spirit beast daring to run over without opening his eyes. But this Aurora Dragon Tooth beast, in a somewhat disregarded manner, rushed straight towards the two of them. Even Ye Chen could feel the panic emanating from its breath, as if being chased by something terrifying. And as the distance got closer, Ye Chen found that there was a huge wound in its abdomen. The blood was mixed with some internal organs, and it spewed out like a stream of water. But in the periphery of the Douluo Great Forest, is there anything that could injure such a top spirit beast capable of dominating the outer periphery of the Douluo Great Forest like this? What is it that makes it so scared? Chapter 9, Absorb the Thousand-Year Spirit Ring. The Aurora Dragon Tooth beast seemed to feel the breath of the Old Xian, deliberately trying to attract something. It wanted to use this method to let Old Xian help him solve the threat behind him. But what kind of person is Elder Xian, a level 98 Super Douluo, a gluttonous title? After seeing the purpose of the Aurora Dragon Tooth, that fiery temper suddenly surged. The thing he hates most is being used by others, not to mention not being a human being, just a soul beast. Veteran Xian Ye Chen guarded his back, a strong aura burst out, and with an understatement, he slapped the Aurora Dragon Tooth to the ground. Even though this soul beast possesses a powerful bloodline and talent, it now only has a cultivation base of 1,500 years. After being easily knocked to the ground by Old Xian, his breath instantly wilted, only the breath that came in, not the breath that came out. Perhaps its biggest mistake is to underestimate the temper of Old Xian. Originally, I was thinking of bringing disaster to the east, but I didn't expect that this would be the real disaster. After taking this palm, Old Xian General Ye Chen protected him, looking at the direction of the Aurora Dragon Tooth as if he was facing a major enemy, mobilizing all the spirit power of his whole body. He has the confidence to retreat with Ye Chen no matter what situation he faces, but now his full attention is focused on the front and he is fully prepared. Because even if it was him, facing the situation where more than two people in the core area of Douluo appeared at the same time, he could only escape with Ye Chen. Ye Chen was also a little nervous, staying in a safe area behind Old Xian, staring straight ahead without blinking. However, after a stalemate for a while, there was still no movement, and the two of them didn't even feel the breath of a soul beast. While Old Xian was strange in his heart, his vigilance also increased greatly. Xiao Chen, let's withdraw first. The spirit ring matters can only be discussed later. Old Xian still intends to leave first just in case. He was afraid of the situation that he worries the most. Ye Chen said that it was Shrek Academy's future. He couldn't allow himself to make the same mistake twice. If he personally ruined the Academy's future, he would die 10 times and it would not be enough to wash away his inner condemnation. Wait for Grandpa Drunkard, take that half-dead soul beast with you too. Before leaving, Ye Chen said suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his big, jewel-like eyes. Although Elder Xian had some doubts, he didn't bother. Holding Ye Chen in one hand, the other hand picked up the weak Aurora Dragon Tooth, and flew towards Shrek City at an extremely fast speed. After the two left, the 3 big golden eyes of the Aurora Dragon Tooth came from, blinking a few times with a curious look, and disappeared into the dense jungle. Next to the pipeline between Shrek City and the Douluo Forest, a dense grove was on the ground full of fallen leaves. 2 figures, one old and one young, were sitting cross-legged, and beside them lay a soul beast in a state of suspended animation. No. Absolutely not. An impatient voice sounded, and several crows living in the woods flew away. This person is exactly the Old Xian who has just left the Douluo Forest with Ye Chen. It's okay Grandpa Drunkard, just let me try it, I have confidence in my physical strength. Ye Chen got up and came to Elder Xian's side, shaking his hand non-stop, begging him to agree with his thoughts. In fact, Ye Chen wanted to absorb this Aurora Dragon Tooth as his first spirit ring. Even though this Aurora Dragon Tooth has a cultivation base of 1,500 years, which has far exceeded the known endurance of the first spirit ring, he just wanted to give it a try. It has been 2 months since Wuhan awakened. It may be because of the 2 top martial arts souls. Since this period of time, Ye Chen's physical strength has been increasing at a perceptible rate every day. Before awakening, his 6-year-old body was struggling to even hold the bottle that Gong Changlong gave him, and now he can hold the soul guide table in the room with a lot of money, which weighs 300 jin. Still without using martial soul. This kind of physical strength are already stronger than those of the 2nd and 3rd grade students in the outer college. Now that he has a chance to become stronger, he has to grasp it no matter what. And he knew that the legendary Fuzang sacred tree had the ability to purify all grievances. If he expected it to be true, he would not be affected by the grievances of the soul beast when he absorbed the spirit ring. In this way, the lifespan of the spirit ring can be increased a lot. That's not okay. If you have any accident, how can I explain it to everyone? Old Xian said forcefully. He never expected that Ye Chen asked him to bring the half-dead Aurora Dragon Tooth Beast, in order to absorb it as the first spirit ring. In his cognition, the maximum endurance of the first spirit ring is about 500 years, while the cultivation base of this Aurora Dragon Tooth Beast is 1,500 years, which is 3 times the known endurance period. If Ye Chen really absorbed it, wouldn't it be a joke about his life? Let me try it. I know my situation myself. The sacred tree of Fuzang can purify the resentment of the soul beast, and I will not make fun of my life. Ye Chen said solemnly. Although he was not sure that the Fuzang divine tree must have this function, he could only say so in order to get Old Xian to agree. Sure enough, after hearing Ye Chen's words, Old Xian began to hesitate. He knew very little about Ye Chen's martial arts, but after thinking about it carefully, it was not impossible. When helping Ye Chen's martial soul to awaken, the extreme light seemed to be able to purify all the evils of time, which brought him extremely deep feelings. Thinking of this, Old Xian Ghost almost nodded. It might also be because he understands Ye Chen's character, that kind of death-seeking thing, compared to Ye Chen, would not do it. But he overlooked one point. Ye Chen is just a 6-year-old child. Even if there is a 20-something soul living in his heart, there is still a trace of youth and frivolousness. Yet, after getting the consent of Old Xian, Ye Chen jumped up happily, and kissed Old Xian back on his face, causing Old Xian to shook his head helplessly. Elder Xian didn't know if his decision was correct, but for some reason, Ye Chen's words had a magical persuasive power, and even he was strongly convinced. Ye Chen walked to the side of Aurora Dragon Tooth, took out a soul guidance dagger from the ring Duo gave him, pointed it at the artery on the Dragon Tooth's neck, and pierced it fiercely. This Aurora Dragon Tooth was originally in a half-dead state. Under Ye Chen's knife, his sad fate was finally over. In a moment, the vitality of the Aurora Dragon Tooth was lost, and a purple spirit ring condensed above the corpse. Ye Chen took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and his mental power was completely concentrated on the Fuzang divine tree martial spirit in his body. At the same time, according to the method Mu Lao explained to him, he released his spirit power, and guided the purple spirit ring to fall on top of his head. To be honest, he was still a little nervous, not knowing what kind of ending he would face. The result is nothing more than 2. Either they merge successfully and have the unprecedented first spirit ring in the millennium. Or, it's just exploded and died, and the death will disappear, and come to this world for nothing. Chapter 10, The Change of the Hibiscus Sacred Tree. When the energy in the spirit ring began to slowly enter Ye Chen's body, a strong pressure enveloped Ye Chen's body, and he was a little breathless. If you want to fully absorb this 1,000-year spirit ring, you must first bear the grievances of the Aurora Dragon Tooth. Although the Aurora Dragon Tooth has only a 1,500-year cultivation base, the peculiarity of this race is that it possesses a certain amount of intelligence when it is born. Although not much, it was enough to pose a threat to Ye Chen. It clearly knew that it was not defeated by Ye Chen, but was defeated by the existence and the sloppy old man. Now being absorbed by such a weak human being, the only remaining consciousness in the spirit ring, with strong disobedience and resentment, impacted every corner of Ye Chen's body. So strong! Ye Chen murmured, his handsome face turned into a pig liver color, and his throat was a little sweet. Resisting the urge to squirt out the blood, Ye Chen focused completely on the grievances of the Aurora Dragon Tooth, trying to mobilize the extreme light attribute spirit power in his body to fight against it. However, it was discovered that the spirit power, which is usually like an arm's finger, seemed to be completely imprisoned in the martial soul of the Fuzang divine tree. As if looking at Ye Chen's body calmly, he was hit by the resentment again and again. Elder Xian on the side looked nervously at Ye Chen, who was looking painful, with regret in his heart. Why did I agree with a ghost? If something happens to Xiao Chen, let's not say what I think of Mr. Mu and the others, even if I can't pass this level myself. The old Xian, who had always been careless, was pacing back and forth in place like an ant on a hot pot at this time. Ye Chen is obviously unable to withstand the pressure brought by the 1,000-year spirit ring, and he will soon reach the limit of his body. And the absorption of the spirit ring is only less than half completed. Elder Xian was already anxious at this time, but he didn't dare to interrupt halfway. If you interrupt Ye Chen at this time, it will undoubtedly be no different from killing him personally. What? Ye Chen yelled, and his original immature voice became a little hoarse. The room was leaking and the room was raining overnight, the resentment belonging to the Aurora Dragon Tooth beast in the body was still raging, and there was another severe pain in his mind. It felt like a soul, being torn apart by an invisible big hand. Many small cracks appeared on the surface of the body due to the influx of the 1,000-year spirit ring energy, and the bones also made a creak cracking sound. The whole body seemed to be about to burst. Am I really going to die? Ye Chen murmured subconsciously. No, I can't die. I haven't fulfilled my dream of moving across the continent. I haven't played my life with my beautiful young lady. I can't die. I can't die. Ye Chen yelled loudly in his heart, and his consciousness returned to clarity. This heartfelt voice was like a sharp sword, and instantly broke through the confinement on the sacred tree of Fuzang. Endless extreme light attribute energy poured into every meridian of Ye Chen, sweeping away the grievances of the Aurora Dragon Tooth. Ye Chen felt a tearing pain in his mind again, and fell into a deep sleep. The last consciousness felt a warm breath, and instantly surrounded his body. Looking at Ye Chen, whose body was gradually splitting, old Xian had already begun to despair, but he didn't expect the sudden change. I only felt an extremely hot breath rushing towards my face, endless flames burst out from Ye Chen's body, enveloping him in it. This kind of extreme flame seemed to be able to burn the soul, and old Xian looked at it from a distance, and if he wanted to get closer to Ye Chen, he would feel a kind of scorching heat from the soul. Obviously it was in the woods, but this kind of flame seemed to have its own wisdom, except for being attached to Ye Chen's body, it would not spread to the surroundings. Mental power can't pass through the flames, and old Xian can't confirm Ye Chen's specific situation, but he knows that Ye Chen must be fine. Because from that kind of flame, he felt the ultimate breath of life. What Elder Xian didn't know was that in the flames on Ye Chen's body, a sapling was quietly suspended there, and it was Ye Chen's Fuzang divine tree martial spirit. However, what is different from the previous one is that the hibiscus sacred tree at this time has another branch from the root. If you don't look closely, it feels like two complete trees. At the same time, the entire tree sapling was uplifted a lot, reaching a height of about 1 meter. On the branch that appeared later, there was still a three-legged crow standing. The whole body of the crow is black, with some golden strange patterns painted on the chest and wings, and the entire beak shows a streamlined red and gold pattern, and a long fiery red feather hung on the back of the head. And the flames around his body ejected from the crow's mouth. Ye Chen's consciousness slowly woke up, but his body seemed to be still asleep. The strange thing is that even with his eyes closed, he can still see what is happening outside. Three-legged golden crow. Ye Chen looked at the changes in his martial soul in surprise, and recognized that crow was the legendary sunbird, the three-legged golden crow. The spirit ring of the Aurora Dragon Tooth had been completely absorbed and appeared on the body of the three-legged golden crow. How so? Ye Chen looked at the change of Wuhan and the reduced version of the three-legged golden crow with wonder. Looking back at his body, he found that it was crystal clear, as if the extreme flame burned all the impurities in his body. He clearly remembered that because his body could not bear the energy of the 1000-year spirit ring, it was already on the verge of collapse. But what happened now? Ye Chen wanted to ask someone to ask, but he knew that there was no one in this world who could help him answer questions. When he was in deep thought, the flames on the surface of his body all returned to the body of the three-legged golden crow. The Fuzang divine tree martial spirit also disappeared, appearing in Ye Chen's sea of consciousness, echoing the second martial spirit Tei and Yueying. Old Xian anxiously waited not far away, looking worriedly at Ye Chen surrounded by flames. He didn't dare to go back to the college to find Mr. Mu, afraid that Ye Chen would have an accident if he left. At the same time, he couldn't get close to that kind of flame full of life aura, so the gluttonous Douluo Suanzi who was famous in the mainland could only sit on the ground and stare, without any clue. This kind of waiting lasted all night. When the first white fish belly appeared on the distant horizon, the flames on Ye Chen finally faded. Elder Xian saw Ye Chen, who was intact and had a bright purple spirit ring hovering around him, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. Ye Chen smelled a smell full of alcohol, and the sour smell after not taking a bath for a long time, and the terrible smell after mixing. When I opened my eyes, I realized that I was being held in his arms by the old Xian. What's even more embarrassing is that I didn't wear any clothes. Chapter 11, There are hibiscus on top of Tangwu. Outside the Star Do Great Forest, where the night moon landed 6 years ago. The baby's half-arm-high young sapling suddenly pulled up a lot. It had only 3 leaves, but it had become as many as dozens, and each of them was covered with golden texture. A branch of almost the same size sprang out of the surrounding soil, with a crystal-clear round fruit hanging on it. The fruit exudes a strange fragrance and divine light, like a small sun. It smells so good. Hey, what is this? A soul beast with a body length of 3 meters away, a height of 8 feet at the shoulder and a whole body covered with brilliant golden hair came here. The whole body of this soul beast seemed to be translucent crystal, full of strange texture. The image is very similar to a lion, but with 4 claws like a dragon, under each dragon's claws, his golden flames, his mouth is longer than a lion-like soul beast, and under the hair, it seems to warn of fine golden scales. The strangest thing is that it actually has 3 eyes, and it can vomit. It seems that it was the existence of the Aurora Dragon Tooth hunting down not long ago. Attracted by the strange scent of the fruit, I followed the scent and found it here. 3 big eyes that seemed to hide a starry sky stared at the fruit, hesitated, picked the fruit carefully and threw it into the mouth. Compared with its huge body, that fruit is really not worth mentioning. However, in the near future, its destiny has undergone earth-shaking changes because of this fruit. After returning to Shrek Academy with Ye Chen, Mr. Xian immediately went to the Sea God Pavilion and told Mr. Mu the whole story. How could be? In the secret room, after listening to Mr. Xian's narration, Mr. Mu did not say anything to blame, but fell into contemplation. In his cognition, there has never been a similar situation on the mainland. Not to mention that the first spirit ring is 1,500 years old, even if it is 1,000 years, no spirit master has ever done it. Moreover, according to old Xian, Ye Chen's body was already on the verge of shattering, but the extreme flames burst out from Ye Chen's body, wrapping the whole person inside, and then becoming intact. How does it sound like a rebirth from the ashes of the Phoenix clan? Could it be that Wuhan has mutated? Xiao Chen, do you feel any abnormality in your body, or how is the spirit of martial arts different from before? Mu Lao asked. After all, he is one of the strongest people on this continent, and his experience and knowledge are far from being comparable to that of old Xian, and he can guess it in one sentence. In fact, Ye Chen's martial soul is not so much mutation, but more like a kind of growth, that is, evolution. From the original small sapling, it grows to its current form. The impurities in my body seem to have been cleaned up, and the martial spirit has also changed. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he directly released the Fuzang Divine Tree martial spirit. Here are my own people, there is nothing to hide. Ye Chen used his spirit power, and the changed Fuzang God Tree martial spirit was completely exposed to the second elder Suan Mu. A strong breath of light filled the entire secret room. Although there was no great momentum created by the martial soul when it awakened, the light radiating from the wall of the golden tree was still suppressed a bit. Phoenix. Yes, but why are there 3 legs? When the entire hibiscus tree appeared in the secret room, Old Mu and Old Xian said in surprise. They are not traversers like Ye Chen, and the 3-legged golden crow has never appeared in this world, so naturally they mistake the reduced version of the 3-legged golden crow as a phoenix. This is called the 3-legged golden crow, it is the legendary sunbird. Ye Chen looked at the second elder with a black line on his face and explained it, but he was already unable to complain. Although the 2 old men still did not understand. The Golden Crow and the others knew that there was a girl in the academy who possessed the Golden Crow martial spirit. But the appearance of the Golden Crow was completely different from the 3-legged Golden Crow that Ye Chen said. The image of the 3-legged Golden Crow is similar to that of a phoenix. The biggest difference is the 3rd leg born in the middle. Others are some slight gaps. In the myths and legends of Ye Chen's previous life, the 3-legged Golden Crow is such an image. But the Golden Crow martial spirit in this world is very different from the phoenix, just a simple image that resembles a crow. Therefore, it is excusable for the 2 elders to admit their mistakes. Xiao Chen, your martial soul is more like evolution than mutation, it seems to be a good thing. After the shock, a soft smile appeared on Old Mu's face, and he began to explain in a way that was easy for Ye Chen to understand. It's not that they haven't heard of this kind of evolving spirit. For example, in the first generation of the Shrek 7 Devils thousands of years ago, this situation occurred in Wuhan. Therefore, the 7 people created their legend and glory. Ye Chen didn't speak, he actually thought of this a long time ago, but he didn't say it. At this moment, which of the 3-legged golden crows on the Wuzang Divine Tree martial spirit actually flew up miraculously, hovering for a while, and fell on the other side of the tree branch, as if there was life. The 2 most important members of the Sea God Pavilion watched this scene dumbfounded, feeling that their worldview was completely broken. They had heard of the martial soul with a growth nature, but the situation before them was really unheard of. Such a situation is rare for thousands of years, right? Without the control of the Soul Master, Wuhan flew up on his own. After seeing this, it is estimated that it will be this expression. Ye Chen knew this very well. This was just Wuhan's unconscious behavior, and it didn't become a real life form. Mu Laoqiang suppressed the doubts in his heart, and planned to look for the ancient books in the Sea God Pavilion library to see if this happened in history. At the moment, he has another thing to ask. Xiao Chen, what is the spirit ability you obtained? Mu Lao asked curiously. After Ye Chen obtained the first spirit ring, his martial spirit had evolved, and it was hard to imagine what his first spirit ability was. Ye Chen himself had some doubts about this. The name of his first spirit ability is a bit long, and it is not a spirit ability obtained from the Aurora Dragon Tooth. Almost all the abilities of the Aurora Dragon Tooth were related to attacks, but Ye Chen's first spirit ability was an auxiliary skill. In contrast, it was more like the Fuzang Divine Tree martial spirit came with it, but it was carried by the spirit ring. My first spirit ability is called There is Fuzang above Tangwu, it seems to be an auxiliary spirit ability. Ye Chen scratched his head, and said with some embarrassment. There are so many secrets in his martial soul, waiting for him to explore. Oh? Auxiliary spirit ability? What is the specific ability? Old Xian asked. Although he had witnessed the whole process of Ye Chen's absorption of the spirit ring, he hurried back to the academy at that time and did not inquire about it. Within the area covered by my first skill, it can provide a 10% increase or weakening of all attributes, as well as a certain amount of healing effect, and as my level increases, the effect of the increase will increase. Ye Chen paused at this point and began to observe the reactions of the two old elders. Seeing the horrified expressions of the two, Ye Chen continued without waiting for them to intervene, but there is a premise that the strength of the augmentation target must be not much different from mine. If it is my current spirit power level, I will impose it on title Douluo. If it does, the effect will be minimal, and it will have no effect. After Ye Chen finished speaking, the feelings of the two elders finally calmed down. If there is no limit, it would be fine. Despite this, Ye Chen's first spirit ability is enough to be called an auxiliary magical ability. There was a small mistake. I ignored the plot too late, so I made a small adjustment and apologized to everyone. I have read the original text, and there is no specific description of the image of the Golden Crow Wuhan, so let me be a little shameless. Chapter 12, Changes after 5 years. The shock that Ye Chen brought to the two old elders today was almost equal to the number of shocks they felt in the rest of their lives. Since becoming titled Douluo, there is really no one who can compare to the shock that Ye Chen brought. After possessing this first spirit ability, Ye Chen has become a sweet pastry, becoming the object of any team's competition. Even if he is put in the army, it is enough to change the existence of a war victory. Xiao Chen, this child is worthy of our college's efforts to cultivate. The two Shrek Academy's pillars of existence, involuntarily thought of this voice in their hearts. Xiao Chen, what is your current spirit power level? Mu Lao leaned on the recliner and asked aloud. It's already level 14. Ye Chen replied respectfully. After witnessing too many surprises, the two old elders seemed to have become accustomed to them. I wasn't surprised by this result. I would be surprised if I didn't reach this level after absorbing the 1,500-year-old first spirit ring. After leaving the Sea God Pavilion, Ye Chen was walking on the pavement of the campus, but felt that there was a seemingly non-essential voice in the direction of the Stardo Great Forest, beckoning him. But when he concentrated on trying to feel it seriously, the voice disappeared again. After several attempts to no avail, he attributed the sound to his own illusion. At night, Ye Chen lay on the small bed in his room, lost in thought. How do you feel that the flame is mixed with a strong breath of life, like the fire of nirvana among the 10 primordial fires of the primordial fire, but the flame possessed by the three-legged golden crow is not the real fire of the sun? Ye Chen recalled the scene that happened when the spirit ring was fused, and began to mutter to himself. He was also puzzled about this matter. It stands to reason that if he remembers well, the real fire of the sun is the flame derived from the sun, which belongs to the fire of the sunshine sun, and does not have the endless breath of life. Thinking of this, Ye Chen once again felt the flame aura carried on the three-legged golden crow on the martial soul of the Fuzang divine tree in the sea of knowledge. There is indeed a strong vitality. He was puzzled, put away the messy thoughts in his mind, and planned to wait until later. Ye Chen sat cross-legged, and soon entered a state of meditation. Since awakening Wuhan 2 months ago, he spent every night in meditation. He didn't want to give up the hard work of day after day because of his high talent. It is the right way to seize all the time to grow stronger. Moreover, he can't get in with the base hand empty now. It seems that he uses a kind of extreme flame, but he doesn't know the method to use. There is nothing more sad than this. At midnight, a sharp pain interrupted Ye Chen from his meditative state. The source of the pain is still his jewel-like eyes. The long river of time is still so turbulent, and in a blink of an eye, 5 years of time passed quietly. In the early morning, Shrek Academy, on the official road leading to the Stardo Great Forest. A girl who looked 15 or 6 years old, holding a bunch of candied haws in her hand, hopped forward. The girl's long black hair was combed into a ponytail and hung behind her, and her light blue outfit made her full of youthfulness. Not far behind her, followed by a teenager of the same age. The young man is tall and slender, with short dark blue hair. He is not very old, but he has a refined feeling. He put his hands behind his head, with a soft smile on his handsome face. "Babe, keep up, or you won't be there before noon." The girl's pretty Kyung nose wrinkled slightly, her lovely and smart eyes looked back and urged. "I know, Xiaoa." Bei replied, speeding up a bit. "What do you call me?" Xiaoya's eyes widened and said angrily. "Okay, teacher Xiaoa." Bei flashed her footsteps and came to Xiaoa's side to please her to help her pinch her shoulders. "Hey! It's almost the same, remember, when you are outside, you will call me teacher Xiaoa." Xiao raised her head arrogantly, gave him a charming look, and she looked at Bei in a daze. Their names are Bei and Tangyue, and they are lovers. They are both third-year students from the Shrek Academy's outer school. After school starts this year, they will be promoted to the 4th grade. This time I went to the Stardo Great Forest to help Tangyue obtain the 3rd spirit ring. The little couple just walked on the official road like this, getting farther and farther away from Shrek City. On a tall tree not far in front of them, a young man lay lazily on a thick branch with a small wooden stick drawn from the spot in his mouth. The teenager looked 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a black costume, and his hair was unusually black, with some golden hair interspersed in the middle. A handsome face that even girls is jealous of, with a bright smile, which can be matched with those pair of different pupils, but it has a somewhat evil feeling. If he had to use one sentence to describe his image, it would be like a jade on Mo Shang, and his son is unparalleled in the world. This boy was Ye Chen, who was already 11 years old. Compared with 5 years ago, his posture is much taller, and his height has reached 1.7 meters. The muscles are very strong, not as weak as they seemed when they were young. The golden hair on his head is also a lot more than before. He thought that it might be because the Fuzang Divine Tree Martial Spirit had obtained the 2nd spirit ring. And he has another very secret change, that is, a pair of different pupils, which are much deeper than they were 5 years ago. For the past 5 years, every 2 months, his eyes will have painful symptoms, and the next day he woke up like an okay person. Ye Chen hadn't told anyone about this matter, only he knew about it. At the beginning, he was a little worried about whether such periodic pain would have any effect, but over time, he got used to it. The place where Ye Chen lay was very high, and with the cover of the branches and leaves of the trees, most people would not be able to spot him without looking carefully. Seeing the young girl walking in the distance, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. "Babe, do you plan to leave without saying hello when you see your elders? How did your teacher teach you?" Ye Chen closed his eyes and said loudly. "As for why you have to close your eyes, of course it is to pretend." The sudden voice sounded on the silent official road, startling Bei and Tangyue. The two looked up in the direction from which the sound came, and on the tall tree on the side, they found the beautiful Ye Chen. The deepness on that face doesn't need to be thought of, you can tell at a glance that it is pretend. "Xiao Chen, why are you here? Does Dean Xianliner know?" Bei said helplessly. Ye Chen is the son of Xianliner and Qian Duo, named Grandpa Muen. And Muen is Bei's profound ancestor. After going back and forth, only looking at the seniority, Ye Chen has become Bei's uncle. "Babe, what do you call me?" Ye Chen's eyes widened, and he pretended to be angry and said in a tone of face to the younger generation. "Uncle." Bei's mouth twitched, reluctantly said. He suddenly discovered that Ye Chen's expression and content were exactly the same as Tang Ye just now. The main story of Douluo has begun. What kind of story will happen next? Chapter 13, Meet Huo Yuhao for the first time. Tang Ye covered her mouth and snickered, gloating as she watched the mouse meet the cat like Bai Bei. Since the day he knew Bai Bei, every time he met Ye Chen, Bai Bei would be forced to call her brother-in-law. But Bai Bei hasn't done it yet. Who will let him be younger? Xiao Chen, why are you here? Are you at level 30, come to hunt for the spirit ring? Bai Bei knows this young man's talent very well, and she also admires it from the bottom of her heart. The last time I met, he was already at level 29, and his spirit power level was about to catch up with him. In fact, he knew his own affairs. Ye Chen was still at the 29th level, and that was the reason why he practiced desperately all the time. During the day, I went to study for 3 hours in Lao Mu. The rest of the time was spent on meditation except for eating. The main reason was that after the 30th level, the cultivation speed of the ultimate attribute martial soul would be limited, so he began to practice desperately. After reaching the 30th level, if you want to increase your cultivation speed, I am afraid it is not something you can do with hard work. At that time, what you need is opportunity. In this regard, the old Mu who instructed his cultivation didn't say anything, so he left. After all, a little hard work is also a good thing. Why, I can't come to you to eat dog food, see how the big nephew fell in love, and accumulate experience. Ye Chen smiled and said with a big grin. Ye Chen didn't care what Bai Bei called him, he was satisfied every time he called him. Tang Ye let out a pouch laugh. Although she didn't know what dog food meant, she couldn't help but laugh at the kid's thoughts. Bai Bei's scalp was numb by Ye Chen's gaze. If Ye Chen were to follow, then he wouldn't even dare to do something slightly affectionate. First, I am embarrassed to guard him, and second, I am afraid that Ye Chen will tell him Sunzu Mu Lao when he returns. Bai Bei knew in his heart that Mu Lao gave him a baby kiss. Even if Mu Lao knew nothing about it, he would not dare. How old are you? Do you know what it means to fall in love? Go back and drink your animal milk. Bai Bei said quickly, trying to persuade Ye Chen to go back. When Bai Bei prodded her sore spot, Ye Chen's entire face turned into pig liver color. Yes, even though he was 11 years old, he still couldn't help but want to drink animal milk. After often finishing studying with Mu Lao, he went to Gong Changlong's room to steal animal milk, and then hid in a place where no one was there to drink it secretly. Maybe this is one of the reasons why his physical strength is stronger than his peers. Every time Ye Chen sneaked into his room while Gong Changlong was out, and every time he found a large bottle of animal milk in a different place. However, although the places have changed, they are all very conspicuous and can be found soon. He knew that this was put on purpose by Gong Changlong, just to let himself find out. Ye Chen's jewel-like deep eyes rolled around, and he didn't refute Bai Bei, just as it was to give him face. After all, he was comfortable with the call of little uncle. Otherwise, if we bring you, how about you joining our Tang sect as the most prerequisite? Bai Bei said mildly, but a sly flashed in his eyes. Isn't it just joining the Tang sect, the deal? Ye Chen said without thinking. After hearing Ye Chen's very happy words, Bai Bei and Tang Ye were surprised. The two knew very well what benefits would be brought to them if they joined the Tang sect with Ye Chen's talent. That is almost equivalent to that, in the near future, Tang sect will definitely rise. Really knowing this, Bai Bei started to win over him very early, but Ye Chen refused every time with the dumbfounding reason of not fun. Why did you agree today? In fact, Ye Chen planned long ago. After all, if you come to this world, how can you not join Tang sect? He was very interested in which kinds of Tang sect's unique knowledge. It's just that joining before has no effect, it's better to wait until the Shrek 7 devils are about to get together. Ye Chen knew that he would meet one of them in this Star Do Great Forest. Then Xiao Chen will call me Teacher Xiaoa in the future, and I must be called Master Bei Bei. Tang Ye's beautiful eyes flowed between the pair of strange uncles and nephews, and there was a pleasant laughter like a wind chime. "What's the matter? I've been calling me little uncle for so many years, so what's wrong with calling him a big brother? Does this eliminate the fact that he is my eldest nephew?" Ye Chen said nonchalantly, taking a cyan fruit from the ring, rubbing it on his body at random, and taking a bite. After hearing this, Bai Bei's left eyelid jumped suddenly, and a chill flashed in her heart. In fact, Ye Chen came to the Stardo Great Forest for a very simple purpose, that was to come across Huo Yuhao. He is deeply curious and full of admiration for the protagonist in this original world. Of course, this is not Ye Chen's true thoughts. Make a good relationship with him first, so as not to grab his resources and women later, then come to me to settle the account. This is Ye Chen's most true thoughts, only this exclusive shameless. Of course, he had no idea about Tang Wutong. This girl has a God King father, and if he is inadvertently seen through his identity by the heavenly person, then the trouble will be great. Except for Tang Wutong, all the other girls are mine. Ye Chen thought beautifully, without any guilt in his heart. Who made Huo Yuhao show mercy everywhere, but in the end he only loved Tang Wutong alone. Because of this, the other girls who were killed were heartbroken and dying. At this moment, he was holding his hands behind his head, with a sunny smile, following Bai Bei and Tang Ye, heading towards the Stardo Forest. Anyone who sees him will think that this is an upright and sunny boy. But who would have thought that behind this sunny smile, there is a dirty soul hidden? The distance between Shrek Academy and Stardo Great Forest is very close. With the strength of the three of them, they arrived not far after a few hours. At this time, the sound of gurgling water came from the side of the road. It should be here. Ye Chen thought silently in his heart. But something that doesn't match his memory is that if Tangya and Bei Bei go to the Stardo Great Forest, they must go straight down the official road. For what reason, turned around and went to that creek and met Huo Yuhao? While he was thinking about this question, Tang Ye's voice came from the front. "Babe, is there still water in your place?" Tang Ye stopped and asked Bai Bei on the side. Bai Bei took out the water sack from the storage ring and handed it to Tang Ye. Tang Ye found that the water sack had dried up, so she turned to look at Ye Chen who was hanging from behind. Ye Chen shook his head, but Tang Ye's next sentence let him know that he wanted to be complicated. The reason was really simple. "I heard the sound of water over there, let's go take a look. We are about to enter the Stardo Forest, we can't live without a clean water source." Bai Bei nodded and agreed. For a soul master, to enter a place where a soul beast inhabits, enough water and food must be prepared. If you expect to get water on the spot from the Stardo Great Forest, it must be not far from the of death. Because most spirit masters have no way to identify whether the water is highly toxic. Of course, after the soul master's strength reaches a certain level, it can be completely ignored. But the three of them are obviously not in this range. Smell good. After the three of them came to the stream, a pleasant voice of surprise came from Tang Ye's mouth. A thin, rags-dressed teenager, sitting cross-legged by the stream, lit a small bonfire in front of him, with a few golden grilled fish on top. It seems that this is the protagonist of this world, Huo Yuhao. Ye Chen looked at the ordinary-looking young man not far away, thinking. Through his face, he really couldn't tell that this kid would be a different kind of scumbag in the future. Speaking of it, I really feel that Huo Yuhao is a little bit scumbag. It's better to take it all instead of the regretful ending. Isn't it fragrant like Rong Nian Bing? Chapter 14, The Butterfly Effect. Little Huo is really downcast, but it won't take long before the salted fish will turn over. Tangya and Bei Bei had already stepped forward to talk to Huo Yuhao, but Ye Chen hung behind, in a daze. It has been 11 years since he came to this world, and he has gradually adapted to life here. Although he has the memory of his previous life and the general plot trend of this world, so far, he is full of doubts about everything about himself. That blade brought him into this world, giving him an unparalleled talent, but didn't tell him anything. The golden finger he had been looking forward to did not appear, including his 2 great martial souls and a pair of mysterious different pupils, all he needed to explore on his own. Unlike Huo Yuhao, who has 2 plugins, Tianmeng I Silkworm and Electrolux, someone can help him answer everything. Thinking of this, a rare trace of envy emerged in Ye Chen's heart. "Brother, please have one too." A slightly immature voice broke Ye Chen's contemplation. Huo Yuhao looked at Ye Chen with a curious look, and passed the grilled fish in his hand. "His eyes are so strange, are they a martial soul similar to my spiritual eye?" Huo Yuhao thought. The main reason was that Ye Chen's pair of different pupils were too eye-catching, and the rare hair color made Huo Yuhao feel novel. Ye Chen was taken aback for a while, took the golden yellow grilled fish, smiled and said, "Thank you." He wouldn't be the same as Bei Bei's honorable push and block, and in the end, he won't accept the grilled fish. Thinking of this, Ye Chen glanced at Bei Bei contemptuously, and she was a little confused, wondering how to offend this little ancestor. "Little brother Huo Yuhao, if you call him his brother, he will suffer. This guy may not be older than you." Tang Yu lay lazily on the grass and directly exposed Ye Chen's old bottom. Obviously, when Ye Chen was just meditating, the 3 had introduced themselves to each other. "Hello Huo Yuhao, my name is Ye Chen, you can call me Brother Chen from now on, I will cover you." Seeing that the situation was not good, Ye Chen hooked his arm around Huo Yuhao's shoulder, and began to call him brothers and sisters with a grin. At the same time, his gaze shifted between Bei Bei and Tang Yue, with a threatening taste. Huo Yuhao stared straight at Ye Chen with big eyes, no matter how he looked like he was younger than himself. "Hello, Brother Chen." Although he was puzzled, he still called out after hesitating. He could feel that these 3 people are not bad guys, and there is a warm breath in this different pupil, which makes him feel particularly comfortable. Tang Yu and Bei Bei looked silently at Ye Chen, who had already begun to call him brothers and sisters, and did not speak. "If you speak too much, you will lose." Bei Bei is afraid to continue speaking. If Ye Chen jumps out and shouts "big nephew," that face will be lost. Plus Ye Chen's newly recognized younger brother, Huo Yuhao, wouldn't it be impossible for him to have another little uncle? Speaking of it, Ye Chen Zhen is not necessarily bigger than Huo Yuhao, it may be because of Wuhan and cultivation base that his body develops faster. So it looks like a year or 2 older than Huo Yuhao. Ye Chen only knew that Huo Yuhao was also 11 years old, and he knew how old he was from time to time, so he was a little guilty. Shaking his head, suppressing the messy thoughts in his heart, he took a bite of the grilled fish in his hand. In an instant, Ye Chen's big jewel-like eyes brightened up. "My God, this is so delicious! The Ziahuo brand grilled fish that Ye Chen has been thinking about is really not covered." Before long, Huo Yuhao left first. Bei Bei and Tang Yu had the idea of absorbing him into the Tang sect, so they planned to follow and protect him by the way. "Why haven't you met Huo Yuhao? It's almost night." Ye Chen probably lags behind Bei Bei and Tang Yu. He raised his head and glanced at the sunset glow on the horizon, with a trace of doubt on his face. According to Ye Chen's memory, he should meet Huo Yuhao soon. The 3 of them had walked for 2 or 3 hours, and had even entered the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest for a long time, but they hadn't even seen Huo Yuhao's shadow. Ye Chen is more than suspicious. Strange, where did little brother Huo go? It stands to reason that at our speed, he should have caught up long ago. Bei Bei said strangely, with the same soft tone as his Suanzu Mu Lao. "Don't be eaten by the soul beast. Little brother Yuhao is so weak. If he encounters a soul beast that is a century or even 1,000 years old, it won't even be enough for people to stuff his teeth." Tang Yu's tone was a little anxious, and a pair of Qiushui bright eyes revealed worry look. "Don't be a crow mouth, little brother Huo is so kind, and his luck is definitely not too bad, and we didn't find any traces of the fight along the way. Even if we were killed by a spike, we would leave some clues." Although Bai Bei was comforting Tang Yue, she was also a little worried, and she was no longer elegant. To be honest, he didn't know what to do. Xiaoa, be careful. Bai Bei was about to say something, but her face suddenly changed, and her right hand suddenly lifted up, making a virtual grasping motion towards Tang Yue. There seemed to be a suction force in her palm, pulling Tang Yue away. Past. What's the situation? I actually met the mandala snake in advance. Ye Chen's heart beats fiercely. He couldn't understand the current situation anymore. Could it be that because of his appearance, the wings of that little butterfly have been incited? As a poisonous mist with a sweet smell hit, and a dark figure fell to the ground, Ye Chen recognized the name of the soul beast in an instant. Just as he thought, this dark figure is the 1,000-year soul beast, the mandala snake. Although Bai Bei still didn't know what soul beast it was, she also activated the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit with 3 soul rings, and rushed up instantly. Facing this sudden situation, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart, an extreme light scattered from him, and slowly condensed into a strange little tree, exuding a sacred breath. This is Ye Chen's Fuzang God Tree Martial Spirit. Compared with 5 years ago, the Fuzang Divine Tree Martial Spirit, which acquired the second spirit ring, has evolved again. The height is almost the same as Ye Chen's height, and the branches and leaves are more luxuriant than before. On the basis of the 2 main stems, some small branches have emerged. The biggest change is a 3-legged golden crow standing on each of the 2 main trunks. One feather is bright red, while the other feather is deep blue-black. People who see it can feel a kind of hell-like feeling. Its body is also surrounded by a bright purple spirit ring. Unlike other spirit masters, Ye Chen's spirit ring was suspended above the spirit when he summoned the Fuzang Divine Tree Martial Spirit. The first and second spirit rings, 1,000 years. At this time, Bai Bei and Tang Yue focused their attention on the black shadow in front of them, and did not notice this. At this moment, after the purple spirit ring shone, the bright red 3-legged golden crow flew from the sacred hibiscus tree. The light on his body was radiant, as if it had turned into a mini sun. The intense light illuminates the surrounding environment like daylight in a short time, and everything becomes clearly visible. 3 in the afternoon, and 2 in the evening. I'm already doing my best to code words. However, my hand speed is too slow, so I have to practice more. Chapter 15, Holy Light and Dark Flame. As the surrounding environment was illuminated, Bai Bei and Tang Yue could see the appearance of the dark shadow clearly. It's a mandala snake, a 1,000-year-old mandala snake. Bai Bei, I want this. Tang Yue hurriedly exclaimed, and the expression on her pretty face became extremely surprised. Bai Bei is much more stable than Tanja. His sturdy right arm just collided with the mandala snake, staggering back 3 or 4 steps. Xiao Chen. His eyes condensed slightly, and instead of responding to Tang Yue, he shouted Ye Chen's name. As a loyal eldest nephew, Bai Bei had a deep understanding of his younger uncle's first spirit ability. There are hibiscus on top of Tang Wu. Ye Chen muttered silently in his heart. The spirit power in his body was running wildly, and the little sun transformed by the 3-legged golden crow emitted 3 extreme rays of light, which entered the bodies of the 2 beasts and the beast respectively. His first spirit ability is aimed at all life forms that have spirit power in their bodies, and spirit beasts are also included. This is where his first spirit ability is truly terrifying. Haha, great! After the light entered the body, Bai Bei felt a refreshment deep into her bone marrow and couldn't help but let out a scream, controlling the urge to moan. At the same time, his various abilities have been greatly improved. Looking back at the 1,000-year-old mandala snake, his actions have been slower. Ye Chen looked at Bai Bei with some contempt, and didn't intend to make a shot himself. In his opinion, a mandala snake that has been around for 1,000 years is nothing more than a mandala snake, and it has to be beaten by himself. Bai Bei is really weak. In fact, Bai Bei can solve it by himself, but why not use the increase that can be used? It saves energy and time while preventing accidents. In the battle, the opportunity is fleeting. Bai Bei stopped talking nonsense, and hurriedly flicked towards the mandala snake, swung his left arm horizontally, and a layer of power grid was densely covered in the air, covering the way of the mandala snake. At the same time as Zheng, Bai Bei's right hand was clenched, and the dragon fist with purple electric light slammed into the eyes of the mandala snake. As a top student in Shrek Academy, he knew that the eyes and mouth were the key to this soul beast, not the so-called 7 inches. After Ye Chen's spirit power level reached the Great Spirit Master, the first spirit ability could already provide 20% increase and weakening. The various attributes of the mandala snake's body were weakened by 20%. The sudden drop in speed at that moment made it a little uncomfortable, and its actions stopped for a moment. When it reacted, Bai Bei's dragon fist was already close at hand. But after all, it is a 1,000-year spirit beast. After so many years of fighting in the Star Do Great Forest, he still has combat experience. The mandala snake reacted in a hurry, evading his own vitals, and Bai Bei slammed his fist on the head above his eyes. Squeak! The mandala snake seemed to have endured great pain and let out a strange cry that made people feel creepy. While retreating quickly, his 2 small green eyes looked bitterly at the human that almost caused him serious injury. Obviously, the strength of these humans far exceeds its judgment. Although he avoided the key point, Bai Bei's punch was firmly smashed on his head, and he was still a little dizzy. How could Bai Bei miss such a good opportunity? The only purple spirit ring on his body was shining brightly, and a deep roar suddenly exploded from Bai Bei's body, and the scales began to spread to the whole body from the right arm, and covered with a layer of blue-violet electric light. This is his 1,000-year spirit ability Thunder Fury, which can instantly increase his attack effect by 50%. Coupled with Ye Chen's 20% full attribute increase for him, Bai Bei's attack effect has increased by 70% to his level of horror at this time. Turning fists into claws, Bai Bei left a huge wound on the mandala snake. Although it has avoided the key points again, it can only be passive defense, with poisonous mist constantly erupting from its mouth. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen nodded again and again, thinking that he was worthy of being the most sought-after martial soul blue electric Tyrannosaurus in the mainland. This attack power is really lacking. As for now, if Ye Chen said that his Taiyin Yueying was the second beast spirit, which spirit would dare to say that it was the first? Just when Bai Bei wanted to continue his attack, Ye Chen's eyes suddenly condensed while watching the play, his eyes glowed with faint fluorescence, and he looked towards the side of the battlefield. A pair of different pupils not only brought him periodic pain, but also gave him vision far beyond ordinary people. As far as he could see, a dark green figure was rushing towards this side quickly. Although the dark green figure was very fast, it was still successfully captured by Ye Chen. That is actually the second mandala snake. Heads up! Before he could think about what was going on, Ye Chen reminded him, his figure flashed, and rushed towards the second mandala snake. Bai Bei is fighting fiercely with the first mandala snake at this time. If he is successfully attacked at this time, it will definitely cause serious damage to him. This is not what Ye Chen hopes to see. Although Ye Chen rushed over immediately after discovering the danger, the speed of the second mandala snake was so fast that it almost succeeded. At the moment when the second mandala snake slammed into Bai Bei, Ye Chen's figure blocked him, and at the same time an extreme light entered his body. He knew that this was an increase in all attributes. When the mandala snake saw that the path of travel was blocked, his figure halted, and the huge snake tail flung towards Ye Chen. At the same time, a poisonous mist with a strange fragrance spouted from his mouth, trying to kill the human who dared to stop him in seconds. Faced with such a situation, Ye Chen didn't panic, and above the Fuzang divine tree martial spirit floating behind him, the second purple spirit ring was radiant. Holy light and Minjian Ju. Ye Chen muttered silently in his heart, and his whole body's spirit power was quickly mobilized, using his second 1,000-year spirit ability. The remaining three-legged golden crow on the sacred tree of Fuzang turned into a ray of light full of sacred aura and instantly attached to Ye Chen's right hand. What is even more amazing is that besides the holy light, there is also a layer of faint blue flame, exuding a terrifying and gloomy atmosphere. It is obviously a burning flame, but there is no temperature, as if it is a flame from the nether. Even Bai Bei, who reacted from the side, instantly felt a kind of hell-like rush, and the hairs of his hair were exploding. The mandala snake feels completely different. Although the body does not feel a trace of temperature, the burning sensation does come from the soul. Perceiving a huge crisis, I want to forcibly stop the tail that was thrown away, but unfortunately it was too late. Ye Chen's hair was blown with a strong vigor, and his right hand attached to the holy light and Ming Yan turned into a palm knife and waved, bringing a huge blade of light to the tail of the mandala snake. The hardest tail of the mandala snake's body is now like a ball of cotton, and it can't stop the slightest bit of the blade. In an instant, a huge snake tail was chopped down by Ye Chen, splashing a fishy green liquid. These movements were completed in one go. Only a moment later, the mandala snake that was originally aggressive, turned into a crippled tail without a tail. After Ye Chen finished this, he immediately stepped away from here, lest he be splashed on his body by the stenchy green blood. But when he left, Bai Bei, who had turned his back to him, was miserable. Poor Bai Bei, originally elegant cyan robe, was splattered with dark green liquid, as if it were dyed again. It took me a whole day to figure out the names of the 9 spirit abilities when I wrote the outline. No one can make me stupid. Although it may not sound very good, but for the sake of my hard work, I hope you will greatly support it. Of course, it would be better if you have a ticket. Chapter 16, 10 Primitive Fires. In fact, it was because of the low cultivation base of this mandala snake. It only had a cultivation base of 2,000 years. If this was changed to 3,000 years, it might not be so easy for Ye Chen to solve it. For the past 5 years, he practiced skills with Mu Lao during the day and used meditation at night. Almost all of the time is spent on cultivation, isn't it just to show off one's skills one day? Feeling the power of his second spirit ability, Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. Although the weakness of the mandala snake is not in the tail, it lacks a half of its tail, as if it has gone half-life. Even at the break of the tail, some internal organs were vaguely exposed. Ye Chen knows the truth of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, and although the second spirit ability is powerful, its time is very limited. His current spirit power, the attachment effect of the holy light and the dark flame, can only last for a short period of 5 seconds. Therefore, in order to resolve the battle as soon as possible, Ye Chen gently clicked on the spot, and vigorously rolled 365 degrees above the mandala snake. When it fell back to the ground, a huge gully appeared on the mandala snake's back. The white bones were exposed, and the clearly visible heart was still beating slowly, bringing up a stench of heat. At this time, the mandala snake was full of ferocious appearance, and there was no more strength. Ye Chen didn't kill it directly, but planned to keep it first and let Tangya choose it by herself. His second spirit ability itself is actually the kind of holy light and dark flame that can break everything, it's just that he deliberately attached it to his palm in order to be handsome. So far, only this function has been discovered, but he knows that his second spirit ability is not that simple. As if feeling the tragic condition of another mandala snake, the one that Bei Bei faced made a screaming scream, letting Bei Bei's attack fall on him, he launched an impact desperately. It seems that these two should be companions, or spouses. The 2,000-year-old mandala snake was obviously a male. Hearing the screams of the female mandala snake, he wanted to come and rescue him, but he stayed here first. Ye Chen looked at this scene, and there was something inexplicable in his heart. Is this really the right thing to do? Ye Chen couldn't help asking himself in his heart. The relationship between human soul master and soul beast seems to have always been the relationship between killing and being slaughtered. Even if Huo Yuhao later personally founded the spirit-spreading pagoda, he did not save the result that the soul beast was on the verge of extinction. He also wants to find a way to solve the relationship between the two perfectly, and it is best to achieve a balanced state. While Ye Chen thought about it, Bai Bei also resolved the battle. Because the mandala snake fell into a violent state at the last moment, recklessly trying to kill the human who blocked him, Bai Bei also suffered some minor injuries. But it didn't hurt the bones and muscles, and it was harmless. Teacher Xiaoa, you can choose and see if you can absorb it. Ye Chen walked to the side of Tangya who was watching the show, and said with little interest. Seeing her treatment, the problem can be solved without any action, and 2 mandala snakes with different ages can be chosen at will. Thank you Xiao Chen. Tangya recovered from the shocked state, and thanked a little embarrassedly. The double eyelids with long eyelashes blinked, as if wanting to see through Ye Chen's body structure. Is this still a human? The first and second martial arts spirits are so perverted even for thousands of years. Tangya didn't know the match of Ye Chen's spirit ring, so she showed such a shocked look. And Bai Bei obviously knew it a long time ago, and it's no surprise. Tangya weighed it up, and finally chose the earliest 1000-year mandala snake. It is not that she does not want to absorb 2000 years, no one does not want to become stronger. But a person knows himself well. Tangya knew his situation, and there was only one consequence of forcibly assimilating it, that was, under the control of the mandala snake's resentment, he could not withstand the spirit power of 2000 years, and thus exploded and died. This soul beast died so miserably, who knows what powerful resentment he will have. Tangya sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the spirit ring of the 1000-year-old mandala snake, while Bai Bei stayed aside to protect her. Obviously, the previous cyan robe couldn't be worn anymore. It was covered with fishy blood. Bai Bei had to take out a new one from the ring and replaced it after the tree. Ye Chen leaned against a huge tree and started to daze. In the past few years, he has also summed up a lot of things. The second martial soul Tei and Yu Ying is still a mystery, but the main martial soul Fuzang divine tree, he already has a little understanding. For example, this second spirit ability, like the first spirit ability, was not obtained from the soul beasts that were hunted. It seems that they are all the skills that the Fuzang divine tree martial spirit comes with. As long as the age is right, no matter what type of spirit beast, it will bring him fixed spirit skills. In addition, he also confirmed that the kind of flame that appeared when the first spirit ring was fused at that time should be the fire of nirvana among the 10 primordial fires. Because of the same situation, it also appeared when Ye Chen merged with the second spirit ring. Different from the first time, what appeared this time was that he used the second spirit ability, the kind of flame that appeared as if from hell. According to Ye Chen's cognition, this is clearly the ghost fire among the 10 source fires. Confirming this point also confirmed what he thought before, that the first kind of flame is the fire of nirvana. Although more doubts in his heart, Ye Chen summed up a trace of law. With the advancement of each of his great realms, the Fuzang divine tree will have an evolution, and at the same time will add a 3-legged golden crow. Every 3-legged golden crow masters this kind of 10 great source of fire, and exercises him once, and after each exercise, his body strength will sublimate once. This forging body was classified as Shenhuo forging body by Ye Chen. He knew that 10 3-legged golden crows lived on the sacred tree of Fuzang. In this way, when the sacred tree of Fuzang grows into its final form and undergoes the 10th time of sacred fire forging, is it the time when he attains the position of God? And can you have 10 sources of fire? Although it is somewhat inconsistent with Ye Chen's memory, it seems that there is only one explanation at present. The 2 original fires are far from reaching the legendary level of burning the sky and destroying the earth. At present, in line with the amplification effect of Ye Chen's first spirit ability, with his 29th level of spirit power, the second spirit ability was able to display the peak strength of the third ring. That is, the mandala snake has a low cultivation base and is too careless. Even if it is slightly prepared, it will not be killed by Ye Chen directly. If you don't understand, just put it aside. Anyway, as his cultivation level improves, these things will always surface. Ye Chen sat cross-legged and entered meditation. Even if the soul master is meditating, he is aware of the outside world and can respond to some sudden dangers. But there were so many things happening today that Ye Chen had forgotten an important thing. Today is the last day of the 2-month cycle. Whenever this day comes, as long as he enters a state of meditation or sleep, he will feel the tearing pain in his eyes, and at the same time, the body will become uncontrolled by himself. When the first ray of sunlight at dawn shone on Ye Chen's face through the dense branches and leaves in the forest, the pain of the night was finally over. Ye Chen opened his eyes, feeling a little afraid. Why did you forget this one? Fortunately, he did not encounter any danger, otherwise his body would be completely out of control. Wouldn't it be equivalent to the fish on the sticky board, let the beast kill it? After one night, Ye Chen only felt that his spirit had become clearer again, and even some subtle points that were originally imperceptible became clearly visible wherever he could see. He couldn't see his eyes now. If he could, he would be surprised to find that the original pale pink left eye, the pink has deepened a lot, and turned into crystal peach powder. Although the right eye pupil is still pure sky blue, it is much deeper than before. Chapter 17, Encounter at the Gate of the College. Not long after Ye Chen woke up, Tangya completely absorbed the purple 1000-year spirit ring. This means that she has officially stepped into the 3-ring soul venerable, and her strength has stepped into a level of leadership. Successful. After Tangya took a breath, she stood up excitedly and jumped into Bei Bei's arms. She hung her whole figure on Bei Bei like a koala, and printed Baki on Bei Bei's face. Tangya couldn't help being happy as long as he thought of being able to accompany him to the 4th grade, her bright big eyes filled with excitement. This sudden intimacy caused Bei Bei to look at Tangya with a fascination, and put her arms around her delicate body. The smile on her face was full of pampering. But the two people seem to have forgotten at the same time, there is a third person here. You pay attention to the influence, okay, even if it is a teacher-student relationship, find a place where no one is going to have fun, okay, I really have no face to look at it. Ye Chen covered his eyes and said with black lines on his face. I'm still a masculine and innocent little virgin, okay, why do you want to be so cruel to me, let me see this. Ye Chen frantically complained in his heart, thinking that he must not peek, but his hand opened a gap in an unfaithful manner. Ahem! Ye Chen's sudden voice made Bei Bei almost choked with saliva in fright. Only then did the two intimacy react, and Ye Chen was still following them. Tangya quickly got off Bei Bei and gave him a shy look. Bei Bei smiled awkwardly, not daring to look at Tangya's eyes. Ye Chen looked at Tangya's happy appearance, and couldn't help but remember that soon, this lively girl would be captured by the Holy Spirit and become a saint. But he didn't intend to clarify the matter. After all, it was Tangya's chance. If it weren't for this incident, maybe her martial soul would not evolve until she grows old, so the achievement of a lifetime would end with the Soul King. The location of the 3 of them was already deep, and under Tangya's proposal, they searched horizontally for a while. I don't know why, but Huo Yuhao was not found. Helpless, they had to start to evacuate outside the Stardow Great Forest. In this Stardug forest full of crises, staying for an extra minute will give you an extra risk. You will never know which direction death will come from. Why? Where did Huo Yuhao go? Looking at the route forward, you should encounter it. Ye Chen's heart was full of doubts, but unfortunately no one came to answer him. He didn't believe it was eaten by the soul beast. As the protagonist of the original world, Huo Yuhao couldn't hang up so easily, there were still many things waiting for him to do. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help raising his vigilance. With his appearance, the events on the original mainland have begun to change, and he can no longer be naive to think that by mastering the subsequent plot, he will be able to grasp the trends of the entire continent. Next, he has to be extremely careful. Shrek City. Outside the East Gate exclusively dedicated to Shrek Academy, the shouts of vendors, the chattering of pedestrians, all the sounds together create a scene of a busy city. There are at least more than 5,000 people gathered here, most of them are various vendors, and the rest are students from Shrek Academy and adults who signed up with their children. At the East City Gate, a few soul guide tables were set up. A teacher from the outer college who was in charge of enrolling students sat at the table with a dozen students from the outer college in grades 5 and 6 to organize the college's enrollment work. A thin young man dressed in common clothes stood in a long line, waiting for his assessment. The team moved forward very slowly. The hot summer sun was scorching the thin but straight back of the teenager. The sweat just oozes out of the skin, and it evaporates before it falls. In spite of this, none of the teenager's will was consumed. I definitely can. Only by entering the mainland's #1 academy can I become stronger and avenge my mother in the future, the young man said firmly. This commoner boy is the Huo Yuhao who Ye Chen thought of. Because of the appearance of Ye Chen, the initial position of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has also changed. It was no longer under the ground of the official road outside the Stardo Great Forest, but in the woods 20 or 30 miles away. It was this short distance of 20 or 30 miles that successfully staggered the two groups of people. Huo Yuhao felt the call of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm at the time. The ghost and the gods deviated from the official way and entered the woods on the side. That's why these things happened later. And under the guidance of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, he went round and round or came to Shrek Academy. When the three of Ye Chen returned to Shrek City, Ye Chen glanced casually and saw Huo Yuhao, who had signed up and dressed in common clothes. Good fellow, we were looking for him with fear, worrying that he would be eaten by the soul beast, but I didn't expect this kid to come to the student to sign up. Ye Chen shrugged and said silently. Okay, Xiao Chen, it is a good thing that brother Yuhao is alive safely, I said he is so kind, and there will be no accidents. Tang Ye said with joy when he saw Huo Yuhao. Of course she has something to worry about, but she mainly thinks of other people's grilled fish. Bai Bei's adoring eyes never left Tang Ye, and she also had some doubts in her heart. Didn't he say this? When did it become Tang Ye? Let's go, big nephew, it looks like he has been making things difficult. Ye Chen heaved a sigh of relief and walked to the registration office first. It seems that although the world has undergone some changes, the general trend is still relatively stable, and Huo Yuhao finally came to Shrek Academy. It's just that his situation at this time seems a bit bad? After thinking about it, Ye Chen knew the reason. Teacher, please, just leave me behind. I will definitely try my best to cultivate and not hold back the academy. Huo Yuhao begged to look at the teacher in charge of enrollment at the college, the only difference between his body and his big eyes, exuding a desire for strength. In this life, he didn't have the quota of Tang sect, and even entering the gate of the academy seemed to be difficult for him to climb into the sky. Hey, it's not that I don't want to help you. The key is that your spirit power level is too low, so forget it. The first spirit ring is only 10 years old. Even if I want to give you water, there is no room for it. The college teacher couldn't help but sighed, feeling sorry for the child. The other students who came to sign up were accompanied by their parents. It was not easy for Huo Yuhao to have such a firm will when he was alone. The eyes are not deceiving, even though Huo Yuhao is a begging tone at this time, he can see the perseverance and desire for strength in his eyes at a glance. But it is a pity that Huo Yuhao's foundation is really bad. Even if he wanted to stay, he was worried that he would be punished by the senior management of the college. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on our protagonist to appear. Chapter 18, The Humble Pupil of Shura. The several senior students sitting at the registration office showed Huo Yuhao's humble appearance, and they all showed contemptuous smiles. After school starts, they have to face the choice, either to enter the inner courtyard based on their strength, or to go home after graduation to find a job. But at this critical juncture, they didn't seize the time to practice, but voluntarily ran to the door to recruit students. Among such a group of people, except for the who are full and waiting for graduation, they are the mobs who have little strength and like to join in the fun. I don't know how they got into this continent's first college. Sitting at the door to enroll students, isn't it corrupting the school's image? Several people saw Ye Chen coming, although they were stunned for a moment because of his different pupils, but they quickly recovered their arrogant appearance. Ye Chen didn't bother to take care of this group of people. If it weren't for them to graduate soon, he would even go to Yan Shaiji and expel them. Such a group of unmotivated bastards, I believe that as long as Ye Chen speaks, Yan Shaiji will definitely kick them out mercilessly. Although Ye Chen has not formally enrolled in school, over the years, the inner courtyard has also accumulated some prestige. As long as it is a veteran student in the inner courtyard who has been in the academy for a few years, who doesn't know that Ye Chen is the son of Jian Duo, the head of the Soul Guidance Department, let alone a mother Xian Liner who is very protective of the calf. With the love of the elders of the Shanghai God Pavilion, Ye Chen is like the prince of the academy. It is said that Ye Chen's talent is extremely high, possessing an extremely powerful martial spirit, but no one has actually seen it. As a result, Ye Chen's body has a trace of mystery. But only in the inner courtyard, very few people knew him in the outer courtyard. What happens? Ye Chen walked to the table, straightened Huo Yuhao who was begging, turned around and asked the teacher in the outer courtyard. This waste obviously has no strength, but he wants to enter our academy, and he doesn't ask where it is. Shrek is not a cat or dog who can enter. Without waiting for the enrollment teacher to speak, a handsome student said first. His tone is very arrogant, he looks like a talent, but he did not expect to be a beast in clothing. Yes, the enrollment of the school is really relaxed a lot, and even cats and dogs like you can come in. Ye Chen mocked back with the other party's words. He suppressed the urge to teach this guy, his voice was somewhat hoarse because of his anger. This is the entrance of Shrek Academy. If the students of the academy openly fight here, the academy's reputation will definitely be discredited. If you change to the academy, even if you can't beat it, Ye Chen will not hesitate to shoot. Huo Yuhao recognized the boy in front of him, who was the little brother he met in the Stardow forest the day before. From the moment a student who looked like a dog made a sarcasm, he kept clenching his fists, and a sense of humiliation surged into his heart. Ye Chen looked back at Huo Yuhao, gave him a relieved look, but couldn't help sighing in his heart. Huo Yuhao is still too humble now. A few years later, when the pupil of Azura crossed the continent, there was no trace of shadow on him at present. Why, don't you want to get ahead? The previous student was not irritated by Ye Chen's words, but looked at him with a threatening expression in his eyes. After all, after so many years in Shrek Academy, his psychological quality was still passable. Bei Bei and Tangya had already stood by. Tangya was so angry that she wanted to say something, but was suppressed by Bei Bei. At this time, the fewer people involved, the better. After all, it is related to the face and glory of the college. Shut up! The college asks you to enroll students here, is that so bad for the college? The teacher in charge exclaimed angrily. He is most uncomfortable with these few graduating students. These people belonged to the same class, and belonged to the kind of poor students hanging at the end, but even if they were poor students, after 5 years in Shrek Academy, all of them had good strength. It's fine to be arrogant and domineering when facing a younger brother who is weaker than himself. Now, in the presence of his teacher, he dares to openly satirize the students who come to sign up. What's more, as a teacher at the academy, he knew this boy with a different pupil. If you provoke him, let alone a few students, even his teacher might have to be implicated. The teacher in charge of enrollment, who usually looks amiable, suddenly broke out, shocking the few students who were bullying and fearful of hardship, and they kept silent. In the end, it was Bei Bei, a modest gentleman, who resolved the embarrassment. Teacher, apply for admission to little brother Huo, just use our Tang sect quota. Bei Bei and Ye Chen, who had been standing by and watching, smiled at each other, handed a token to the teacher, and said softly, "Anyway, it's not a disadvantage, it's better to help this little brother who has a good impression. Moreover, the Tang sect disciples are scarce at present, so he has plans to absorb Huo Yuhao into the Tang sect." He didn't know what Huo Yuhao's talent was, what he valued was character. If the character is not good enough, even if the talent is high, he will dismiss it. The enrollment teacher was taken aback, and it was indeed a good token of Tang sect. Tang sect has an admission quota for Shrek Academy every year, and you can skip the assessment and enter directly. Tell me about your basic information. After registration, you can directly enroll. As long as he is sure that the token is genuine, he is not worried about who the quota is used for. Originally, he was still feeling a little regretful because he couldn't help Huo Yuhao. Now that he had the quota of Tang sect, he immediately became happy for this determined young man. Bai Bei and Tang Ye looked at the boy who invited them to eat grilled fish, and showed cordial smiles. "What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and register." Ye Chen looked at Huo Yuhao who was dazed in place, and directly dragged him to the soul guide's table, saying a little bit of hatred for iron and steel. Huo Yuhao felt that he was being pulled by a strong force, and the whole person was still dumbfounded, but his position had changed. Unexpectedly, the quota I dreamed of was so easy to get. He thought a little bit self-deprecatingly, and he was still very cooperative with his message. Although he didn't want to owe favors, he really wanted to be able to enter Shrek Academy. If the favor is owed, you can pay it back, and if the opportunity is gone, it is really gone. After all, this is not a place for trouble. After Huo Yuhao's information was registered, Ye Chen hooked his shoulder and walked directly into the gate of the academy. After Ye Chen and his party left, the teacher in charge of enrollment looked at the student who deliberately found fault with a pity in his eyes. The student may not know what kind of existence he provoked. Walking into Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao was instantly attracted by the beautiful environment here. My eyes wandered between the carefully trimmed plants, and I felt a bright light ahead of me. If you are bullied in the college in the future, come to me. Don't be embarrassed. You will be the one under me in the future, remember. Ye Chen and Huo Yuhao walked on the square with their backs on their backs, carefree speaking of. Bai Bei and Tang Ye followed behind the two, whispering, not knowing what to discuss. After listening to Ye Chen's words, Huo Yuhao's heart was warm. Remember, Brother Chen. This voice of Brother Chen, regardless of any factors including age, came from Huo Yuhao's heart. Since childhood, he has been living in a cold environment, and he has never felt this kind of warmth. Because a few grilled fish got acquainted with each other, the three of them helped him in this way. Thinking of the icy white tiger duke's mansion again, Huo Yuhao's deep blue eyes rolled up a thin layer of mist. He can feel that the identities of the three are extraordinary. Although this matter may be a piece of cake in their eyes, to him, it is like a gift of reinvention. He is a person with clear grievances, and he remembers the kindness of others to him. If you have the ability in the future, you will definitely get back 10 times. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao gently touched his eyes, and also raised his hand to put Ye Chen's shoulders, and walked towards his bright future. Since then, Shura's pupils are no longer humble. Sorry everyone, it was a little late, the remaining 4 chapters will be published later today. The new book has just opened, and there is really no deposit in hand. Chapter 19, New Enrollment. Bai Bei and Tang Ye took Huo Yuhao to familiarize themselves with the campus, but Ye Chen left early and took the boat by the lake towards Haishan Island. Although Huo Yuhao used the quota belonging to the Tang sect, he has not yet joined the Tang sect. Ye Chen estimated that Bai Bei and Tang Ye would definitely invite him, but these were not what he should consider. Looking through the Xiantian treasure record obtained from Tang Ye, there are several kinds of Tang sect's unique knowledge recorded on it. Although Xiantian Gong didn't feel very useful to him, it was the basis for learning other Tang sect's unique skills. He planned to wait for the evening to ponder it. Ye Chen ran out by stealth and didn't tell anyone, so when he approached Sea God Island, he felt a little nervous. He disappeared for nearly 2 days and 1 night, and I don't know how my mother cleaned him. The result was a little beyond Ye Chen's expectation. When he returned home, Xian Liner had already returned, and a sumptuous dinner was prepared. Seeing Ye Chen, I greeted him gently to eat over as usual, as if nothing had happened. While Ye Chen was lucky enough to evade the catastrophe, he felt that he didn't do his homework and just happened to have the teacher asked for leave and didn't go to work that day. In fact, Xian Liner and Qian Duo already knew his move. The moment Ye Chen stepped out of the academy, he was already noticed by Mr. Mu and informed them. In Mu Lao's opinion, always working behind closed doors is definitely not good, and it is also good to go out and experience. Moreover, Ye Chen currently has a certain ability to protect himself. There was no more accident. Huo Yuhao still moved into the 108 dormitory. I don't know how long it has been unoccupied here, and there is dust everywhere. Huo Yuhao opened the window and cleaned it completely, then lay on the empty bed, thinking about how to go next. Yuhao, there are several auras in that different pupil that make me feel particularly depressed. You should be careful from now on. In the sea of spirit, the lazy voice of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm resounded. Don't worry, brother Tianmeng, I can see that brother Chen is not malicious to me. Huo Yuhao used spiritual power to communicate with Tianmeng Binkan. Tianmeng Binkan stopped talking when he heard the words, and continued to fall asleep. What Huo Yuhao said also made sense. As long as Ye Chen had no malice, it didn't matter whether he had the aura that made him jealous. Besides, with Huo Yuhao's current situation, there is really nothing worth plotting. A few days later, Shrek Academy completed all the recruiting of new students, and it was the day when the school officially started. Ye Chen put on the freshman's white school uniform, with his hands in his pockets, walking on the vibrant campus. Today, he will officially enter the school as a student. Ye Chen himself asked to go to the dormitory of the outer courtyard and entered the first grade class where Huo Yuhao was. Otherwise, going back and forth between the inner and outer courtyards every day would waste a lot of cultivation time. Instead of relying on privileges to live in the 108 dormitory where Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were located, they lived in a separate room. He didn't want to disturb the relationship development of the young couple. It is impossible to say that there is no idea about Tang Wutong in his heart. Although he usually likes to talk verbally, he will also be yelling, but the most important thing at the moment is to become stronger in his cultivation, and all emotional matters, just let the flow go. In front of the gate of the white teaching building, many freshmen in white school uniforms filed in. Everyone has a green monster mark symbolizing Shrek Academy on their left chest. Ye Chen was in front of the teaching building, watching the freshmen coming and going, and stopped slightly. He remembered the scene at the beginning of the university in his previous life, and he missed it a little. Wow, look at that boy, he is so handsome. What a strange pupil, it feels like I'm going to hook my soul away. At this moment when Ye Chen stopped, a lot of young girls who were pregnant were gathered behind him. Because he looks different from ordinary people, several girls have become idiots with little stars in their eyes. Brother is so handsome, so eye-catching wherever he goes. Ye Chen noticed this scene and thought narcissistically. She stranded her hair and walked towards the teaching building. Amidst a small scream, only a cool back was left. Ye Chen arrived a little early, and there were not many people in the classroom, just a few people sitting scattered and talking with each other. Walking to the last row by the window, Ye Chen leaned on the back of his chair and began to close his eyes to rest. As for why I came so early, apart from waiting for Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, the most important thing is out of fear of that monster teacher. Excuse me, can I sit here? A very pleasant voice sounded, breaking Ye Chen's inner silence. Looking up, she found that she was a very beautiful girl, who looked a little smaller than Ye Chen. Oh, yes. Gentleman, Ye Chen said. The little girl spoke up, there is no reason not to let people sit down. There are a total of 4 adjacent positions in a row, and 2 can be left for Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hello, my name is Xiao Xiao, you are so handsome. The little girl sat down and introduced herself, looking at Ye Chen's eyes also full of little stars. Hearing this name, Ye Chen's spirit suddenly rose. Oh, hello, my name is Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked cold. After saying this, he continued to close his eyes and rest. The look in Xiao Xiao's eyes clearly had thoughts about him. He didn't want to give Xiao Xiao any room for illusion, lest he could later steal the marriage between others and Keitu. Handsome is also an original sin. Ye Chen thought of narcissism, and at the same time began to think about how to cut off the girl's thoughts about herself. Fortunately, it might be because of shyness. Xiao Xiao blushed and didn't talk to Ye Chen anymore, just glanced at him from time to time. This girl is really a face controller. The original book liked Wang Dong at first, but now she is attracted to herself. How can this be good? I had always been looking forward to teasing my little sister, but the other little sisters all let him tease, but he himself was persuaded. As time passed by, the teachers who had been empty became lively. It's just that every time someone wants to sit in the 2 free positions beside Ye Chen, he will remind him that there is someone here. So the 2 positions are still vacant up to now. At this time, the class bell rang, and Huo Yuhao rushed in with an extremely handsome boy. Ye Chen confirmed at a glance that this handsome boy was Tang Wutong in the menswear period. The only thing that deviated from his memory was that the 2 entered the classroom at the same time and were almost late. Huo Yuhao looked around and found that only the last row of the classroom had 2 empty seats. Ye Chen was smiling and waving at him. The 2 hurriedly came to the back row to sit down, and before Huo Yuhao greeted Ye Chen, an old lady with chicken skin and crane hair walked into the door. The old woman was of medium build, dressed in a white robe, with grey hair coiled on top of her head, and a pair of very bright black eyes gleaming, as if she was looking for something in the classroom. Seeing this old woman, Ye Chen's head was so low that he almost touched the tabletop. Ye Chen! The old woman yelled, startled all the new students, and the formerly lively teacher instantly quieted down. Ye Chen heard the old woman yell her name, her eyelids jumped suddenly, and at the same time she was shocked, she stood up like a conditioned reflex. Chapter 20, Sad Ye Chen. Why are you hiding in the corner? I thought you didn't come, but forgive you for not daring to mind my class. After seeing Ye Chen, the old woman nodded in satisfaction, her voice was hoarse and awkward, like a broken gong. Regardless of Ye Chen, who was standing alone and messy, began to introduce herself. My name is Zhou Yi, and it's your head teacher. Zhou Yi's self-introduction was still so sharp and domineering, and Ye Chen was a little frightened. As the son of the principal and deputy dean of the Seoul Guidance Department, Ye Chen naturally met the wife of Fan Yu, the first instructor of the Seoul Guidance Department, and more than once. The 2 are more familiar with each other, and Ye Chen's talent, Zhou Yi, is also very familiar. To be honest, after learning that Ye Chen is coming to her class, they have been happy for a long time. But because of this, Zhou Yi's requirements for Ye Chen may be much higher than others. After Zhou Yi put forward his request, the faces of all the students showed indignation. They were all carefully selected by various forces in the mainland, and they were all elites among their peers. When have they been so belittled? In the past, in the eyes of their elders, they were absolute geniuses, but in the mouth of teacher Zhou, they all turned into rubbish. Their proud hearts suddenly felt a great difference. From now on, Ye Chen will be the squad leader of the first squad. I hope you can take the lead. Zhou Yi only then paid attention to Ye Chen, who had been standing for a long time, with an unquestionable tone. For this group of students who think they are extremely talented, such a position as a monitor was originally aspirational. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yi didn't know about them, so he appointed it directly, and it was full of insider information. Teacher, I am not convinced, why should he be the class leader? A student stood up and said angrily. This sentence also expressed the aspirations of other students. If you don't agree, you can get out immediately. As a class teacher, I have the right to appoint someone as the class leader, and I also have the privilege of expelling students. Zhou Yi said in a hoarse voice. A horrible breath rushed out of him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. The standard best matched spirit ring rose from her feet, and every student who was oppressed by the powerful spirit power fluctuations had a kind the feeling of suffocation. The student who was previously dissatisfied was speechless for a moment, and never dared to say a word again. Even so, Wang Dong still looked at Ye Chen dissatisfied. The first time she saw Ye Chen from entering the door, she was shocked by Ye Chen's appearance. This is the first boy she has seen since she disguised herself as a man. Under the influence of her strong enthusiasm, she would naturally become unconvinced. Even if Wang Dong admits that Ye Chen is handsome, he doesn't believe that he is better than himself in terms of strength. In this world where strength represents status, if you want to truly convince the masses, you must have enough strength. Huo Yuhao didn't have any ideas, he didn't care who was the monitor. Although he didn't know what his strength was, he recognized Ye Chen's character. I know you are definitely not convinced in your heart. Don't say that I am bullying others. Today, let you guys who pretend to be geniuses to see what a real genius is. Xiao Chen, please introduce yourself and show off your martial arts. Soul. Zhou Yi said calmly. In fact, when he knew that Ye Chen would enter his class, he had the idea to let him spur other students. The ones mentioned above are just paving the way for this. You have released your spirit ring, and you said it's not bullying. This is the voice of most students in the classroom, but no one dared to say it. In fact, after a few minutes, Ye Chen taught them a lesson steadily. He could more or less guess Zhou Yi's intentions, and started to introduce himself very cooperatively. Ye Chen, 11 years old and 3 months old, Wuhan Fuzang God Tree, 29th level War Spirit Master. Ye Chen said flatly, as if this were something that couldn't be more ordinary. Because they didn't have a division yet, Ye Chen just regarded himself as a War Spirit Master. Even if everyone was shocked by Ye Chen's spirit power level, it was not unacceptable. Among the students present, there are not a few with more than 20 levels of spirit power, such as Wang Dong. But it was Ye Chen's martial soul that really broke their common sense. Only a strong breath of light burst out from Ye Chen's body, as if there was a little sun in the classroom. With the mobilization of soul power, the martial arts spirit of the Fuzang Divine Tree slowly floated in front of Ye Chen, exuding the ultimate light. Everyone who went out of the room except Ye Chen and Zhou Yi had their eyes dull and fell into a state of horror. Leaving aside the Fuzang Divine Tree martial spirit that had never been seen before, just the 2 bright purple spirit rings made everyone feel dizzy. The maximum endurance of the first spirit ring is about 500 years, which is common sense that almost every spirit master knows. But now, what happened to the 2,000-year spirit rings on Ye Chen's body? Everyone's worldview seemed to collapse in an instant. What on earth is Brother Chen's martial spirit? Why is there such a sacred aura? Huo Yuhao looked at Ye Chen with a shocked expression. His mind was not enough. When I saw Ye Chen's pair of different pupils, I thought that his martial spirit was similar to his own. They were all eyes, but the real result was far beyond his expectations. Huo Yuhao looked at the extremely dazzling Ye Chen. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes, and at the same time he strengthened his idea of becoming stronger. If the talent is not enough, use diligence to make up. I believe that one day, he will shine like a knight at this time. But he didn't know that Ye Chen, with unparalleled talent, had gone crazy and worked hard to cultivate. Wang Dong's beautiful big eyes stared straight at the 2,000-year spirit rings on Ye Chen's body, lost in thought. Even if it was her, the first spirit ring did not dare to exceed that limit, and it was not until the second spirit ring that he dared to attach the millennium level, and how did this Ye Chen do it? Moreover, both of the martial spirits of the light attribute, her light goddess butterfly seemed to have encountered a nemesis, and under the suppression of that sacred light aura, she even felt a little trembling in her own right. Even though he had heard about this a long time ago, it was the first time Zhou Yi had seen Ye Chen's martial spirit and spirit ring. Those two bright purple spirit rings, even she was shocked, not to mention the freshman who had just entered school. Seeing the reaction of the students, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction, and Ye Chen also took back his Fuzang God Tree martial spirit in a timely manner. He didn't reveal that he had twin martial arts spirits, just this was enough to help Zhou Yi achieve his goal. The fact that Ye Chen had twin spirits, except for himself, was only known to the elders in the Sea God Pavilion. Even his big nephew Bai Bei only knew his first martial arts spirit. Have you taken it all? If you take it, all of you will go to the playground and run 100 laps. With your weak physical fitness, you dare to call it a genius. Remind you, if you can't finish running within an hour, just get out of here. Zhou Yi's unquestionable voice sounded again, and no one said nonsense this time. He obediently left the front door and ran in circles. After seeing the scene just now, although they were convinced, they did not admit defeat. They are all the same age, why can others do it, but not themselves? Thinking of this, they had no other distracting thoughts in their hearts, only the motivation to become stronger. Ye Chen sat at the back of the classroom and smiled, a little gloating. It seems that these freshmen are inevitable after all this disaster. Ye Chen, what are you grinding behind, why don't you keep up? Zhou Yi couldn't help shouting angrily as Ye Chen gloated. Ah, do I want to run too? Ye Chen was a little dazed, looking at Zhou Yi suspiciously. Isn't this just talking nonsense, you are the squad leader. If you want to take the lead and don't impose other conditions on you, just run 100 laps more than others. Zhou Yi rolled his eyes, his tone was so plain, as if these 100 laps were a simple matter. Ye Chen didn't know what to say in an instant. I was still gloating just now, but the disaster fell from the sky in the next moment. Sure enough, people still can't be too proud. Ye Chen thought sadly, in his big gem-like eyes, there was extremely despair. Chapter 21, Soul Guidance Test Area. Shrek Academy, on the playground of the outer courtyard, a group of boys and girls are running laps around the playground. Ye Chen ran forward at a constant speed, and Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao were next to him. While running, Huo Yuhao suddenly asked curiously, Brother Chen, are you familiar with our class teacher? I think she will call your name directly after she comes in. Ye Chen has always had a mysterious color, attracting the curiosity of others. The martial soul that has never been seen before, is different from ordinary people's eyes, and the soul power level does not match the age, everything is full of curiosity. Ye Chen thought for a while and said, this matter is a bit long to say, anyway, you'll know about it later. He did not answer directly, but bought a pass. The fewer people who know their own identity, the better, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Huo Yuhao nodded, since Ye Chen didn't want to say, he didn't continue to ask. Everyone has their own secrets, and Huo Yuhao is no exception. Wang Dong on the side looked at Ye Chen curiously. Compared to the others, she wanted to know the origin of Ye Chen's martial arts. The ultimate light can be suppressed even by her light goddess butterfly. You must know that the light attribute element she owns is close to the extreme level, so it seems that Ye Chen's martial soul definitely has the ultimate light attribute. Although he was full of doubts, Wang Dong did not ask. She and Ye Chen only met for the first time, and they weren't familiar enough to ask such questions. This has involved the most important secret of others. After an hour, everyone changed their clothes and returned to the classroom feebly, sitting in chairs to continue the class. Zhou Yi vigorously cleared out a dozen students who did not meet the requirements, and the originally crowded classroom suddenly became much empty. This move killed the chicken and the monkey, successfully suppressed the remaining students, and never dared to refute her words again. At Zhou Yi's request, everyone began to introduce themselves. Ye Chen had already introduced them before. Sitting at the back of the classroom, there was a lack of interest. By his side, there was also Xiao Xiao looking at him with a face of admiration, making him afraid to look there. When Huo Yuhao said that he only had 11th level spirit power, although other students looked down on him a little, no one dared to speak sarcastically due to Zhou Yi's pressure. Ye Chen saw the more or less loss in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, as long as you keep working hard, it won't take long to surpass them." Huo Yuhao nodded, his eyes became firm again. He didn't hear the second meaning in Ye Chen's words, and only treated it as comfort between friends. This feeling of being cared by friends is so good. Feeling Ye Chen's caring gaze, Huo Yuhao's heart was warm. After everyone introduced themselves, Zhou Yi began to attend class formally. Ye Chen leaned on the table, thinking about other things in his heart. Mr. Mu has talked about this knowledge, and he is already thoroughly familiar with it. Huo Yuhao beside him could hear that he was extremely serious, looking like he was thirsty for knowledge, absorbing knowledge frantically. During the lunch break, Huo Yuhao was left alone by Zhou Yi. Originally, Ye Chen wanted him to try some grilled fish, but the plan could only be a soup. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but complain to Zhou Yi. "Second, if you can't eat grilled fish, you can take the opportunity to eat some tofu." When he planned to go to the cafeteria for dinner with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, he found that the two of them did not know when they were no longer in the classroom. Sitting in the empty classroom, Ye Chen wanted to cry without tears, planning to go eat something by himself, and he still had things to do in the afternoon. At this time, Zhou Yi, who had left with Huo Yuhao before, returned to the teacher again. Seeing that there was only Ye Chen in the classroom, Zhou Yi said lightly, "Come here, Xiao Chen, I have something to tell you." After speaking, without waiting for Ye Chen's reply, he turned around and left in a hurry. "I can't wait until the meal is over to talk about anything, I'm growing up right now." Although he was extremely reluctant in his heart, he still followed up numbly. If this doesn't keep up, then wait to bear the anger of Zhou Yi, the six-ringed Soul Emperor. After Ye Chen walked out of the freshman teaching building, he walked to the back of the academy, followed by Huo Yuhao, who looked up confused. "It's clearly your job, why do you want me to do it for you?" Since Zhou Yi just finished talking with him, Ye Chen's heart has never stopped. Although he originally wanted to go to that place, after Zhou Yi's order, he suddenly became reluctant. "Brother Chen, where are we going?" Huo Yuhao asked suspiciously. Although he knew that Ye Chen was a few months younger than him when he introduced himself before, he still called him Brother Chen. His admiration for Ye Chen has already exceeded the age limit. "Do you know what soul guidance device is?" Ye Chen didn't answer, but asked rhetorically. "I know, Senior Bai Bei has explained to me before, and I have a certain understanding." Huo Yuhao didn't know why Ye Chen asked this, but out of politeness, he answered seriously. Ye Chen was taken aback for a moment. Hearing Huo Yuhao's address to Bei Bei, he obviously hadn't joined Tang sect yet. "What does my big nephew do? It's been a few days, and I haven't accepted anyone in yet." "I don't think about these first, as long as Huo Yuhao has a certain understanding of the soul guide, then the matter is simple. Save him to introduce it again. Take you to a place where you can improve your strength." Ye Chen smiled deeply, finished pretending to be mysterious, and continued to move forward. Although Huo Yuhao was a little unclear about the reason, out of trust in Ye Chen, he still followed. After all, he was in the academy, and Zhou Yi confessed that he followed Ye Chen. Without Zhou Yi's help, they reached the destination of this trip after walking for nearly half an hour with the strength of their feet. Ye Chen's familiarity with the college circuit is as good as that of his own home. This point can't help but deepen Huo Yuhao's thoughts that Brother Chen's identity is unusual. A sign next to it told him where it was. Soul Guidance Device Test Area. Ms. Zhou asked Brother Chen to bring me to the Soul Guidance Device Test Area. Could it be that he wanted me to become a soul guidance teacher? Huo Yuhao's eyes were a bit dull, and he thought blankly. Sure enough, Ye Chen's next words made him affirm his thoughts. Yu Hao, this is the soul guide test area. Teacher Zhou wants you to try whether you have the potential to become a soul teacher. If you can, your strength will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Ye Chen patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder. Said confidently. Huo Yuhao nodded, and followed Ye Chen into it. He does not reject this, as long as he can improve his strength, he will choose to accept it without hesitation. In the early stage, you may follow the original book, but there will be absolutely no difference. It will be a watershed from the beginning of Ye Chen's third spirit ring. There will definitely be unexpected surprises at that time, believe me. Chapter 22, Why is it so dark? After entering the door, there is a long horizontal corridor, and everything exudes a metallic atmosphere. What the entire experimental area brings to Ye Chen is a strong sense of modernity. Ye Chen has been here many times, taking Huo Yuhao's light car and turning around, came to a gate marked number 12, and inlaid a hexagonal silver token in the corresponding recess of the gate. Slot. In the large space, the mechanical sound of gears rang. The token was given to him by Duo in order to let Ye Chen come here to find Fanyu and learn the related knowledge of soul guidance device. In the past few years, he didn't let him study systematically, because he was worried that he was too young, and his limited energy was unable to take care of the martial arts training and the soul guide. Now that Ye Chen is officially enrolled, he can also give him a try. In case there is no talent for the soul guidance device, or if both parties can't take care of it, there is no time to give up. Even if Duo hopes that Ye Chen can carry forward the soul guidance system, he still has to guarantee the martial soul cultivation. Otherwise, if such a good talent is wasted, it may even be life-threatening. After several years of cultivation, Ye Chen's body attribute cycle has become a small fixed-mounted soul-guided cannonball. Once it explodes in the body, the consequences are not a joke. After the door was opened, as if he had noticed the movement, a tall middle-aged man walked over quickly. After seeing Ye Chen, the middle-aged man's frowning brows stretched out, revealing a soft smile. Xiao Chen, you are here. Ye Chen wanted to learn about soul guidance device. Duo said hello in advance, and the middle-aged man was not surprised. Ye Chen bowed forward and said with a grin, Uncle Fanyu, I haven't been here for a few months. It seems that there are more test sites here. With Ye Chen's Uncle Fanyu, the middle-aged man he called with a smile, and his exhaustion disappeared a lot after he was busy all morning. That's because of a plan of the academy. This man is the first soul instructor of Shrek Academy, Fanyu. Because it involves the core secrets of the academy, even in the face of Ye Chen, he just clicked to the end. Ye Chen knew about Fanyu's difficulties, and did not ask. Besides, he can almost guess one or two, and it makes no sense to ask. When the two were talking, Huo Yuhao looked at the surrounding environment curiously, and found everything strange. However, he also knew how to measure. He just stayed quietly not far behind Ye Chen and didn't run around. Oh, what you said is true. Suddenly, Fanyu looked at Huo Yuhao who was aside with sharp gaze, and asked in disbelief. Huo Yuhao's attention was focused on the surrounding environment, and he did not hear what Ye Chen was talking with Fanyu. He was watching Fanyu's sharp gaze, and he was a little confused. Yuhao, apply your first spirit ability to us. Ye Chen's confident voice sounded, and there was also a hint of expectation in his heart. Zhou Yi knew about Huo Yuhao's soul skills, and Ye Chen didn't seem abrupt when he proposed it at this time. Although Huo Yuhao didn't figure out the situation, out of trust in Ye Chen, he still did. A circle of milky white spirit rings slowly rose from under his feet, and not very strong spirit power fluctuations emerged from his body. The first spirit ability and spirit detection sharing was applied to the two of Ye Chen. Ye Chen felt the change in his vision in an instant, but relatively speaking, with Huo Yuhao's current cultivation base, this spirit detection and sharing seemed to be of little help to him. Relying on his pair of different pupils, Ye Chen's eyesight was originally far incomparable. If Huo Yuhao's soul power cultivation reached the 20th level, that kind of improvement could be manifested in Ye Chen's body. However, spiritual exploration and sharing wins over the word sharing. No matter how good Ye Chen's eyesight was, he could only use it by himself, but Huo Yuhao's first spirit ability could benefit an entire team. Having this kind of magical skill really meets my requirements. Although it is from a 10-year spirit ring, if it really has growth potential, it would be great. Fan Yu felt the magic of this spirit skill and was surprised. At the same time, he nodded in satisfaction. The effect of this spirit ability has growth properties, which Ye Chen told him just now, and this is what he values most. Just imagine, if the range of this skill can reach 1 kilometer, then Huo Yuhao will definitely become the most terrifying soul master on the mainland. Of course, with Ye Chen's abnormality excluded, if he can become a title Douluo level powerhouse in the future, the terrifying increase of the first spirit ability can even reach 100%. Caitou, come here. Fan Yu beckoned to the group of people not far away, and a black and strong young man ran over quickly. Because he had been here several times, Ye Chen recognized the dark and strong boy as the source of future destruction in Keitu. Even though he had seen it many times, he still couldn't help but complain, and Keitu was too dark. Originally, Ye Chen thought that even if it was black, it wouldn't go anywhere, but in fact, it was almost the same as charcoal. His age was not a few years older than Ye Chen, but his height at 2 meters away, plus a sturdy muscle, made him almost twice the size of Ye Chen. Obviously he looks fierce and evil, but there is a simple smile on his face. If Ye Chen were to use one word to describe him at this time, it would be contrasting cute. As Ye Chen expected, Fan Yu General and Keitu called over, just wanting him to cooperate with Huo Yuhao's spirit ability to do an experiment. After seeing Ye Chen's encouraging eyes, Huo Yuhao quickly followed. Ye Chen stayed in place, took the introduction to low-order soul guidance device handed over by Fan Yu, and flipped through it. Anyway, he already knew. When the experiment was finished, it was late. At this time, the afternoon class had already started, and I rushed back to the classroom for class. I guess I couldn't hear much. So the two were not in a hurry at all. They had time to hurry, so it's better to learn the knowledge of soul guidance device here. Probably because Ye Chen was here, Fan Yu personally explained a lot of basic knowledge and the use of several simple soul guides for the two of them. Both listened very carefully, and this knowledge felt extremely novel to them. Huo Yuhao wanted to seize all opportunities to become stronger through cultivation, while Ye Chen was purely because of his hobbies. He also hopes that one day, those cool mechas can be manufactured in advance. The advantage of teaching at the test site is that after learning the knowledge, you can practice it yourself. With Fan Yu, the chief soul instructor of the academy, personally guided, Ye Chen and the two were very quick to accept knowledge. In just one afternoon, they mastered the use of several types of soul guides. The soul guidance device is divided into several categories. As long as you master one of each category, the entire category will naturally be known. At this time, the two began to lament how important a good teacher is. The knowledge that originally seemed very complicated, after Fan Yu's explanation, suddenly became simple. Chapter 23, Unintentional. After leaving the soul guide test area, the sky was getting dark, and only a few sunset clouds remained. Before leaving, Fan Yu told them that they only need to come over 2 days on the weekend. The main reason is not to delay the learning of the basic knowledge of the martial arts of the two people. When Ye Chen and the others are in the 2nd grade, they will formally arrange the courses. In the evening on the road of the outer courtyard, 2 figures strolled unhurriedly. Yuhao, didn't Beibei invite you to join Tang sect? Ye Chen was a little puzzled. The appreciation in Beibei's eyes at the time was self-evident. With his character, it stands to reason that he hasn't made a move until now. Facing the question, Huo Yuhao showed a sunny smile, and said lightly, Senior Bai Bei invited me, saying that he gave me a few days to think. Suddenly, Ye Chen said that Bai Bei couldn't be so indifferent. If you don't do what you think of, then you don't deserve to be my eldest nephew. Then have you considered it clearly? Huo Yuhao nodded and admitted, and then asked, Brother Chen, do you know where Senior Bai Bei is? I wanted to find him yesterday, but unfortunately I don't know the college very well, and I don't know where their class is. He thought clearly that instead of being alone, he might as well join the Tang sect and have a place to rely on. According to his observation, although there are only 3 people in Tang sect at present, the atmosphere between them is so harmonious and warm that he can't help but want to join them. Ye Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly, and despised in his heart, I have recruited people, but I don't have to explain clearly, Bai Bei is really going back more and more. You don't need to look for him, I agreed on behalf of Tang Yi. It's fine to say hello to them next time you see them. Ye Chen turned to look at Huo Yuhao, and said carelessly. Yuhao, remember, you will be my junior brother from now on, in front of Bai Bei and Tang Yi, you must not mention your age. Huo Yuhao looked at his cheap brother, and after nodding in agreement, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Obviously he was a few months younger than himself, but deliberately pretended to be an old-fashioned look. Having not eaten anything for a day, coupled with the intensive absorption of knowledge, Ye Chen's already hungry chest stuck to his back. Yuhao, let's go to the cafeteria to have something to eat, I'll treat you. Although Huo Yuhao's head was dizzy, he still didn't want to take advantage of others for no reason. If you follow Ye Chen, dinner will be resolved, but after eating this meal, the next meal is still undecided. You can't always follow others to eat together, right? Even if Ye Chen didn't care, Huo Yuhao's pride did not allow him to do so. His expression was a little hesitant, but when the words came to his lips, he spoke a little embarrassedly. Brother Chen, I still have something to do. Let's not go. By the way, can you lend me a few silver soul coins and pay you back in a few days? Ye Chen stared blankly. He didn't know why Huo Yuhao wanted to borrow money from him, but he still happily took out a bulging money bag from the ring and handed it to his hand. If you want to borrow or not, you can take it directly if you need it. You don't have to be polite with me. The tone was a little careless. To him, money was really just a number. My mother Xian Liner had arranged everything for food and clothing, and there was no place to spend money. Huo Yuhao took the heavy bag and opened it. It was full of gold soul coins. There were hundreds of them. With the golden light, Huo Yuhao was a little dizzy. He had never seen so much money in the more than 10 years since he was a child. Taking out a gold coin from the purse, Huo Yuhao stuffed the rest intact back into Ye Chen's hand. Thank you Brother Chen, one is more than enough. I borrowed the money from you. I will repay you in a few days. Huo Yuhao once again emphasized that the money was borrowed, and said firmly while his heart was warm. He is not greedy and knows the truth of accepting what is good. With this gold coin, it is enough for him to do the next thing. After eating dinner, Ye Chen returned to the bed in the dormitory to practice. Huo Yuhao insisted on borrowing only 1 gold coin, so he didn't force it. Some things could not be measured by money. Just like their friendship, if the element of money is inserted abruptly, it may be fine during the break, but after a long time, it will definitely become moldy. Xian Gong was running in his body, and a strong suction appeared in Ye Chen's palm, pulling the metal water cup on the dormitory table into his hand. The palm of his hand gently turned, leaving a few obvious fingerprints on the extremely hard metal water cup. After doing this, Xian Gong worked again for a few weeks, and Ye Chen let out a sigh of relief and opened his closed eyes. This control of cranes and dragons is worthy of being one of the 6 great Tang sects, and it's just a first glimpse of the way. It's no accident. After you have cultivated to Xiaocheng, if you use it on people, you will definitely have the ability to divide your muscles and bones. Feeling the power of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, a satisfied smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. Bai Bei just briefly introduced the 6 types of Tang Sec's unique knowledge, and relying on his own exploration, he had already got a glimpse of the way. It can be seen that his comprehension ability is far from comparable. Huo Yuhao doesn't know if he's back, let's go check it out, and give him the Xiantian treasure record by the way. Ye Chen looked at the dark night outside the window, got up and walked out. With his memory ability, in a few days, he had already memorized this Xiantian treasure record without a word, and the rest was to slowly comprehend it and integrate it with himself. He didn't want to just stop here, but planned to refer to the Tang Sec's unique knowledge and create his own skills. Since this Suane Shanbailuo has lost its effect on him, it is better to give it to Huo Yuhao and make the best use of it. The 103rd dormitory where Ye Chen was located was only a few dozen steps away from 108. Because of his character, Ye Chen came to the front and back of the door. Without thinking much, he pushed the door and walked in. As a result, he saw a scene he will never forget. In the room, a white figure with a flowery back, not wide but round shoulders straight down, outlines a soft arc on the waist, and only bulges up to the hip. On the white jade-like skin, little drops of water slid down from above. As he was sitting in the bathtub, a pair of slender long legs were looming, giving Ye Chen a tremendous impact, and a nosebleed almost gushed out. "Damn it, how come I hit you, it's a long needle." Ye Chen patted his head fiercely, and hurriedly covered his eyes with both hands, only to open a seam unwillingly. "My hand, when can I listen to my brain dominate?" Even though Ye Chen thought this way, he couldn't help but quietly look at Wang Dong's back. He is not the elm head of Huo Yuhao, he knows the true identity of Wang Dong. A peerless beauty is exposed in front of him naked, and it is inevitable that there is a lot of imagination. Only then did I remember that in the original work, Huo Yuhao came back suddenly and ran into Wang Dong taking a bath. As a result, because of a slight deviation in time, Huo Yuhao didn't go back to the dormitory, instead he was hit by this scene. "What?" Accompanied by a sharp scream, Wang Dong instantly released his light goddess butterfly martial soul, wrapped his body with a pair of royal blue wings, and turned to look at Ye Chen at the door. Wang Dong's eyes were full of anger, and his heart trembled when he saw it. Only then did he realize that it was not the time to stay here. The whole body's spirit power was fully mobilized by him, the first spirit ability boosted himself, stepping on the ghost and shadowy steps, and rushing out of the dormitory like lightning. He really used all the methods he could use, just to escape this horrible place. "Brother Tang, I didn't mean to look at your girl's body. I was really careless. For the sake of our fellow travelers, you should just open one eye and close one eye and go around me, little brother." Ye Chen ran away swiftly, still muttering the words that others heard, the gods and gods. Chapter 24, It and number 039. Really nothing to do with me. It was late at night, but the gate of Shrek Academy was still brightly lit. Among the countless vendors' stalls, Huo Yuhao found a free position and set up a small oven. On the grill, there are a few herrings grilled into golden yellow, light oil flowing on it, and the thick aroma slowly spreading from where he was. Even though it was past dinner time, after smelling the scent that rushed to the face, it still filled people with appetite. These things were purchased by Huo Yuhao with the golden soul coins borrowed from Ye Chen, intending to use his skills to earn a little living expenses. In front of the oven, many trainees who smelled the fragrance were lined up in an orderly manner, waiting for the delicious baking to be completed. It didn't take long before all the 30 grilled fish he prepared ran out. Huo Yuhao skillfully sprinkled some seasoning on the finished grilled fish and handed it to a male student in the front. After the male student took the grilled fish, he handed Huo Yuhao 5 copper soul coins. "Brother, this grilled fish is really delicious, can you sell me more?" The golden yellow grilled fish exuded a tempting aroma. The male student took a bite, and was immediately overwhelmed by the excellent taste, and wanted to buy a few more. "Sorry senior, today's grilled fish is sold out, please come again tomorrow." Huo Yuhao looked at the only 4 grilled fish left on the grill, and tactfully rejected him. "Brother, aren't there 4 more, can you sell them to us?" At this time, 4 female students wearing Shrek purple school uniforms came to Huo Yuhao's front. It was one of the most beautiful girls who spoke. She looks 14 or 5 years old. She has a slender and even figure, her skin is like pure snowflakes, and her big golden wavy hair is scattered behind her head. The girl has big, expressive eyes, looking forwardly at the rest on the shelf. 4 grilled fish. Huo Yuhao looked slightly dazed with the overwhelming posture, and his heartbeat could not help speeding up a bit. In his impression, Tangya was also comparable in appearance. "Sorry senior sister, I left these grilled fish for my friends, so I can only be sorry." Even though she was shocked by the girl's appearance, Huo Yuhao politely declined. He plans to bring these grilled fish back to Wangdong and Yechen to try them out. Naturally, he can't just sell them like this. Upon hearing this, the stunning girl didn't force her, her expression was a little bit lost. "Boy, dare you not sell it?" Just as the girl was about to leave, an angry voice rang from the back, and a gold soul coin was wrapped in a strong soul power, which was completely embedded in the oven. A young man in a black costume jumped over the character girl and caught the only grilled fish left on the stall. Huo Yuhao's pupils shrank slightly, and when he was about to pick up the grilled fish, the abnormal change recurred. The same golden light and shadow burst from a distance and hit the palm of the young man's grasp. When the two collided, the black-clothed youth did not expect that someone would shoot at him. The original sharp movement was slowed down, and the golden light and shadow were also bounced away, falling to the ground with a clang sound. Huo Yuhao took the opportunity to take away the grilled fish and saw the true face of the golden light. Amazingly, it is another golden soul coin. Are the golden soul coins so worthless? They are all used as weapons. Huo Yuhao was a little speechless in his heart. "Su Sanqi, you dare to move even the person I cover, don't you want to live anymore?" A faint voice sounded, and Huo Yuhao showed a look of joy and looked in the direction of the voice. A young boy with different pupils, with his hands around his head, with a wooden stick in his mouth, showing a lazy posture. This person is Yechen, who fled from the 108 dormitory. When escaping quickly, he thought of Huo Yuhao's borrowing money, he immediately guessed the position of the other party at this time, and rushed over here. "Who am I, Yechen? Don't think that because of your special status, I am afraid of you." After seeing Yechen, the black-clothed youth called Su Sanqi trembled and roared loudly. "Come here, see if I won't take your tortoise shell today." Yechen was somewhat angry. Su Sanqi knew that he was bullying a younger brother who was weaker than himself. Although his heart might not be bad, it is a fact to bully Huo Yuhao at this moment. He was still a little brainless. Under the stimulus of Yechen's words, a nameless fire surged into his heart, 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings rose from under his feet, and the situation instantly became tense. Yechen naturally wouldn't be afraid of him, and secretly mobilized the soul power of his body. Su Sanqi is one of the few people in the outer courtyard who knows Yechen. The reason is still Ma Xiao Tao. "Su Sanqi, what are you doing? Are you bullying our Tang clan?" "No one." Just as the two were about to start their hands, the 2 voices sounded at the same time. The former comes from the beautiful girl before, while the latter comes from the crowd of onlookers. Following the latter's slightly angry voice, Bai Bei's figure appeared in the sight of everyone, her expression no longer elegant and gentle. Standing beside him was Tangya with the same angry face. Because she heard the movement here, she took Bai Bei over to watch the excitement, and never wanted to see the confrontation between Yechen and Su Sanqi. Su Sanqi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he realized that the situation was not so good for him. He quickly calculated in his heart. "Okay, Yechen, you joined the Tang sect, but you thought I would be scared because of the number of people? If there is a kind, follow me to the spirit fighting zone." Su Sanqi said this to Yechen. He knows the truth of Persimmon's softness. Although he knows Ye Chen, he is different from Bai Bei. He is not clear about the other's martial arts and strength. He simply thinks that he is younger than himself and his strength is definitely not as good as himself. He was still smug in his heart, and finally picked the strongest among the four. No. No. Two more sounds sounded at the same time, both Bai Bei and Tang Yu made at the same time. Why, don't you dare! Su Sanqi didn't pay attention to the two of them, and continued to use his aggressive approach to Ye Chen. Why don't you dare? Don't worry, today you must beat this guy so hard to take care of yourself. Ye Chen said angrily. After hearing this, Su Sanqi showed a wretched smile, with a hint of trickery in his eyes. He thought that his agitation had worked, but he didn't see it. Bai Bei and Tang Yu smiled at each other, and there was a hint of schadenfreude in their expressions. Xiao Chen is so bad, Su Sanqi is probably going to be bleeding heavily today. This idea appeared in both of them at the same time. And so on. Just when the 5 people, including Huo Yuhao, were about to leave for the soul fighting area, a crisp voice interrupted their steps. A handsome boy with blue-pink hair, a pair of bright blue butterfly wings flapping behind him, fell in front of everyone. Wang Dong, why are you here? After recognizing who this person is, Huo Yuhao asked suspiciously. I'll go, why is this girl chasing after me? I thought I got rid of her. Ye Chen looked dodgy, because of his guilty conscience, he did not dare to look into her eyes. I'm here to find him, aren't you going to the spirit fighting area? I want to join the opposing side of Ye Chen. Wang Dong's bright big eyes stared at Ye Chen, gritted his teeth and said, his posture was like a little girl who had been robbed of her virginity. After listening, everyone looked at Wang Dong with a dull gaze, in disbelief. At that moment, Ye Chen's heart seemed to be trampled by 10,000 alpacas, his face was covered with black lines, and he couldn't understand it. Don't you just take a look, do you have a deep hatred, just want to beat me up? You can see the 3 big brothers of Tang, I didn't touch your girl, she really doesn't matter to me now, please be merciful to my eldest brother. In the original work, Huo Yuhao was called miserable by Tang San. When he thought of this, Ye Chen looked up at the sky, his eyes full of despair. What is this called? Some people may not like it, but I still want to say it weakly, the harem is really not the same as a stallion. Finally, the remaining chapters will be released in the evening, let me continue to code for a while. Chapter 25, One Enemy 2. The Soul Fighting Area is a very important area in Shrek Academy, located in the northwest corner of the Martial Soul system, close to Shrek City. Private battles are not allowed in Shrek Academy, and in the group of Spirit Masters, battles happen all the time. So this place has become a place for students to discuss and resolve personal grievances. There are special teachers in the fighting spirit area as referees, who are responsible for judging the winner, protecting students, providing rescue and treatment, and so on. For each soul fighting game, the 2 sides must pay at least 10 gold soul coins as the venue fee. In the end, the college will charge half, and the other half will belong to the winner. The loser pays the venue fee for the victor. In other words, the winner can actually make a lot of money. However, if you maliciously take action during the battle and cause serious injury or death to your opponent, there will be special supervisors to punish the injured. The degree of punishment depends on the situation. From the lightest punishment that affects graduation, to the serious expulsion, the most serious need not be said, directly punish. At this time it was night, and most of the students in the academy had finished their courses. Many students gathered here in their spare time. Some were to come to the competition, and some were just to watch the excitement. As the wealthiest profession on the mainland, the Soul Master naturally wouldn't care about the small 10 golden soul coins, unless it was a freshman like Huo Yuhao who had just joined the academy and had no background. Ye Chen and his team came to the 2v2 soul fighting area, and after paying the venue fee, under the strange gaze of the referee teacher, they stepped onto the soul fighting arena. The reason is that there are only 3 players on the field. Since there is no exclusive 1v2 ring here, there is no way for the 3 of Ye Chen to choose here. Su Sanqi, shall we take a gamble? Before the start of the game, Ye Chen's eyes were clear, and he looked at Su Sanqi with a smile. Yes, how do you want to bet? When it came to this, Su Sanqi also became interested. He believed that with Ye Chen's identity, good things must be indispensable. Wang Dong was not interested in the slightest, and his expression had not changed at all until now. He had always had a pretty face, staring at Ye Chen with angry eyes. Ye Chen didn't dare to look at her, let alone communicate. No way, who made him really look at others and feel guilty in his heart. If I win, you give me a profound water pill, it's that simple. Ye Chen embraced his chest with one hand and rubbed his chin with the other hand. After a little thought, he slowly said, Ahem. Su Sanqi almost choked on his saliva when he heard this. Originally, I saw Ye Chen fall into deep thought, and thought it would be a novel gambling method. After thinking about it for a long time with this kid, I wanted to empty the glove white wolf. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If you want Xian Shui pill, you have to take out the equivalent items as a bet. Su Sanqi said angrily. Su Sanqi, you are enough. How can you say that you are 2 people, and you are so much older than me? Even if you win, I am sorry, I want something. Su Sanqi was speechless by Ye Chen's words, and he did take advantage of it. Well, stop talking nonsense and start now. I don't believe you can beat the 2 of us. After this sentence, his interest is not big. There is no benefit to winning, and people will say that victory is not martial, and losing is even more embarrassing. Wang Dong still had that expression, without saying a word. To get the result he wanted, Ye Chen smiled. He just wanted Su Sanqi to know that he was empty glove white wolf, but he couldn't refute. At this time, many students gathered outside the ring to watch. One is because of Su Sanqi's reputation in the outer courtyard, and the other is because of this kind of 1v2 battle, which usually doesn't have time. What's more, Su Sanqi is the one of 2 people. This game, I feel it will be very interesting. At this time, the referee teacher saw that the 3 people had finished discussing, went to the center of the ring, and began to introduce the names of the 2 parties. Ye Chen, a first-year student, challenge first-year student Wang Dong and 5th-year student Su Sanqi. You have already made a private bet on the outcome. Are you ready? After the referee's introduction, there was a burst of enthusiastic boos on the scene. Many students who knew Su Sanqi had already begun to scold him for shame. As a 5th-grade student, it was really embarrassing not to say that it was a challenge to a 1st-grade student, and to call in a helper. But what they said was nothing. The ring was completely blocked by the spirit power shield, and the people inside couldn't hear the voice of the audience at all. The 3 Ye Chen nodded to the referee at the same time, and each retreated to the edge of the ring, facing each other far away. With the referee's game start, Su Sanqi and Wang Dong released their martial arts at the same time. Su Sanqi's body swelled rapidly, tightening his school uniform, and a huge tortoise shield appeared in his right hand. As a top student of Shrek Academy, his experience allows him to maintain sufficient stability when facing anything. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, even in the face of Ye Chen, who is so much younger than him, he will not be merciful. Only in this way can the soul masters respect each other. But before he could do anything, a bright blue figure rushed out from his side, and the impatient appearance made him slightly startled. At the moment when he released his martial spirit, Wang Dong rushed forward, and 2 circles of spirit rings rose from under his feet. At the position of the 2nd spirit ring, the purple 1000-year spirit ring was shining brightly. The golden light patterns on the wings of the goddess of light sprayed out small light balls, shooting in the direction of Ye Chen. The 2nd spirit ability, the light of the butterfly god. This was not over yet. After releasing the 2nd spirit ability, the yellow spirit ring on Wang Dong's body flashed, and the wings on his back were attached with a layer of golden light, and the whole person swooped down towards Ye Chen from the air. When Ye Chen saw this scene, his eyelids jumped suddenly, and the corners of his mouth twitched crazily. As for hating me so much, 1 and 2 spirit abilities are used at the same time. I'm afraid that you want to kill me directly, right? On the other side, Su Sanqi's small eyes suddenly glared like cowbells, and while sighing Wang Dong's decisiveness, his body moved. How much hatred do these two people have, at such a young age? Shouldn't they have the hatred of taking their wives? Su Sanqi thought puzzledly, both of these two are so handsome, the more they think about it, the more they think it's possible. Thinking of this, he moved more quickly. Now he was not trying to make up his knife, but was worried that Ye Chen would be directly killed by Wang Dong. Ye Chen suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and adjusted his state instantly. When he enters the fighting state, he is less arrogant and more stable at the same time. He was not in a hurry to release his martial soul. This situation just happened to experiment with the power of Tang Sek's unique learning. Facing the second spirit ability of the light goddess butterfly that came quickly, Ye Chen's brain moved quickly. These golden light groups seemed tepid, but Ye Chen knew what kind of energy was hidden in them. If he is blown up, he will not be seriously injured by his physical fitness, but this black and beautiful hair, don't think about it, it must be gone. At the current hand speed, 10 chapters can really make me cry, and can only guarantee 5 chapters a day. It's just started, and it will increase gradually in the future. In the near future, 10 chapters may be expected. Chapter 26, A Momentary Reversal. Under the ring, Huo Yuhao just listened to Tang Ye's introduction of some information about Zhang Nanan and the fighting spirit area. I've told Tang Ye about joining Tang sect. At this time, Huo Yuhao held a copy of Xiantian treasure record in his hands, which Tang Ye had just given him. Before he could fully digest the information, he saw Wang Dong's first and second skills rushing towards Ye Chen with horror. Why is Wang Dong so angry? Did Brother Chen provoke him? If you continue. Huo Yuhao didn't continue to say, looking at Ye Chen on the stage worriedly. Don't worry, Yuhao, I know a little bit about Zioken's strength, and nothing will happen. Tang Ye smiled faintly, remembering the scene he saw in the Star Do Great Forest not long ago. Even now, I still feel a little shocked. On the ring. Ye Chen was still thinking about how to deal with it, but when he saw Su Sanqi rushing over at an extremely fast speed, a plan came into his heart spontaneously. It is obviously impossible to win by relying solely on Tang Sek's unique knowledge. At his current level, it would be good to be able to achieve the purpose of experimentation. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's pair of different pupils glowed slightly, and his mental power was highly concentrated, giving a panoramic view of all forms on the battlefield. With his toes tapped on the metal ground of the ring, Xian Tiangong in his body ran wildly, performing his first Tang Sek stunt, the ghostly shadow. The audience outside the arena only saw Ye Chen stepping on a seemingly simple method. After careful observation, they felt that the strange and infinite strange method was infinite, and the body was in a trance, and even appeared in the ring for several nights. Chen's illusion. Under Wang Dong's anger, the second spirit ability seemed to be powerful, but it was actually a bit of a mistake, and it did not lock Ye Chen's body. Her spirit ability is more like the feeling that the little girl smashed her anger in order to vent her anger, and she didn't really want to kill him. Ye Chen had read so many novels in his previous life, and he knew that when fighting, he had to use everything available on the field, such as Wang Dong's psychology at this time. Although his ghost trail is only an entry point, he can barely manage to escape the first wave of the unlocked butterfly god's light. And all he needs now is to avoid the first wave. In the second wave, his choice was to use his physical strength to resist. Even if it is hard resistance, it is actually under his calculation. Off the court, when Tang Ye and Bei Bei watched Ye Chen show the ghostly shadow, their expressions were slightly shocked. In just a few days, Ye Chen has used this Tang Sec's unique learning to such a level. You must know that Bai Bei reached Ye Chen's current level at that time, but it took a full month. Have you seen Yu Hao? This is one of our Tang Sec's 6 unique skills. As long as you practice hard, it will bring you unexpected help in the future. Bai Bei shook her head, suppressed the thought of comparing Ye Chen in her heart, and turned to say to Huo Yuhao, who was also shocked. Huo Yuhao nodded and looked at Ye Chen enviously, feeling even more honored to enter Tang sect. When all the audience at the scene, including Wang Dong and Su Sanqi on the field, saw Ye Chen avoiding the first wave of light spheres with strange steps, they all thought that he would use the same method to avoid the second wave. However, the result has shocked everyone. Ye Chen obviously could concoct the previous method again, but he curled up slightly, and his whole body directly rammed into the light of the butterfly god. The huge blasting sound resounded over the soul fighting area, and the people in the field could not hear the sounds outside the field, but the people outside the field were not restricted. When everyone watched in horror at Ye Chen being wrapped in the light produced by the blasting, Ye Chen held his right hand in his arms, but a layer of white jade-like gentle light appeared. The referee teacher didn't react at the first time. He thought that Ye Chen could avoid it, so he didn't think about rescue at all. But who would have thought that Ye Chen would actually make such a suicidal move? After the referee's teacher reacted, he immediately wanted to set off for rescue. He had seen this on Sea God Island. If something happened, he wouldn't have to stay in the academy anymore. As soon as he was about to leave, a voice rang out on the scene, but it prevented him from doing anything. "I'm fine, don't come over!" Ye Chen yelled in desperation, preventing the referee teacher from rescuing. If he really came over this, it didn't matter if he lost the game, the key was to eat the Xian Shui pill in his mouth and then fly away with wings. Originally, after displaying the first skill, Wang Dong was quickly swooping towards Ye Chen, but the sudden change made her stunned a little, and her heart seemed to be poured with cold water, extinguishing her endless anger. Why didn't he avoid it? He could avoid it, why not? Wang Dong muttered to herself, this situation has exceeded her expectations. She really just wanted to vent her anger, and she really didn't want to hurt the other person. Thinking about it, Wang Dong's clear big eyes showed a mist of water. She naively thought that Ye Chen would definitely be seriously injured if he was hit by the second spirit ability. She knows the effects of her 1000-year spirit ring skills better than anyone else, but Ye Chen. Everything actually happened in an instant. When he heard Ye Chen yell that I was okay, Wang Dong suddenly woke up. Because of the stunned moment just now, she has already rushed to a position very close to Ye Chen. Because the inertia was too large and it was in mid-air, the momentum could not be stopped at all. When the light produced by her second spirit ability explosion dissipated, Ye Chen's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. Although he looked a little embarrassed because of the broken clothes, there were no scars on the exposed skin. The right hand glowing with white jade-like warm light greeted Wang Dong's wing cut frontally. The extremely tough wing edges of the goddess of light butterfly only left a shallow scratch on his hand. After 2 times of Shenhuo forging his body, his physical strength had already reached a level far beyond that of ordinary people, and the blessing of the mysterious jade hand did not cause him any substantial damage. When Wang Dong saw this, he couldn't understand that he had been tricked by Ye Chen, and the anger that had just disappeared because of the fear of Ye Chen's safety, surged again, even more than before. However, when she wanted to withdraw the momentum and change the attack from the other side, a strong gravitational force appeared in Ye Chen's palm. At this time, she was frightened and angry, and her mouth shouldn't appear in the fight. Unexpectedly, the bright goddess butterfly wing blade was led in the direction behind her, and Wang Dong's whole body also turned half a circle on the spot. Looking at it calmly, Su Sanqi hurried over holding the tortoise shield in the direction where the wing and blade was led away. Originally with the idea of protecting Ye Chen, the shield in his hand was not placed on the front, but the momentary change in the ring made him a little unprepared. Before he could figure out the situation, a bright blue winged blade struck him. In a hurry, Su Sanqi had no time to adjust his pace, so he had to face the shield in his hand to the wing blade. Where the hard shield and the wing blade collided, little sparks flashed, and there was a sizzle sound that made people sweat. Su Sanqi staggered back more than a dozen steps. Even after a series of changes, Wang Dong's first spirit ability was weakened a lot, but he still suffered a big loss for him who was caught off guard. After the collision, Wang Dong was also flew several meters away by a strong counter-shock force, and fell to the ground sturdily. Everyone on the scene watched this scene dumbfounded, their brains a bit unable to turn their heads. A moment ago they were still worried about Ye Chen's safety, but it seemed that such a shocking reversal occurred just after a moment. This is still when Ye Chen didn't use Wuhan. What kind of pervert is this? The same voice seemed to resound in the hearts of all the audience. My fingers are sore and I haven't eaten yet. When I add the following foods, I will continue to code the next chapters. Chapter 27, Strong Win. Although the current form of the ring seems to be beneficial to Ye Chen, it is not. The current situation is actually related to the carelessness of Su Sanqi and Wang Dong. But Ye Chen didn't feel that he was lucky, because in that short moment, he almost counted all the factors on the court. Including Su Sanqi's careless rescue, Wang Dong's character and anger, and later Wang Dong's worry and panic when he resisted the light of the butterfly god. When all this is done, such a result becomes inevitable. This is precisely the most terrifying part of Ye Chen's current strength. But he didn't think it would be over. The real battle has just begun. The good guy has something. I didn't expect that I was counted by you. Then I won't be merciful anymore. Su Sanqi calmed down, his gaze was more solemn than before. He recognized what Ye Chen had used, which were just a few of Tang Sec's unique skills. Su Sanqi has played against Bai Bei more than once, and he has a better understanding of Tang Sec's unique knowledge. He suffered a big loss before, mainly because he was not prepared. It seems that this guy is not as weak as I thought, so let me have fun with you. Thinking of this, he truly regarded Ye Chen as an opponent in his heart. It's not normal for your IQ to be calculated. Ye Chen smiled sarcastically. He wouldn't naively think that his words would irritate Su Sanqi, he had no other meaning, just wanted to make a complaint. Indeed, Su Sanqi, who was serious, did not fluctuate in his mood because of Ye Chen's irony. I'm the main attacker, you harass me. Chang Wang Dong shouted, and took the lead. Su Sanqi transferred the soul power of his body to his legs, relying on the powerful explosive force, driving his body, and approaching Ye Chen again. At that moment, the solace of the feet produced ground-kicking force, and even left a deep dent on the metal ring. The wings behind Wang Dong, who fell to the ground, slammed into the air again, and the first soul ability, Wing Blade, was activated again. Although judging from the results just now, her two spirit abilities could not cause any harm to Ye Chen, but now her purpose is to harass Ye Chen and buy time for Su Sanqi. At this time, Wang Dong had a trace of scat-highness in his eyes, and because of what happened in the dormitory, his face was somewhat blush. Ye Chen looked at him, and he always felt that he was inexplicably cute. Wang Dong also wanted to calm herself down, but the unconvinced mentality and the anger of being teased by Ye Chen made her unable to calm down at all. And when he thought that this Deng disciple saw his body, he couldn't immediately put Ye Chen on the ground and beat him up. Ye Chen's footsteps were lighter, and he quickly retreated behind the ghost shadows, while thinking of the means to deal with it in his heart. Although he can't remember exactly what Su Sanqi's first three spirit abilities are, he still has some vague impressions, knowing that he must not let the other person get close. In fact, Su Sanqi's first spirit ability is called Xian Ming Zhen. Ye Chen's guess was correct. This is a range-type needle-pushing skill. If he gets close to a certain range, the enemy whose cultivation base is inferior to him will be stunned to a certain extent. Under the chase and interception of Wang Dong and Su Sanqi, Ye Chen released his martial soul of the Fuzang sacred tree. For a genius like them, the previous method can only be used once, and it is when people are not prepared. Having suffered a big loss in Tang Sek's unique knowledge, as long as he is not a fool, he will be vigilant. Of course, this does not mean that Tang Sek's unique learning has completely lost its effect. In some special times, it can still play a surprisingly winning effect. It seems that there is no way to hide. Ye Chen shook his head secretly, but he didn't care, he knew it. Even Lao Mu and himself didn't understand the mystery of this martial soul, let alone these students in the outer courtyard. The whole body's spirit power was mobilized for the first time in this battle, and the Wuzang Divine Tree martial spirit appeared on the ring, with two three-legged golden crows with bright purple spirit rings hovering above it. At the moment the Fuzang God Tree martial spirit appeared, everyone who paid much attention to this battle, including Su Sanqi, was amazed. Only seeing a few people in Bai Bei beforehand did not seem so surprised. There was a boo in the audience again, not only for Ye Chen's unprecedented mysterious martial soul, but also for the 2,000-year-old spirit rings that were beyond their cognition. Before, Wang Dong's second spirit ring in the millennium was enough for them to be surprised. They did not expect that there would be a more abnormal existence. Damn, what's the situation with this kid? Why didn't I know he was so perverted before? After seeing the whole picture of Ye Chen Wuhan, Su Sanqi was shocked, and his whole body undoubtedly did not reveal a surprised look. Even though Wang Dong had seen it in the classroom, he still had some palpitations in his heart when he really faced Ye Chen, who had released this martial soul. The extreme light aura seemed to have completely restrained her. The goddess of light butterfly martial soul revealed an aura of fear and piety, causing Wang Dong, who was in the air, to shake his body and almost fell off. Ye Chen wanted this kind of effect, and he didn't have time to spend it with them. The first soul skill, there is Fuzang above Tang Wu. Ye Chen said silently in his heart, and the three-legged golden crow turned into three extreme rays of light, and entered the bodies of the three on stage. His goal was Su Sanqi, who had a three-ring cultivation base. As for Wang Dong, he couldn't cause himself any harm, and his martial spirit was suppressed. After solving Su Sanqi, she was not worried. It looks like Xian Shui pill is in hand. While this thought emerged in Ye Chen's heart, he stepped on the ghostly shadows and rushed towards the place where Su Sanqi was at an incredible speed. Not good. Feeling that his various attributes were being weakened uncontrollably, an unwilling premonition surged into Su Sanqi's heart. Under the horror, black spirit power emerged from his body and activated his first spirit ability in an attempt to shake Ye Chen back. But his biggest mistake was choosing the first soul ability Suan Wu Town instead of the second soul ability Suan Wu Shield Formation. The moment Ye Chen got close, he felt a strong sense of retreat, and his body paused slightly. But even so, the blow that determined the victory has been released. Holy Light and Minjian Ju. A faint ghost fire, wrapped in the ultimate holy light, flowed out from Ye Chen's hand, and finally hovered in Su Sanqi's throat. The fighter plane was changing rapidly. Su Sanqi didn't understand the situation, and there was a chill in his heart. Facing the faint blue flame, the soul seemed to shudder, and the body did not dare to move anymore. I lost. Even if he was reluctant, Su Sanqi had to surrender when he felt the flames of that could burn even the soul. After uttering those three words, Su Sanqi showed a slumped face. While turning around and jumping off the ring, he threw a blue medicine bottle at Ye Chen and was caught by the opponent. Although it is a little unclear, but if you lose, you lose. He is willing to bet and accept the loss. He will not deny the account, nor will he defend himself. The strength of Bai Bei and Su Sanqi was almost the same, so Ye Chen was expected to be able to defeat him so easily. The main reason was that Su Sanqi didn't understand Ye Chen's spirit skills. If you choose to release the second soul ability Mysterious Shield Formation before, with Ye Chen's current soul power level and the strength of the second soul ability, although he will be greatly threatened, he will not lose the first time. In fact, Ye Chen just stopped, otherwise if the Holy Light and Minjian were allowed to attach to Su Sanqi's body, it would definitely cause damage to his soul. This is not what Ye Chen hopes to see. I wrote the following chapters, and I almost forgot to update it. The next chapter may have something you want to see. Please wait for the update tomorrow. Great readers, good night. Chapter 28, Ye Chen and number 039, S Little Trick. After solving Su Sanji, there was only one left in front of the sacred tree of Fuzang, and Wang Dong had no fighting power. Ye Chen opened the cork in his hand, and a refreshing fragrance came out from the mouth of the bottle. Inside lay a dark blue pill, the size of a cherry, with many white textures on it, and there was a light mist of water around it. Ye Chen carelessly capped the medicine bottle and turned the bottle on his fingertips. To be honest, this Xian Shui pill had little effect on him, and the reason why he wanted it was only for Huo Yuhao. After all, there is already a plan to grab someone's chances, so I have to express it anyway. Ye Chen put away his martial soul and walked to Wang Dong, who was on the side, somewhat afraid to look at her faint eyes. The light goddess butterfly was suppressed in an instant before, so Wang Dong did not have the first time to react. This is the first time a sense of powerlessness has appeared in her heart since she was a child. Don't you take me seriously? After taking the martial arts soul, you still check the pill in front of me. I am mad at me, it's really mad at me. After the martial soul of the hibiscus sacred tree disappeared, Wang Dong's light goddess butterfly was no longer suppressed, and the weakening effect on his body was also recovered. Feeling that she was underestimated, an unprecedented humiliation appeared in her heart, tears rolled in her eyes, and there was an inexplicable grievance. He actually saw my body, bastard. The yellow first spirit ring lights up, and the winged guillotine is activated again, severely slashing forward. Wang Dong knew that she might not cause any harm to Ye Chen, but at this moment she didn't care at all, just wanted to vent her emotions. Ye Chen looked helpless. It seemed that if he wanted to end today, there was only one way left. Who made him make a mistake? He has to bear it. Huo Yuhao didn't react so much when he saw it in the original work. Why did he treat me differently when he came to me? With a slight complaint in his heart, Ye Chen raised his hand to greet him, and once again caught the wings cut by Wang Dong with his bare hands. After one blow, when Wang Dong Zheng was about to come again, he was stunned, and looked at Ye Chen dully at the right hand of her skill. A very deep wound appeared there, and the flesh and blood were turned to the sides, and a lot of pale golden blood flowed out, and the white palm bones were faintly exposed. How could this happen? Isn't it harmless to him? Wang Dong's brain short-circuited for a moment, and he couldn't figure out what the situation was right now. In fact, even though Ye Chen grinned a little bit in pain, there was a slight smug in his heart. Even if he didn't use the mysterious jade hand, Wang Dong's first spirit ability would not cause much damage to him. The reason for the injury was that he caused it deliberately. In today's situation, if Wang Dong is not allowed to let out his qi, all kinds of troubles will inevitably occur in the future, so he simply used a small trick to mobilize his own soul power and forcibly tore a wound on his hand. The purpose is to dispel Wang Dong's grievances against him. Are you a fool? Why don't you avoid it? Wang Dong's voice was already trembling. After all, she was just an 11-year-old girl in her heart. Unlike Ye Chen, who had lived for 2 lives, she was kind and innocent at the same time. Wang Dong didn't intend to hurt Ye Chen. He stared at the terrible wound with guilt, tears filled his eyes. The previous grievances and humiliation disappeared instantly, but instead they ran to Ye Chen and checked his wounds. His own bitter trick worked, but Ye Chen didn't feel happy at all, but was a little panicked. He could hardly see a girl crying, even though he stood in front of a handsome guy who was not much worse than himself, but he knew the true identity of Wang Dong better than anyone on the scene. What do the big boys look like when they are crying? Don't you think I'm fine, and you'll take revenge for falling you just now? Don't chase me anymore. Ye Chen said carelessly, and hurriedly stuffed the bottle containing the Xian Shui pill into Wang Dong's hand. He didn't mention seeing the other person taking a bath. The anger of the other person had just subsided. If he mentioned it again, it would inevitably cause something to happen. At this time, pretending that you don't know her daughter's body is the most correct move. Ye Chen mobilized his soul power to condense on his right hand. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the exposed flesh and blood squirmed slowly, giving a very oozing sensation. It seems that Xia Huo's chances are gone, but it's cheaper for this girl. He planned to use this pill to quickly dismiss Wang Dong, and it would be better not to have any private encounters in the future. I'm really scared. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Wang Dong was slightly stunned, thinking, yes, I am just a boy in his eyes. It should be okay to be seen? Because of various negative emotions, she still regarded herself as a girl in her heart, thus ignoring her identity as a menswear. Thinking of this, the connection in my heart dispelled a lot. Just when she wanted to say something, Ye Chen turned around and shouted to the referee. I surrender. The referee teacher was somewhat stunned just now because of Ye Chen's amazing performance. At this time, the two people actually talked about it. Although the result is obvious, it is true that there is no winner or loser, and it is not easy for him to judge. And thinking of Ye Chen's terrifying identity, he couldn't urge anything, until Ye Chen suddenly gave in. Although he didn't understand why Ye Chen had to take the initiative to surrender in a good situation, but it was finally over, and he wouldn't be embarrassed. As the referee teacher announced Wang Dong's victory, the audience once again made noisy noises. Even a fool can tell that Ye Chen has released the water. So even if he was the loser, he still got a lot of awe in the eyes. Although Ye Chen's initial goal was Su Sanqi's Xian Shui pill, with Wang Dong's addition and the changes in the situation on the field, he now wants to solve the trouble quickly. Therefore, the Xian Shui pill that was obtained was given out without any hesitation, and actively gave up the victory of this game. Now in his heart, there was a feeling that the bamboo basket was empty. What do you say I'm going to do in their dormitory? Leaving the fighting spirit area, because he lived in the same dormitory, Ye Chen had no choice but to walk on the same road as Huo Yuhao and the others. Huo Yuhao too were in front, Ye Chen hung far behind, trying hard to reduce his sense of existence. Although Wang Dong was walking forward, his mind did not know where he was floating, and he remained silent. She seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned to look at Ye Chen. I know you released the water. Sooner or later, I will beat you upright in the hall, and I will return this thing to you, so I won't eat it, it's so stinking. After that, Wang Dong threw the bottle containing the Xian Shui pill to Ye Chen, and the light goddess butterfly martial soul opened and quickly flew away from here. Brother Chen, what's wrong with Wang Dong, do you have any grudges? Huo Yuhao was a little confused about Wang Dong's reaction. Ye Chen was startled when he saw Wang Dong suddenly turn around, but the other party just left with a painful sentence. After groping for the medicine bottle with remaining warmth in his hand, Ye Chen showed a wry smile and looked at Huo Yuhao ahead. You are too young to understand. His words made Xiao Huo even more confused. What makes me too young? Isn't it not much difference? Brother Chen is a few months younger than me. Although full of doubts, he did not continue to ask, instead he pondered the Tang sect's unique knowledge in Qian Tian Baolu. I thought that one day, I would become as dazzling as Brother Chen. Chapter 29, The Red Figure in the Morning Sun. When Huo Yuhao returned to the dormitory, he found that Wang Dong had been wrapped in the quilt and looked like he was asleep. In order not to disturb Wang Dong's rest, Huo Yuhao crept up on his empty bed, sat cross-legged, and quickly entered a state of meditation. As he approached the door of the dormitory, Ye Chen took advantage of his carelessness and forced a dark blue pill into his mouth. The pill melted in the mouth. Even if he wanted to spit it out, he couldn't do it anymore. Ye Chen only told him to enter the meditation state immediately after returning to the dormitory, and said nothing else. He knew that Ye Chen would not hurt himself, and the Tianmeng Ice silkworm in the Sea of Spirit did not warn him of danger, so after returning to the dormitory, he immediately began to meditate. In fact, Ye Chen was afraid to tell the truth about Xian Shui pill, and Huo Yuhao would refuse to accept it. If you don't use it, the Xian Shui pill that you have worked so hard to get is just a waste of it. After experiencing 2 times of Shen Huo forging the body, the impurities in his body are already very few, and the effect that the Xian Shui pill can play is very small. Ye Chen didn't know what he was thinking, and he didn't tell Huo Yuhao the consequences of taking this pill, that is, he didn't let him take off his clothes. Originally I wanted to remind, but I didn't say anything when I came to my lips. Maybe it also means I want to see him lively. At midnight, Wang Dong lay on the bed tossing and turning, thinking about a series of things that happened today. Although she wanted to make herself forget the scene when Ye Chen bumped into her bath, the fact was there, not something she could forget if she wanted to. Moreover, through today's battle, Wang Dong became more curious about the unprecedented martial spirit in Ye Chen's body. Under the suppression of that terrifying attribute, it was extremely difficult for her to use her soul skills, and she could even feel the fear and tremor of the goddess of light butterfly. Wuhan itself is lifeless, and it is impossible to produce emotions. Then there is only one explanation left: Ye Chen's spirit quality is far greater than himself. We must know that the goddess of light butterfly is already one of the top martial arts in the world. What exactly is Ye Chen's martial arts that can make him react like this? If I don't understand, Wang Dong plans to put it aside first, and ask his daddy and Tu daddy when he returns home. As for asking Ye Chen directly, she ignored it without even thinking about it, knowing that even if she asked, she would not get the answer she wanted. Depressing all the distracting thoughts in his heart, Wang Dong felt the strangeness in the room as soon as he was about to fall asleep. An incomparable smell of fishy smell rushed to his face instantly. With her background and knowledge, how she didn't know the source of this smell, she straightened her body abruptly and looked in the direction of Huo Yuhao's bed. Huo Yuhao! In the freshman dormitory at night, a sound of anger suddenly sounded, and a bird perched on the campus tree flew by surprise. Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, and after summing up today's test, he entered a state of meditation. The power of several Tang Sec's unique skills is far from reaching his own requirements, even after Dachan in the future. Although the effect is good, it is only for the early battles. After the strength reaches a certain level, the effect will not be so obvious. At that time, the competition was still on the level of spirit power and the number of spirit abilities. So what he really wanted was to create his own skills by summing up the Tang Sec's unique experience. This matter can't be rushed for a while. For now, it is the right way to quickly raise the spirit power to 30th level. Boom boom! A rapid knock on the door awakened Ye Chen from meditation. Without the key, you can't get in from the outside unless you break the door with brute force. At this time, who is coming to me in a hurry? Ye Chen couldn't help but feel some doubts in his heart at the same time as Ye Chen got up. Since it was night, he only wore a pair of fat pants all over his body. Ye Chen didn't care about this, after all, it was a boys' dormitory, and no girls would come in. But 100 secrets must have a sparseness, he just ignored the most unlikely person. When the door of the dormitory was opened, Ye Chen was immediately dumbfounded. Ah! You are perverted, why don't you wear clothes? A clear voice sounded like a natural sound, as if frightened. After seeing who the person was, Ye Chen looked in a trance, and after setting himself up, he almost burst into swearing. What happened when I took off my clothes in the room? Is there anyone else? I want to ask why you are here. Having said that, Ye Chen hurriedly ran back to the bed and quickly dressed himself neatly. He was also so scared that he never expected that the one who knocked on the door was actually Wang Dong. Just now, Wang Dong saw Ye Chen with his upper body naked, and his original voice was revealed in panic, but Ye Chen didn't seem to notice, and the tight heartstring suddenly loosened. You still have to ask you this, why did you give the Xian Shui pill to Huo Yuhao and didn't tell me? Wang Dong adjusted his heartbeat and restored the usual boy's voice. Ye Chen's eyes were startled, and he saw the fur bedding in Wang Dong's arms, and instantly understood the reason for her presence here. I asked him to tell you, why, didn't he say? Ye Chen said weakly. At this time, of course, I couldn't say that it was my own reason, and I could only sell Huo Yuhao. Poor Huo Yuhao, who entered deep meditation, had not figured out what had happened, so he carried the scapegoat for Ye Chen. Ye Chen didn't even feel guilty at all, and he thought shamelessly that his teammates were just for selling. I don't care, I will be here with you tonight. Tomorrow I will find the teacher in charge of the dormitory and apply for a room separately. Isn't it just a little more money? Wang Dong said forcefully, and walked in directly holding the quilt, giving Ye Chen no room for rebuttal at all. Okay, I'm afraid of you, can't it? The room is yours, I'll go. With a flash of body shape, Ye Chen rushed out of the room and disappeared into Wang Dong's line of sight. He is a masculine and passionate young man, not Huo Yuhao's wood. Knowing the identity of Wang Dong, the lone man and the widow were in the same room. He was really afraid that he would behave like a beast. Even if this girl's Lao Tzu can't get into the realm, there are at least 10,000 ways to bring him to death. Although he was confident that he would be able to achieve higher achievements than Tang San in the future, at least for now, it is better to be a man with his tail sandwiched. After Ye Chen left, Wang Dong curled his lips, and Ye Chen's departure was just what she wanted. She closed the door fiercely and confirmed her idea of living in a room alone. She was really fed up with it. But speaking of it, this usually looks a little thin, but his muscles are well trained. Wang Dong couldn't help muttering to himself when he recalled the scene he had just seen. Ba, what are you thinking about? No matter how good he is in other aspects, he is still an out-and-out in his heart. After leaving his room, Ye Chen came to the quiet sea god lake, feeling like to cry without tears. What's this? This feeling of having a home and being unable to go back to bed is undoubtedly the saddest thing. What are you afraid of? After a series of events, the night is about to come to an end, and some faint light has appeared in the distant horizon. Ye Chen had no desire to practice. He sat alone by the lake, blowing the cool morning breeze, trying to calm his heart down. But God didn't let him get what he wanted. When the first ray of morning light in the morning reflected the emerald-like luster of the lake, a fiery red figure whizzed along with the water mist evaporating from the hot energy. Ye Chen's eyes were black, and he almost didn't lose his breath. It's really a leaking part of the house and raining night. A kind of despair that just came out of the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den, instantly filled his heart. There was an online class on the phone, and the teacher clicked my name twice. It was too difficult. Chapter 30, just out of the tiger and number 039, S den, and into the wolf and number 039, S den. Facing the rapidly flying red figure, Ye Chen sighed secretly, and immediately released his Fuzang God Tree martial spirit. To him, this red figure couldn't be more familiar. It was Ma Xiao Tao who had entered the inner courtyard 5 years later. In the past 5 years, Ma Xiao Tao had an evil fire in his body every once in a while. At the beginning, Yan Shaiji found Su Sanqi and relied on the power of the water of Xianming to help her suppress it, but the effect was not very satisfactory. Since Ye Chen's spirit power level reached the 20th level, and after possessing the second spirit ring, this hard work was handed over to him. Although the god Fuzang tree has the ability to purify all evil thoughts in the world, with his current strength, it is far from being able to exert that effect, so it can only be temporarily suppressed. If you want to completely purify the evil fire, you have to wait at least until the 50 level of Ye Chen. In almost an instant, Ma Xiao Tao came to a position not far from Ye Chen. Her eyes showed a weird dark red, and her body was full of madness, and she had completely lost her mind. It shouldn't be. There should be some time before the evil fire broke out for little Tao. Why is it early? Before he could think about it, Ye Chen retreated quickly, but the distance between the two was still shrinking. Now he can only stand in front of the opponent. It is already early in the morning. There are many trainees in the outer courtyard. If Ma Xiao Tao rushes past, the consequences will be really disastrous. Even though Ye Chen was able to suppress all fire attributes because of the martial spirit of the Fuzang divine tree, but the difference in spirit power between the two sides was too great, and Ma Xiao Tao could not be stopped by him alone. Before the evil fire broke out, it was only with Yan Shaoji's assistance to do it, but in this situation, he really couldn't think of any other way besides using the second martial spirit. But his second martial arts soul has a condition of use that makes Ye Chen feel very sad. Why is it at this time, there is no Huo Yuhao by my side now? Ye Chen couldn't help but miss Huo Yuhao a little under the circumstances of extreme crisis. If he were here, he could still rely on Tianmeng Binken's Tianmeng Yi finger to save the field, and he would not be helpless. But helpless, he can only rely on himself. He knew that Ma Xiao Tao was in such a situation, and Sea God Pavilion must have noticed it. He just had to hold on for a while and wait for their arrival. Ye Chen applied the weakening effect of his first soul ability to Ma Xiao Tao, and the opponent's body shape only gave a slight pause, and there was almost no change in speed. The biggest limitation of Fuzang above Tang was that the soul power of the subject cannot be too different from that of Ye Chen, otherwise the effect will be minimal. But he didn't expect to be able to stop the opponent with one spirit ability. He simply didn't even use the second spirit ability because the ghost fire produced was too weak. If he could have the strength of his magical fire forging his body, he might be able to completely get rid of the evil fire in Ma Xiao Tao's body. By the way, Shen Huo forged. In an instant, Ye Chen's mind flashed, and he thought of a way to completely solve the evil fire. But in front of him, Ma Xiao Tao had to be controlled first. In Ye Chen's calculations, it seemed that there was only one way to go. Forget it, let it go. Seeing that he was about to hit him, Ye Chen frantically mobilized Xin Yihan's spirit power before he waited for any support. The spirit of martial arts was not released, but his spirit power was rapidly consuming, and at the same time an extremely cold aura condensed in Ye Chen's right hand. The magic is that the surrounding air is still so hot, the extreme cold breath did not radiate a trace of the surroundings, it only remained on Ye Chen's palm, exuding a lush luster. Almost in an instant, Ye Chen printed his palm on Ma Xiao Tao's lower abdomen, and the extreme cold passed through his palm. At the same time, Ma Xiao Tao slammed into Ye Chen's body, with great inertia, and after rolling the two for a full tens of meters, there was no movement. Both of them have fallen into a coma, but fortunately, Ma Xiao Tao's breath has been suppressed by the ultimate ice attribute spirit power. But Ye Chen was in a tragedy, and he didn't even have any soul power left on him. This was the second Wuhan's use condition, and it was also the reason why Ye Chen didn't want to use it. A seemingly ordinary palm, but consuming all his soul power. These New Year's Eve has also done some experiments. Unlike the Fuzang divine tree, the Taiyin Yuying martial spirit was in a complete state from the beginning. Even if he hadn't attached any spirit ring, from the point of view of destructive power alone, it was even far higher than his master martial spirit. I don't know what will happen in the future, but until now, every time he uses it, it will take away all his soul power. This is the only bad point. Under that horrible consumption, the effect is of course obvious. As for why I fainted, it was simply because I was too weak, and I was hit by dozens of meters. If I changed to a spirit master of the same level with average physical fitness, even if I didn't get killed, my bones would probably be broken. When Ye Chen woke up quietly, he found himself lying on the bed in his room on Sea God Island. There was no one in the room, and Ye Chen estimated that he was sent back by Yan Shaoji. He tried to sit up straight, but found that his muscles ached, as if he had been infused with lead. I'm looking for someone to provoke someone, life is really too difficult. Ye Chen's sadness can no longer be described in words. In less than 2 days, too many things happened that caught him off guard. When I saw Wang Dong taking a bath, I was challenged by 2 people. In the middle of the night, I was scared to death by Wang Dong. My last memory was actually being knocked out by Ma Xiao Tao. If he remembered correctly, at least he rolled dozens of meters on the ground, and a handsome face had been in close contact with the ground countless times. Is this alive? Obviously, it's all heartbeats. Sit up with difficulty, and entered a state of meditation. At this time, he didn't have any soul power in his body, but fortunately he could be restored through meditation, otherwise it would really be a tragedy. After the spirit power recovers a little, you can use the first spirit ability to relieve the soreness of the body. In the outer courtyard, in the classroom of the first grade class, Zhou Yi talked about some basic knowledge on stage, and the students listened carefully, and it was no different from usual. Only the place belonging to Ye Chen was empty, still waiting for its owner. Next to him, Wang Dong looked out the window in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Looking at the empty place next to her, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Her brain was out of control, and she kept thinking about why Ye Chen didn't come to class. When Ye Chen was there, she wished she could peel off the other person's skin, but when Ye Chen was gone, she felt a little bit of worry again. Wang Dong, what's so beautiful outside? You answer my question just now. As Zhou Yi's voice fell, Wang Dong stood up subconsciously, only to see that everyone in the class was laughing at him. He had no impression of the question Zhou Yi just said. Sorry everyone, my mother took me to my grandma's house for dinner in the afternoon. I just came back. This chapter was written before. In the evening, I will write the remaining 2 chapters. Chapter. Finally, thank you all for your support. Chapter 31, The Way to Solve the Evil Fire. In the room, Ye Chen finished his meditative state and took a deep breath. His injury was not serious, it was just that he was knocked out due to inertia, and he was a little weak after his soul power was exhausted. If Ma Xiao Tao, a soul emperor of more than 60 levels, shot him into the air, it would be bad, and maybe he was still in a coma now. Of course, while this accident caught him off guard, it also brought huge benefits. He could feel that in the extreme environment at that time, his spirit power had broken through the bottleneck and reached level 30. Ye Chen was not in a hurry to acquire the 3rd spirit ring, but planned to suppress it for a while. After all, after the 30th level, his promotion would become much slower. And the spirit power will continue to increase with the meditation, and the body strength will also get a certain increase. This time, he intends to try to absorb the 10,000 years spirit ring. With his current physical strength, he is still a little reluctant to try, so he must be fully prepared. His 2nd spirit ring was only 5,000 years old, and almost killed him when he absorbed it, let alone absorb the 10,000 year spirit ring. After only meditating for an hour, Ye Chen got up and walked out of the room after feeling the gradual recovery of his spirit power. Xian Liner and Qian Duo were not there. At this point in time, it should be either in the Sea God Pavilion or in the Soul Guidance System. In fact, Ye Chen was sent back by Yan Shaiji within 3 hours, and they didn't even know about this. Dragging his still aching body, Ye Chen left home and walked in the direction of Sea God Pavilion. He couldn't make up his mind about some things, so he wanted to discuss with Lao Mu quickly. In a room on the 3rd floor of the Sea God Pavilion, Mu Lao leaned against a reclining chair, and Wahengzi Din Yan Shaiji stood next to him respectfully, with a trace of worry in his expression. In front of the two of them, there is a big bed carved from the leftovers of the golden holy tree, on which lies a girl in red. This girl was Ma Xiao Tao, who hadn't suppressed the evil fire before and almost caused a catastrophe when she got out of control. 3 hours passed. Ye Chen had been practicing for a while, but Ma Xiao Tao still did not wake up. Yan Shaiji, if something happens to this child, Xiao Tao, you have to take full responsibility. If it's not because of where Xiao Chen happened to be, think about how serious the consequences will be. Mu Lao's voice was rare and heavy, and he addressed Yan Shaiji by his first name. If someone familiar with him saw this scene, he would know that he was actually angry, but not yet to the point of Thunder's anger. Otherwise, Shaiji wouldn't be standing here for a living. It's no wonder that he was angry. If Ye Chen hadn't stopped Ma Xiao Tao, the students who were not strong in the outer courtyard might cause irreparable harm to them once they encountered it. I didn't take good care of her, but it was mainly because of the sudden outbreak of the evil fire, and I was completely unprepared before. Yan Shaiji said here, somewhat cowardly. If this scene is seen, it is estimated that you will not feel surprised. After all, what Yan Shaiji was facing, but the dragon god Douluo Moon among the 3 strongest players today was also his teacher. When something goes wrong, you don't know how to reflect, but you always make excuses here. Don't you feel shameful? Mu Lao asked lightly. He was indeed a little angry. The most important thing is not the error itself, but instead of reflecting on yourself when there is a mistake, and blindly finding excuses to justify yourself. How is that kid Xiao Chen? If something goes wrong with him, just wait to take the blame and conceal it. Ye Chen can be said to have been regarded as the future of the academy, and there is no room for the slightest difference. Xiao Chen doesn't have any major problems, it's just that the consumption of soul power is a bit high, plus she was knocked into a coma by Xiao Tao, and she is probably awake now. Yan Shaiji respectfully said that with his cultivation and experience, the situation at the scene can only be seen at a glance to understand what happened. That's good. Hearing Ye Chen's okay, old Mu's voice softened a lot. Although I don't know how Ye Chen did it, one thing is certain, that is, he used his second martial arts spirit. Otherwise, with the strength difference between the two, Ye Chen would never be able to stop Ma Xiao Tao, who was out of control. Hey, Xiao Chen is here. Suddenly, Mu Lao's originally cloudy eyes brightened, and he looked in the direction where Ye Chen came across the golden tree wall. Grandpa Mu, Uncle Yan, how is Sister Xiao Tao? After Ye Chen walked into the room, he first greeted the two politely, and then began to inquire about Ma Xiao Tao's situation. Xiao Tao is nothing serious, but because he didn't suppress the evil fire in time, it had some influence on his spiritual sea, and he would be in a coma for a while. Yan Shaiji's tone was slightly solemn. If it hadn't been for Ye Chen's move to temporarily suppress the evil fire in Ma Xiao Tao's body, maybe his proud disciple would not be able to keep it. Hearing this, Ye Chen looked at Ma Xiao Tao, who was lying on the bed with some worry. It is precisely because of the worry that this big sister, who has been with him since childhood, hurriedly rushed to the sea god pavilion regardless of physical exhaustion. I thought of a way to solve the evil fire in Sister Xiao Tao's martial arts in advance, but I don't know if it can work, so I came over to discuss it with Grandpa Mu. Ye Chen couldn't help it either, and the matter had to be speeded up. But he knew that in less than 2 years at most, Ma Xiao Tao would be devoured by the evil fire, allowing the Holy Spirit cult to take advantage of the loopholes. That incident not only lost Ma Xiao Tao, but also caused Shrek Academy to lose Mr. Mu, who was the pillar. With his cultivation speed after level 30, if he really waited until after level 50, the daylily would be cold. Ye Chen didn't allow such a thing to happen under his nose. Yan Shaiji had a look of surprise in his eyes when he heard these words, but because Mr. Mu was by his side, he didn't ask impatiently. The main reason was that Mr. Mu reprimanded him. Oh, what's the solution? Mu Lao was more stable than Yan Shaiji, but he was also somewhat interested. This problem has plagued them for so many years. If it can be resolved in advance, it is indeed something to look forward to. Since childhood, Ye Chen has brought them too many surprises. Since he has said it, it means that he has a plan in his heart, otherwise he may not even say it. Remember the kind of flame produced when the spirit ring is fused? I'm thinking about whether that kind of flame can completely remove the evil fire from little Tao's body. Ye Chen said slowly, not so absolute. He actually wanted Ma Xiao Tao to join his divine fire forging body, to refine the fire attributes in his body again. Even if this method is feasible, there are many other factors to consider. But if it succeeds, it might be possible to make Ma Xiao Tao's martial soul a true ultimate fire. You mean, use that extreme flame to smelt the evil fire, so that Xiao Tao's martial arts can achieve an effect similar to evolution. While Lao Mu asked softly, he couldn't help thinking. After fusing the spirit ring twice, although Mr. Mu was not present, he heard Mr. Xian describe the scene in detail. But after thinking about it carefully, it is somewhat unlikely. That is the ultimate flame that even the old Xian can't get close to. Can Ma Xiao Tao's cultivation base of only 6 rings bear it? Ye Chen has also considered this question. Although the 10 primordial fires of the primordial land will not cause him harm, others may not necessarily. However, after experiencing the same thing twice, Ye Chen also summed up a bit of experience. At the end, the moment Chen Huo retracted, its own energy was almost consumed in the forging body. With the strength of Ma Xiao Tao's 6th ring, even if this little energy still poses a huge threat to her, as long as it can withstand that moment, the spirit of martial arts is likely to undergo a qualitative change. You know, this is the 10 great source of fire, nothing is impossible. Come here today, it's a bit late, but finally the code came out. Dear readers, who can teach me how to type? My current speed is not even as fast as a snail crawling. Chapter 32, Passing Time. Ye Chen revealed the most true thoughts in his heart, and the 3 people in the room fell silent again. Mr. Mu considered the matter more comprehensively. Although this matter is theoretically feasible, it is still very dangerous. Once the control is not good, even if Ma Xiao Tao's fire attribute is infinitely close to the ultimate fire, he still may suffer huge damage. Mu Lao and Yan Shaijia knew very little about that mysterious flame, and only Ye Chen knew a little bit. Even so, for the sake of your safety and Xiao Tao's safety, I still can't try it right away. There is too much uncertainty, and I can't make a decision for Xiao Tao. Elder Mu paused when he said that. Just when Ye Chen thought he had denied his idea, Elder Mu spoke again. But when Xiao Chen gets the 3rd spirit ring, you can let Xiao Tao follow and feel the flames, and let her decide whether to try it. After all, it's her own business, and we can also make suggestions. After Mu Lao finished speaking, Yan Shaijia nodded thoughtfully without speaking. Ye Chen also understood what Mu Lao meant. Yes, this matter is already related to Ma Xiao Tao's life, except for herself, no one else has the right to make this decision. If this method doesn't work, Ye Chen can only do something else. Time waits for no one, only less than 2 years are left. If you can use the fire of nirvana, you won't be in a dilemma like it is now. Thinking of this, Ye Chen sighed softly, looking at Ma Xiao Tao who was still unconscious. The worry in his eyes grew a bit thick. After leaving the Sea God Pavilion, Ye Chen asked Yan Shaijia to take him back to the outer courtyard. Although the exhaustion of the body has not been eliminated, it has been delayed all morning, and there are courses that he attaches great importance to in the afternoon. Instead of going to the 1st grade classroom of the Wuhan department, he came to the Seoul Guidance Department. After traveling for a long time in the test area, he finally found Fan Yu in a test field. Ye Chen had basically mastered all the knowledge he had to learn in the 1st grade, so he planned to come over to learn the Seoul guidance device in the afternoon this year. Even if it weren't for Zhou Yi's pressure, he would want to stay here all day. While being able to use the effective time to the maximum, she can also hide from Wang Dong's girl. But that's how he thought about it. If he really did this, Zhou Yi would start rushing. His young body would be beyond support. After hearing Ye Chen's reasons, Fan Yu readily agreed. His student wanted to spend more time to learn the soul guidance device, but he was too happy to be too late, so how could he oppose it? In the heart of the chief soul instructor of this academy, he was full of expectations for Ye Chen. Although he only knows a little about Ye Chen's martial soul, it is the ultimate martial soul after all. Isn't a soul master with the ultimate martial arts the best candidate for that plan? In this way, Ye Chen stayed very late in the soul guidance system, and further deepened the use of various soul guidance devices. Now it's just learning to use it. Only by solidifying the basic knowledge can we systematically learn how to make the soul guidance device. On Zhou Yi's side, Yan Shaija had already sent someone to say hello. Although he didn't want Ye Chen to be distracted from cultivating the soul guidance device, this was after all the instructions of old Mu, and he couldn't help it. The closer he got to his dormitory, the more nervous Ye Chen's heart became. It stands to reason that a top girl with a lively personality should be happy in a room with her, but his heart is full of panic that is incomprehensible to ordinary people. After all, even though the two lifetimes combined are over 30 years old, Ye Chen is still blank in terms of feelings. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is single. The vacancies of various emotions in the previous life made him cherish the affection of family in this life, and he also yearned for love. But don't look at his usual lip service. It's okay to analyze for others. When it's his turn, I really don't know what to do. Ye Chen crept to the door of the room and took out the spare key. The previous key was left in a hurry and was not brought out. Wang Dong said that just staying here will be one night, so it should be gone now, right? Ye Chen stretched his heart, opened the door with the key, and looked into the room. He didn't see anyone in the room, but he always felt something was wrong, as if it was not the same as before. Suddenly, Ye Chen's pupils shrank, and he found that Wang Dong's iconic fur bedding was spreading on the originally empty bed in the room. And the original white bedding was thrown on the balcony at random, in a mess. The most important thing is that there are dozens of small dirty footprints printed on it. Why are you back? A sudden voice shocked Ye Chen. Looking back, he found that Wang Dong's thin figure was standing in front of the door. As if seeing the bedding on the balcony, Wang Dong's handsome face showed a slightly embarrassing expression. I should ask you the truth, why are you still here, and what have you done to my soft quilt? Ye Chen roared with black lines, this is obviously his room, this girl actually asked how he came back. Moreover, even a fool can see that Ye Chen's bedding must have undergone inhumane abuse before it became the way it is now. I think you didn't show up today, thinking you are not coming back. Such a good room can't be wasted, right? Wang Dong's voice was a little flustered, and the reasons given were extremely far-fetched. In fact, she was not in the state all day, thinking about why Ye Chen didn't come to class. She had forgotten everything about looking for the teacher in charge. In just one day, he even thought about whether she died suddenly or dropped out of school overnight. He really didn't know what was in her little head. Okay, then you live here, can't I leave? Ye Chen didn't care about Wang Dong's reason, and just wanted to leave here quickly. He would not naively think that if he was seen, this girl would like him. If you continue to stay here, it really doesn't necessarily mean that something indescribable will happen. Seeing Ye Chen who had fled from the wild, Wang Dong curled his lips, his eyes filled with doubts, and he didn't understand why this had such a big reaction. Living together is obviously because he suffers. Isn't he also a habit of cleanliness? In the following days, although the two met every day, there was not much conversation. Ye Chen actually didn't know what he was thinking, and had been deliberately avoiding Wang Dong. After that night, he moved to Huo Yuhao's room and tried his best not to let the two people have a space to be alone. It was the same with Wang Dong, as if he had forgotten that matter and became a lot colder. In this state, 3 months passed in a flash. Ladies and gentlemen, this chapter serves as a transitional role. I have tried my best to finish it, so please don't spray it if you don't like it. I don't know what's going on with you. Anyway, I'm a person who hesitates when I meet someone I really like, even though I'm in front of friends. Chapter 33, Star Do. Strictly speaking, it is 2 months and 20 days. Since this period of time, Ye Chen's life and rest have been extremely regular, basically between the two lines of Wuhan, Seoul Dao, and the dormitory. During the period, I went back to the Sea God Pavilion several times and discussed some things with Lao Mu. Through high-intensity study and cultivation, although it is not obvious how much spirit power has been improved, there has been considerable progress in the spirit guidance device. In the first month, under Fan Yu's instruction, he drew the theoretical knowledge crazily and laid the foundation firmly. It took another 1.5 months to successfully produce the core formation of the first-level soul guide, which officially became a first-level soul mentor. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the news was blocked by Fan Yu in time, but it was reported to the Sea God Pavilion. Since the establishment of the soul guidance system, no one has been able to complete the carving of the first-level soul guidance device core formation from a beginner in such a short time. It can be said that Ye Chen broke the fastest record of the Academy's soul guidance department. Even though Ye Chen had a high position in the eyes of the old people, he did not expect that while he had such a talent in the spirit, he could also achieve such an achievement in the spirit guide. Especially Xian Liner and Qian Duo. Although he hoped that Ye Chen could carry forward the soul guidance system, he did not have much hope. As long as Ye Chen can fully display his martial arts talents. But now it seems that they still underestimated their son's talents, and while surprised, they couldn't help but feel a little relieved. There are still 10 days before the assessment of freshmen in the first 3 months of school. Ye Chen didn't go to the outer courtyard to attend classes as usual, but appeared on the official road to the Stardo Great Forest, accompanied by a flame-like girl, Ma Xiao Tao, who was only the first day in the inner courtyard. When school was over at noon the day before, he asked Zhou Yi to ask for a leave. Since he didn't know how long it would take, he just asked for 10 days. It was mainly because he took the letter from Yan Shaiji. After Zhou Yi read it, even if he was reluctant, he could only give him the fake. Ye Chen had suppressed the cultivation base for nearly 3 months. Originally, he wanted to wait for the holiday a year later to attach the spirit ring, but the time was too late. He must be prepared that Ma Xiao Tao can't stand the sacred fire forging his body, and then he can save time to think about other countermeasures. What's more, he has other things to do during the holiday 1 year later. So even if you are not sure now, you must try it in advance. Xiao Chen, teacher, are they so relieved of you? Don't they send anyone to protect? Ma Xiao Tao stared at Ye Chen beside him, a little unbelievable. In her opinion, Ye Chen was usually protected by those grandfathers strictly, but this time he went to the Stardo Great Forest, but they were the only ones who were rare. You know that Ye Chen is trying to fuse 10,000 years spirit ring this time, and to see if he can solve the evil fire problem. More than 2 months ago, after Ma Xiao Tao woke up and listened to Yan Shaiji's Ye Chen's proposal, she decided to seize this opportunity to give it a try. Although it can still be solved after waiting for the 5th ring of Ye Chen, she has really been tortured enough, and she doesn't want to wait for a moment. Don't worry, it's enough for you to have little Tao, we are only hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, and there is no need to go deep into the core circle. Ye Chen said casually. He didn't believe that no one was following them. Just like the last time he sneaked out and followed Bai Bei to the Stardo Great Forest, although he didn't say anything, Ye Chen knew that old Xian had been following him. Just to achieve the purpose of letting Ye Chen experience, unless he is in danger of life, he will never make a move. Ma Xiao Tao looked at Ye Chen, who was confident, and said nothing. With her strength, facing the ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, there is really no pressure, unless it reaches more than 50,000 years to pose a certain threat. Over the years, Ye Chen had caused enough shock to everyone, so when he heard that his 3rd spirit ring target was Wanyan, he was not too surprised, but a little bit strange. However, before leaving, Mr. Mu repeatedly emphasized that if things cannot be done, he should give up on his own initiative and save his life is the most important thing. After the two arrived at the Stardo Great Forest, they did not delay too long in the periphery, and proceeded directly to the middle area. No way, Ye Chen's spirit ring will not bring him the skills of the spirit beast, but it also needs to be obtained from the spirit beast of the corresponding attribute. If you want to find a suitable soul beast in the outer area, it is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. Not to mention 10,000 years, even a 1,000-year-old light attribute soul beast is very difficult to encounter, not to mention that they only have 10 days. 10 days later, the freshman assessment was about to begin. Although Ye Chen didn't care, Zhou Yi still counted on him to give himself a face. One day passed quickly, and the two Ye Chen searched from the periphery to a deep location in the middle area, and still had nothing to gain. I've seen a lot of spirit beasts with other attributes, but in order to preserve their strength, they avoided everything they could avoid, and only a few small battles took place. It was almost always that Ye Chen made another move, and Ma Xiao Tao's spirit power had hardly been consumed. Although the battle ended quickly, he didn't kill any soul beast at will. What makes Ye Chen feel very strange is that they are already in a deep position, but they haven't even seen a soul beast that is more than 10,000 years old. Not to mention meeting Ye Chen's requirements. Xiao Chen, we are already in a very deep position now. If we go further in, there will be some difficult situations to deal with, so let's start searching horizontally from now on. Ma Xiao Tao frowned and said. Ye Chen thought for a while and said, okay, but little Tao, let's try our best to hunt only the soul beasts we need, and let the others let go. In fact, he did just that. The previous pair of mandala snakes, even if they were killed, did not waste a 2,000-year spirit ring in vain. If spirit masters hunted and killed spirit beasts so recklessly, even if there was no Silver Dragon King later, other terrifying spirit beasts would be born. Heaven is balanced. The Dao of heaven in Douluo continent is very weak, but that is also the Dao of heaven. Such words were spoken from the night sky, and Ma Xiao Tao glanced at him in a charming manner, feeling a little surprised. Little brother, you seem to be quite kind. While speaking, her smooth jade fingers curled up Ye Chen's chin, and her expression was somewhat charming. What are you doing? Let me tell you that this young man is very clean and self-conscious, not such a casual person. Ye Chen was frightened by Ma Xiao Tao's eye-catching eyes. He hugged his chest, moved his body quickly back a few steps, and looked at the female hooligan in front of him vigilantly. Ma Xiao Tao joked and said, oh, is this the Xiao Chen I know? There are times when I am afraid. Ye Chen was amused by the way she was now. I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to retaliate against Ye Chen, who told him not to learn well when he was a child, and teased her when he met. Your brother Chen is not afraid, just worry that if you come to me again, it will be a sad reminder. Ye Chen thought very narcissistically, but he did have some worries. Fortunately, although the two people occasionally molested each other, they are still a sibling relationship. In the past 11 years, they have been with each other, and the two have long regarded each other as their relatives. Everyone has everyone's ideas. It's impossible to satisfy everyone. I can only write it as best as I can. If everyone is happy to read, I am happy to write. After all, we can all be readers. Let's cheer together. Right. Chapter 34, Strange Situation. Because Ye Chen has been busy cultivating since he was a child, he has no friends who can speak for himself. Ma Xiao Tao is one, Bai Bei is also the same, Su Sanqi's close friends are not counted. Don't look at him usually screaming big nephew, but if Bai Bei really encounters something, he will definitely rush forward without hesitation and stand in front of him. Similarly, this is also why Ye Chen, regardless of the consumption of soul power, also helped Ma Xiao Tao suppress the evil fire. In the star-dug forest at night, some weird plants exude radiant light of various colors, forming a splendid scene. And in the darkness beyond the reach of light, there are endless murderous intents hidden. Ye Chen and Ma Xiao Tao sat cross-legged in a small basin, keeping 100% vigilance at all times. At this time, no one knows which direction the danger will come from, so it is unwise to search at night. With the strength of the two, it is barely a problem to spend the night in a position that is not very deep in the middle area, but they can only wait until dawn before starting the search. If you change to Ye Chen himself, I'm afraid you can only retreat to the periphery and go deep again after dawn. Ye Chen sprinkled some powder for repelling poisonous insects around the two, took out the barbecue and water in the ring, and handed it to Ma Xiao Tao. Because of the influence of the old Xian, no matter what kind of trip, even if you don't bring anything else, you must bring enough food. Although the barbecue is cold, at least it can fill the vacancy in the stomach. Ma Xiaotao was not polite to him, took a bite of the barbecue, turned her head and said to him, Xiao Chen, I think you should stay away from Xian, don't be broken by him. She thought there were only two people, she and Ye Chen, and she didn't hesitate to speak. Ye Chen's heart was like Ming Jing, without breaking, he secretly chuckled. On a towering tree not far from the two, a cocky figure was lying lazily leaning against the dense foliage. This person was the old Xian who came to protect Ye Chen. After listening to Ma Xiaotao's words with a black face, he felt that the chicken legs in his hand were all tasteless. What does it mean to stay away from me, so that I can learn from it? Old Xian muttered in a low voice, picked up the hip flask in his hand, and took a sip in his mouth suddenly. By the way, Xiao Chen, it's been 3 months since school started. Are there any girls who chase you? Ma Xiaotao said with a smile after eating the barbecue. The whole person's face was filled with gossip expressions. No, don't always think about me, let's think about your lifelong events quickly. If you don't worry, you will become an old woman and no one will want it. Ye Chen swallowed what was in his mouth, seemingly concerned, but very concerned. Said contemptuously. You kid, say it again. Ma Xiaotao was on fire in an instant. A boneless hand attached to the phoenix flame instantly touched the soft flesh on Ye Chen's waist and screwed it down fiercely. Sister Xiaotao, I was wrong, don't say anything. Ye Chen grinned in pain and made a very pompous expression. After he repeatedly begged for mercy, Ma Xiaotao stopped what she was doing. The thing she can't tolerate the most is that others say she is old. Ma Xiaotao will lead the team to participate in the Continent Senior Soul Master Soul Fighting Competition a year later. She is not yet 19 years old, but turned into an old woman in Ye Chen's mouth. That was what Ye Chen said, and he had been lying on the ground long ago when he replaced it with someone else. Ye Chen smiled bitterly, in front of this female hooligan, he really had no temper. The next day, the two figures swiftly walked through the jungle. They seemed to have encountered a very strange thing. It has been 2 days, and there is no soul beast that has been cultivated for 10,000 years. Not to mention, it is rare to see even more than 5,000 years. We must know that this is already the middle region of the Douluo Great Forest. Could it be that those spirit beasts have been hiding in the core area? Xiao Chen, how do I feel that there is something wrong with the atmosphere inside, as if something bad is about to happen. Ma Xiaotao frowned. Compared with the previous few visits to the Douluo Great Forest, there was weirdness everywhere. Even Ye Chen noticed something unusual. We quickly speed up. If we can't find a suitable soul beast before it gets dark today, we will quit first and wait for the next time. Ye Chen's tone has also become a little solemn, although he is not reconciled, but it can only be done like this. Under such unknown circumstances, if you continue to go deeper, the risk will be greater than usual. Soul Ring can be obtained sooner or later, but life is only once. Thinking of this, the two of them speeded up again a little bit. Ye Chen's pair of different pupils glowed with shining luster, and they could see everything around them. After realizing the weirdness in the forest, they dare not relax a bit of vigilance. After that, he encountered a few soul beasts of 6,000 years old, and Ye Chen observed it carefully and found one thing in common. As if driven by something, they ran towards the core circle of the Douluo forest. The speed is not fast, but it has been moving forward, and the footsteps will not stop at all because of the obstacles ahead. It looks like you have lost your sense of autonomy. Far away from the location of the two of Ye Chen, the real core of the Douluo forest, there is a pale golden lake. A strange energy radiated from the lake, spreading around like ripples. In an inconspicuous place on the shore, a black-robed man knelt on the ground, his eyes mixed with piety that he had never had before. At the same time, outside the Douluo Great Forest, there was a small tree that was as good as human beings, and the golden lines on the leaves exuded a little sacred light. The range that the light can reach is not large, probably centered on a small tree, 100 meters in radius. This area is just the tip of the iceberg for the endless Douluo Great Forest. But in the tip of the iceberg, the two soul beasts attacked each other desperately, looking at the center of the small tree from time to time, and there was a feeling of salivation. Among them is a bird-like soul beast. The feathers of the whole body show the dark red color after blood coagulation. Each of them is shaped like a barbed. The ratio of eyes to body is much larger than that of ordinary birds, and it always exudes the cold breath. As for the other one, it was a dark golden bear-like soul beast. On the thick bear paws, there were 10 giant claws tens of meters long, like a sharp blade, with some scarlet blood stained on it. The two soul beasts have not known how long they have been fighting here. The bear-like soul beast eventually fell down first, and the huge body was covered with tiny holes. Even so, its final gaze was still looking at the small tree not far away, as if full of unwillingness. The dark red bird-like soul beast screamed, as if releasing the joy of victory. Dragging his mutilated body, he walked towards his trophy. At least half of the scales on one of its wings disappeared, and one of them was weakly beaten on one side of the body, almost completely cut off, connected to the body with the only trace of flesh and blood, so that it would not fall off. It was really very close to that strange little tree, and I was about to run into it when I was so close. At this moment, an incomparably holy light shone on the small tree, which gathered into a huge ball of light 1 foot in front of it. The next moment, a figure stumbled out of the ball of light and lay straight on the ground. Damn, what's the situation? This person's peculiar pair of pupils exudes brilliant light, and his eyes are full of consternation. His worldview seemed to collapse completely in an instant. All I can say is that Ye Chen is really too dumbfounded. Chapter 35, The Mutated Blood Feather Phosphorescent Finches. In the middle area of the Douluo Great Forest, Old Xian and Ma Xiao Tao stood sluggishly on the spot, looking at the direction where Ye Chen was originally. Just now Ye Chen and Ma Xiao Tao were moving forward quickly, and Old Xian followed closely not far away. But what people did not expect was that a 2-meter-high halo suddenly appeared in front of Ye Chen, shining with an incomparably sacred breath of light. There was nothingness in the middle of the halo, as if there were no energy fluctuations, but it made the old Xian who saw this scene an extremely depressed feeling. Before he could stop his figure, Ye Chen plunged directly into the endless emptiness, and the sacred halo that appeared mysteriously also disappeared. Even if Elder Xian wanted rescue for the first time, it was too late. Ye Chen was under his nose, disappearing out of thin air. This situation has some impressions in his mind. It is said that the Beast Emperor Tian has an ability similar to the arrival of the true body, but Elder Xian has never heard of being able to take people away. And that kind of extreme light is definitely not something that a spirit beast with a dark attribute like De Tian can emit. But anyway, it happened in the Douluo Great Forest after all. He didn't believe that De Tian didn't know anything about it. Thinking of this, the soul power of the old Xian body was mobilized, and after a sentence, it turned into an earthy yellow light and disappeared in the direction of the core area. Xiao Tao, you first withdraw and go directly to the college to report to Lao Mu. If I haven't returned in 3 hours, I don't have to wait any longer, and be prepared for the beast wave. There was a trace of unquestionable determination in old Xian's voice. He doesn't care about anything now, he only knows that Ye Chen must not have an accident. In fact, at that moment, Ye Chen himself did not figure out the situation. He just felt deep in his heart, there was a strong voice beckoning him, and then he felt that he had crashed into a strange place. There doesn't seem to be any kind of energy with a known attribute in it, and there is only endless emptiness as far as the eye can see. Then, he was dizzy for a while, opened his eyes again and appeared in the Douluo forest. The dense vegetation here, Ye Chen recognized at a glance that it was the periphery of the forest, and as far as his eyes could be, there was another thing that shocked his heart. Sacred hibiscus tree! Ye Chen screamed, his eyes full of incredible. Did I have been summoned by this hibiscus sacred tree? But why is there a living hibiscus tree here? At that moment, he even thought whether he had crossed into the prehistoric era again. The hibiscus sacred tree close at hand, whether it is breath or image, is almost the same as his martial soul, the only difference is that there is no three-legged golden crow inhabiting it. But when he saw the soul beast in front of him in a blink of an eye, he realized that he was still on the Douluo continent. Because he knew that avian soul beast was a soul beast that the outside world believed to be extinct, its name was blood feather phosphorus, and it did have certain light attributes in its body. If it hadn't been seen in an ancient book by Mr. Mew, he would not recognize it either. These ancient soul beasts, which were originally considered extinct, have appeared so frequently recently, and why are they still on the periphery, unlike other 10,000-year soul beasts? Based on the color of his feathers, Ye Chen judged that this blood feather phosphorescent bird had just reached its 10,000 years of cultivation base, and the red color had begun to gradually darken. The blood feather phosphorus was slightly sluggish because of the sudden appearance of a human in front of him. But it wouldn't think about it so much, it just regarded Ye Chen as a rival to him. It is not wrong to say that the hibiscus sacred tree is a treasure of heaven and material. The holy breath that exudes makes the blood feathers phosphorescent coveted all the time. I don't know how the treasure medicine in the eyes of this soul beast has existed until now. Didn't Dishan discover it? Ye Chen seemed to have endless doubts in his heart, but now was not the time to think about this. The only remaining wing of the blood feather phosphorus had already slapped him down fiercely. The remaining barbed feathers, if they fall on the body, even with the strength of his body, it is enough for him to drink a pot. The strength of the 10,000 years soul beast should not be underestimated. With Ye Chen's current strength, it is far from being able to contend. Almost all of the strength of the blood feather phosphorus is on the wings. Without a wing, it is almost the same as being half-lived. Coupled with the various injuries on its body, Ye Chen was completely unafraid at this time. Lanju's shallow water has suffered a shrimp scene, not to mention a blood feather phosphorus sparrow that has been seriously injured. Even if this kind of soul beast is not a pure light attribute soul beast, but fortunately it has a certain light element in its body, it can be used as the third spirit ring of the hibiscus sacred tree. Grandpa Mew asked me to read more ancient books, and now it seems to be used. Thinking of this, the Xian Tian Gong in Ye Chen's body was activated, and at the same time a warm and jade-like light appeared on his hands. The barbed feathers contain strong neurotoxins, which can paralyze the body. And the words of Xian Yushao can just prevent the invasion of toxins. The right hand and the wings of the blood feather phosphorescent sparrow separated immediately, and Ye Chen used that thrust to instantly leave its attack range. The spirit of the sacred hibiscus tree was released instantly, and it felt a bit of a distant echo with the sacred hibiscus tree not far away. Without any hesitation, Ye Chen added the first spirit ability to his body, attempting to use the second spirit ability to chop off the second wing of the blood feather phosphorus. However, he did not expect this blood feather phosphorescent finches to undergo a certain degree of mutation. This kind of mutation makes its eyes bigger and becomes its own weakness, but it also has brand new abilities. As Ye Chen retreated, he noticed that the phosphorescence in his eyes had dimmed a lot. Almost for an instant, I felt my spirit trance, and after recovering, I found that I had come to another place. It was a dilapidated small building with a slide downstairs that had completely faded after a long time of use. I was sitting at the end of the slide, and there was an old man with grey hair standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile on his face. "What's the matter? Isn't this the old dean of the orphanage? Have I crossed back again?" Ye Chen muttered to himself in his heart. But in the next moment, he realized something was wrong. Because in his memory, the old dean was dead long ago, it is impossible to appear in front of him. Not good, illusion. He suddenly realized that he was absolutely trapped in the illusion, and this was his inner world. Although the old dean was still calling his name, everything in front of him seemed so unreal, as if in a dream. But what kind of ability is it that actually makes him, the owner of the Fuzang Divine Tree martial spirit, fall into the illusion without checking? Outside, the blood feather phosphorus screamed triumphantly when he saw Ye Chen's move. Although its current physical injury had reached a level that threatened its life, it still walked towards the sacred hibiscus tree in front of it. In its eyes, Ye Chen was no longer a threat, and there was nothing more that could prevent him from obtaining this sacred tree. But it did not see that Ye Chen's original sluggish expression slowly recovered a trace of clarity. "Let's stop here today. I don't know when the school will start. Although the university courses are a lot looser, it is definitely not possible to spend all of your time on codewords as it is now, and you have to keep some basic knowledge in your hands." Chapter 36, Bad Way. The blood feather phosphorescent bird's big eyes were staring at the sacred hibiscus tree close at hand, full of longing. When it stretched forward with the remaining wings, it did not expect that death had already come behind it. Tweet! Accompanied by a violent scream, a huge sword light flashed, and the wing that stretched towards the sacred tree of Fuzang was also completely cut down. Ye Chen stood panting behind the blood feather phosphorus, holding a dilapidated soul guiding great sword in his hand. It was originally a level 3 soul guidance device. The whole body was pitted and dull, as if it had been corroded by something. Seeing the blood feather phosphorescent sparrow whose aura quickly languished, Ye Chen's heart was frightened for a while. Just a moment ago, as the owner of the martial spirit of the Fuzang Divine Tree, he was actually caught in an illusion. After reacting for the first time, Ye Chen mobilized the ultimate light of his whole body in an attempt to restore clarity to the Sea of Spirit. Fortunately, it was not only Ye Chen himself, but also this mutated blood feather phosphorescent sparrow. Did not kill Ye Chen the first time he fell into the illusion, instead turned and walked towards the Fuzang Divine Tree. It has to be said that it is really too confident in its ability to generate this kind of mutation, which gave Ye Chen a chance. After recovering, Ye Chen was worried that his unarmed damage was not enough, so he immediately took out the 3-level soul guide sword that Fan Yu tailored for him from the ring, and applied the second soul ability. Although he is only a 1st-level soul guide, he has a 30th level soul power, and he can fully use a 3rd-level soul guide. But he didn't expect that this light attribute 3rd-level soul guide, after attaching the second soul ability, would not be able to withstand a single blow. After the sword light was swung out, the sword body was eroded by the holy light and dark flames. Even the core formation of the light attribute could not withstand the extreme energy and was completely damaged. Fortunately, the effect of the attack power was achieved, and the only remaining wing of the blood feather phosphorus had been chopped down by the root. In addition, Ye Chen had already become wary of the ability to make people fall into the illusion. At this time, this 10,000-year level spirit beast could no longer pose a threat to him. However, just in case, while the time for the second spirit ability had not passed, Ye Chen rushed forward to make up a few palms. It wasn't until the blood-feathered phosphorescent sparrow completely lost its combat effectiveness that he was completely relieved and probed the surrounding situation. "I'm going. No wonder I was so badly injured." It is estimated that there was a battle with the dark golden Turo claw bear for the sacred tree of Fuzang. Ye Chen found the bear-like spirit beast lying on the side. It was the overlord existence in the Star Do Great Forest, the dark golden dire claw bear. At this time, the dark golden dine claw bear had completely lost its breath of life, and a purple spirit ring was hovering in the sky above its body. The purple has started to darken, changing its direction like black. From the color of the spirit ring, Ye Chen can roughly tell that this dark golden terrifying claw bear has a cultivation base of 5,000 to 6,000 years. With its terrifying defense power and huge claws, it can even be the same as the 10,000-year spirit beast. Compete? But even so, he was still killed. The blood feather phosphorus that killed it was also seriously injured and was picked up by Ye Chen. After all, the biggest winner this time was Ye Chen alone. Looking at the hibiscus sacred tree on the side, after I didn't know what method he summoned Ye Chen, there was no movement at all. Only the sacred aura exuding all over his body made him feel a strong sense of intimacy, as if it was something that originally belonged to him. Ye Chen knew that this hibiscus sacred tree must have a huge connection with him. If not, it would definitely not appear on the Douluo plane that did not originally belong to it. Thinking of the if absent summons in the Star Do Great Forest after the previous 2 fusion of spirit rings, Ye Chen seemed to understand something. But before I had time to think about it, a huge collision sounded from the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, and the whistling spirit power fluctuations could be clearly felt even by Ye Chen in the depths and periphery. It's broken, isn't it, because Elder Xian found out that I was missing, and went to find Dishan dignitaries. The more Ye Chen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. With old Xian's temper, he could do anything. But I am here now. Even if Elder Xian finds Ditian, he will definitely not be able to get someone, so I have to find a way to notify him. Fortunately, before entering the Star Do Great Forest, I agreed with Ma Xiao Tao. If the two are separated, launch a soul-guided cannonball into the air, and if the other person is nearby, use a soul-guided cannonball to respond as well. With Elder Xian's strength and cultivation base, he must have heard those words at that time. Ye Chen couldn't manage that much, took out a first-class soul cannon from the ring, and raised his hand to the sky above his head for a shot. With his strength, he couldn't go to the core area to inform Elder Xian. What's the difference between that and giving someone a head? Nowadays, one can only hope for this clumsy method. And he believed that if old Xian couldn't find anyone, it would be fine if he wanted to leave. Near the sky above the core area of the Star Do, the 2 figures stood apart after a violent collision between them. The pressure produced by the horrible spirit power fluctuations created a large vacuum area in the forest under their feet. No soul beast dared to step into this hellish realm without opening his eyes, all hiding far away, for fear of touching the mold of the 2. Ditian, I just want to know his whereabouts. As the master here, it is impossible for you to be ignorant of it. A deep voice resounded in the air, and was carried by the soul power to rush in all directions. It was Elder Xian who came to look for Ye Chen who made this noise. The man in the black robe known as Ditian frowned and said impatiently, Suanzi, I will say it again. If you didn't see it, you didn't see it. If it is in my hands, it won't be hidden. Dishan disdains to do such a thing. Hey, it's impossible. Old Xian snorted coldly, 2 yellows, 2 purples, 4 blacks and 1 red. The 9 spirit rings were arranged in an orderly manner from top to bottom, exuding unparalleled aura. If you can't find Ye Chen today, he doesn't mind making a big turn here. But what made him feel very strange was that apart from Ditian, several other terrifying existences did not appear. And Ditian has been blocking his way, as if he didn't want him to rush into the real core area. Suddenly, his pupil shrank, and he looked towards the outside of the Star Do forest. With his eyesight, he suddenly saw a red dot over there, slowly rising. Not far from the red dot, a white light that was not very strong followed closely and quickly reached the same height. Old Xian instantly remembered the conversation between Ye Chen and Ma Xiao Tao when he first entered the forest. Reminiscent of Dishan's tough attitude, he no longer cared about confronting here, and quickly rushed in the direction where the light rose. Humph, if it weren't for that incident, I really wanted to take action to keep this arrogant guy here, but they won't be arrogant for long. Ditian muttered to himself some inexplicable words, a glimmer of light flashed in his shocking eyes. For some reason, he didn't stop old Xian from leaving. He turned into a streamer and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Chapter 37, The Disappearing Hibiscus Sacred Tree. The periphery of the Star Do Great Forest. After the soul guidance cannonball was launched, Ye Chen came to the side of the sacred hibiscus tree and carefully observed it. In terms of appearance alone, it was indeed no different from his martial soul. But after all, it was a real-life body, that kind of light and sacred aura, far beyond his martial soul. Even Ye Chen, bathed in the holy light, felt extremely refreshed in his body, and the speed of the soul power in his body increased a lot. Even Ye Chen felt that if he could cultivate under this kind of holy light, he would definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Since he met him, there is no reason to leave it here. But in the end, I used all the available methods, and the hibiscus sacred tree did not change at all. Ye Chen first released his martial soul, and tried to use the ultimate light attribute soul power in the martial soul to communicate with the sacred tree of fusing, but it didn't work. After the spirit power entered the body of the hibiscus sacred tree, it disappeared without a trace as if it had entered the sea like a clay cow. Except for the strong sense of intimacy, no other changes have occurred. The sacred tree still stands there, exuding a sacred atmosphere. After that, Ye Chenayu began to use mental power to communicate, and was immediately surprised to find that he seemed to be able to feel some very vague voices. But disappointment also followed. These voices are intermittent and very vague, and it is impossible to hear what they are talking about. In addition to this, only a piece of chaos was left in the mental power. In the end, Ye Chen used even the most earthy method, holding the sacred hibiscus tree, wanting to pull it out abruptly. The result was obvious: the hibiscus sacred tree only slightly fainted, and there was no sound. This is also the case that Ye Chen has the same martial spirit. If he is replaced by another person, he may not even be able to shake the sacred tree of fusing. Who can tell me how to do it? Ye Chen slumped on the ground crying without tears, and yelled at the sky. Unfortunately, no one can answer him. I've already touched them, can't you just leave like this? Ye Chen thought helplessly. Now Elder Xian didn't know what was going on, and it was uncertain whether it would attract a powerful soul beast. So time is really a race against time for Ye Chen now. There is one last method he has not tried. If this method fails, he can only leave temporarily and think of other methods later. Thinking of this, Ye Chen got up and came to the Fusang God tree again. Because the body strength was too high, none of the weapons he carried could cause damage to himself, so he simply used his soul power to forcibly tore a small wound on his right hand. Under the strong squeeze, a drop of pale golden blood dripped on the leaves of the hibiscus sacred tree covered with golden lines. After doing this, Ye Chen looked at the hibiscus sacred tree nervously, expecting it to change. This method was summed up by him from the fantasy novels of previous lives. When all the methods cannot be used to shake the treasure, a drop of blood can often have unexpected effects. Haha, the ancients don't deceive me. Ye Chen let out a cry of surprise. The hibiscus sacred tree that could not be shaken before, as a whole turned into an extremely pure group of light attribute energy, and it burst in an instant. Even Ye Chen could hardly open his eyes again under the intense light. The light elements in the space began to converge on Ye Chen's right hand. Ye Chen only felt incomparably tranced, he could see anything clearly, and as far as his eyes could be, only a golden ocean was left. This scene is infinitely close to the scene that Martial Soul saw when he awakened. The same golden ocean, the same incomparable ultimate brightness. He saw a strange leaf floating on the golden ocean. At first glance, it seemed very fast, but when placed on the entire golden ocean, it appeared extremely slow. The whole body of the leaves is a kind of golden gold, and there are some flame-like red textures on it, which always exudes a hot and holy atmosphere. A small leaf gave Ye Chen the feeling of beings. And that endless golden ocean, but like a long river of great history, has been flowing forward continuously. Ye Chen's gaze, just staring at the leaves drifting past, completely lost the concept of time. I don't know if it was a few years, decades, or tens of thousands of years, that the blade finally landed on a person's palm. And that person, isn't he himself? Ye Chen didn't know how much time had passed in his subconscious mind, but in reality, it was only a momentary matter. When everything calmed down, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. The hibiscus sacred tree that originally stood not far away has disappeared, but some faint golden texture appeared in his palm. Xiao Chen, what are you doing, why are you in a daze? A melodious voice sounded, like a thunder in the flat ground, interrupting Ye Chen's thoughts. Looking intently, he found that it was Ma Xiaotao who rushed over after seeing the signal. Ye Chen didn't respond to the other party, his expression was as smooth as an ancient well, but his heart had already become turbulent. He could clearly feel that the hibiscus sacred tree was staying in a corner of his body, as if falling asleep. Although he didn't know the specific location or why it entered his body, he didn't care. The most important thing is to get the hibiscus sacred tree. As for what effect it has, as the cultivation base grows, one day will surface sooner or later. What was the situation just now? Why did you disappear all at once? Do you know how worried I and Elder Xian were? Ma Xiaotao said hurriedly, she was really anxious. Ye Chen disappeared out of thin air, and the worries deep in his heart even defeated the fear of the unknown. So after old Xian left, Ma Xiaotao did not immediately withdraw from the Stardo Great Forest, but continued to search in the middle area, trying to find some clues to Ye Chen. Until he saw the signal sent by Ye Chen, he was slightly relieved at the same time, he rushed over at the fastest speed. Sorry little Tao, I worry about you, but I don't know what is going on. Ye Chen said angrily, but the fact is that the same is true, and he still hasn't figured it out yet. Yes, even Elder Xian doesn't know what's going on, it's even more impossible for you. But Xiao Chen, what's the matter with this blood feather phosphorus and dark golden Turo claw bear? You didn't do it, right? Because Ma Xiaotao was worried about Ye Chen, she didn't check the surrounding situation for the first time. At this moment, after discovering that this kid had nothing to do, he was surprised when he took a closer look. As Yan Shayage's disciple, her knowledge was far beyond that of ordinary spirit masters, and she immediately recognized the names of the two spirit beasts. I almost forgot. Ye Chen gave a ghost cry, ignored Ma Xiaotao, and walked directly to the blood feather phosphorus. Fuzang divine tree martial spirit flashed away behind him, and the healing effect of Ye Chen's first spirit ability had been attached to the blood feather phosphorus. Just now, because of a series of weird things, he almost forgot the purpose of his trip. If the first spirit ability is a while later, this blood feather phosphorescent bird will probably belch. Not to mention wasting a 10,000-year spirit ring like that, and waiting to search for a light attribute spirit beast that meets the age limit. Simply Ye Chen was treated in time, and finally let it hang on to a sigh of relief. I will post 2 chapters first, and I will post the rest of the night together. Thank you for your great support. Although my writing is not very good, I will still try to write a bit. Chapter 38, Fusion, 10,000 Years Spirit Ring. Just as the two were talking, they suddenly felt a strong spirit power fluctuation. Ye Chen's pupils glowed slightly, mobilizing the soul power of the whole body, watching the direction of the core circle vigilantly. After seeing the source of the spirit power fluctuations, the two breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. There is no him, just because the old Xian has arrived. Seeing that Ye Chen was intact and still standing there alive, old Xian put away his strong aura and fell in front of them. You kids scared me to death, don't you know? Fortunately you are fine, I almost wanted to. Elder Xian hurriedly said nothing, and suddenly realized something, and forcibly held back the second half of his sentence. It's not good for them to talk to them now, so let's wait until later. Although he didn't say it, Ye Chen guessed 1 or 2. Judging from the direction in which old Xian appeared just now, he must have been to the core circle, but I don't know if I encountered that person. Ye Chen just planned to explain, but was directly stopped. Don't say anything now, go back to the college first. Old Xian's voice was a little impatient, as if something unusual had happened. But that's okay, the Stardo Great Forest is full of weirdness these days, so don't stay too much to be on the safe side. Wait for Grandpa Xian, take those 2 soul beasts. Ye Chen reminded hurriedly. Hey? Blood feather phosphorus, dark golden dire claw bear. Old Xian's expression revealed some doubts, but he didn't ask much. With a big wave of his hand, he took the two soul beasts and Ye Chen and flew quickly towards the academy. He just wanted to leave the Douluo Great Forest as soon as possible, first, to worry about Ye Chen's comfort. There was also the core area, where he vaguely saw an extremely terrifying scene. In the core area, countless soul beasts are arranged in an orderly manner, and most of them have a cultivation base of more than 5,000 years. Such a shocking scene, even the old Xian who lived more than 200 years old, was only seen in his life. It seems that after something is born, the kind of feeling that the beasts worship. Thinking of this, Elder Xian couldn't wait to return to the Sea God Pavilion and report this incident to Elder Mu. If something unexpected happens, it's better to respond as soon as possible. An hour later, all the members of the Poseidon Pavilion's assembly hall were sitting in jeopardy, listening to the old Xian telling what they saw during the trip. In the past, the Poseidon Pavilion meetings were held urgently only when they encountered events that could change the situation on the entire continent. But since Ye Chen came to this world, it has been held 3 times in just 11 years. Everyone sitting could see to some extent that the situation on the mainland seemed to have begun to surging due to the arrival of Ye Chen. When old Xian told the story, no one commented until he finished the story. In this parliament hall, there was absolute silence, and everyone was thinking about the indigestible information. If what Xuanzai sees is true, then we must make all preparations in advance to meet the worst situation. Lao Mu lay on the chair and started arranging the coping methods without any haste. Everyone knew the seriousness of this matter and did not dare to slack in the slightest. But there is one thing Mu Lao did not say. He once heard the pavilion master of the previous generation of sea god mention that in the depths of the Douluo Great Forest, there seemed to be something asleep, but no one knew what it was. Thinking of this, old Mu couldn't help sighing. The water in the Douluo forest is very deep. I hope there will be more time for the Ye Chen generation to fully grow up. In another room of the sea god pavilion, Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. The blood feather phosphorus lying on the side, with a delicate dagger stuck in his neck, had no breath of life on his body. In order to prevent the blood feather phosphorus from dying from his injuries along the way, Ye Chen had been using his first spirit ability to hang his life, and he did not dare to relax a little bit. The cultivation base accumulated over thousands of years, the final result is nothing more than a circle of black spirit rings. With the experience of fusing spirit rings twice, Ye Chen knew that the original fire generated during body forging would not extend to the surroundings except for himself. So there is no need to worry about any damage to the golden sacred tree. The 10,000-year spirit ring will not disappear soon. Ye Chen continued to meditate for a while, adjusting his body to its best condition. All the distracting thoughts in his heart were cleared out by him, and after taking a deep breath, the Fuzang Divine Tree Martial Spirit was released. Ye Chen moved his fingers slightly, mobilizing his spirit power to guide the pitch-black 10-year-old spirit ring above his head and slowly fall. The pressure brought by the 10,000-year spirit ring is far from comparable to that of the 1,000-year spirit ring. Even if it was 9,999, it was only 1 year away from Wanyan, but there was still a huge gap. Under the pressure of that powerful soul power, Ye Chen's scalp numbed for a while, the blue veins on his face violently, flushed red, and every inch of his body became tight. To be honest, his current physical strength is still somewhat reluctant to integrate the 10,000-year spirit ring. If the resentment that belonged to the blood feather phosphorescent sparrow broke out in the spirit ring at this time, it would really be in danger of being unbearable. Because of this, while resisting the pressure brought by 10,000 years of spirit power, Ye Chen had to allocate a part of spirit power to guard against resentments that might erupt at all times. Because of the unclear death, the resentment of the blood feather phosphorus should be very strong. But whenever resentment wanted to erupt, Ye Chen's body would emit an extremely bright aura, forcibly suppressing resentment. While I was extremely happy, I also guessed the reason for this situation. It should be the Fuzang divine tree that entered his body that played a role. Otherwise, with his past experience, resentment had already begun to explode. But even so, that tens of thousands of years of cultivation still caused him a lot of trouble. While he was resisting the pressure with difficulty, the door of the room was gently pushed open. Mu Lao's figure appeared here, followed by Ma Xiaotao, who looked worried. After the Poseidon Pavilion meeting, Mr. Mu came here with Ma Xiaotao for the first time to check Ye Chen's situation. Mu Lao, will Xiao Chen really be okay? This is a 10,000-year spirit ring. Ma Xiaotao said worriedly. Even as the first genius of the inner courtyard, the third spirit ring is only 1,000 years old. As for Wanyan, she couldn't even think about it. Don't worry, Xiao Chen has already created too many miracles and will not be knocked down by this little difficulty. We must have confidence in him. Old Mu softly comforted. Even though his heart is still extremely worried, at this time, as the pillar of Shrek Academy, he must show enough courage. If even he panicked, then the entire Shrek will panic too. I'm sorry, everyone, I've been so light-hearted tonight that I finished this chapter in a dazed manner. It's really reaching the limit. No matter, I'm almost squinted. The chapter's IO will definitely be added later. I'm sorry again, I'm asleep, so let's rest early. Chapter 39, Nanming Luo. As time passed, the sky outside the Sea God Pavilion was dark and bright. After a day's time passed, Ye Chen's spirit ring fusion, even half of the first step was not completed, let alone the Shenhuo body forging. After fusing the spirit ring twice, Ye Chen concluded a little rule and divided the whole process into two parts. The first part is to rely solely on his physical fitness to resist the pressure and resentment brought by the spirit ring. When his body reaches its limit, the Fuzang Divine Tree Martial Spirit will exert its strength. This is the second stage of Shenhuo forging body. It's a bit like experiencing the pain of the first stage first, and paving the way for the second stage. However, the first phase of this time is obviously longer than the previous two times. In a day's time, it was only halfway through. How could it happen? Given Xiaoqin's two previous situations, this stage should have passed in a few hours. The old Mu in the room frowned slightly, his tone was less soft and calm, and he became solemn. He noticed something abnormal. It stands to reason that with Ye Chen's terrifying physical quality, even the 10,000-year spirit ring would not be deadlocked for so long. But now at a critical juncture, he has no way of judging what's going on. There is a special kind of energy in Ye Chen, which can isolate him from the exploration of spiritual power. This happened when Ye Chen was first discovered 11 years ago. But when the spirits merged 2 times before, they didn't show up. Ye Chen's body was covered with too much mist, which made him want to explore. Ma Xiaotao, who was on the side, looked at Ye Chen with the same worried expression, worried in her heart, but couldn't help him. But fortunately, Mr. Mu is here, she can still find some support in her heart. While the two in the room were worrying, Ye Chen was in huge trouble. He was pleasantly surprised to feel the resentment of the sacred energy purifying the blood-feathered phosphorescent bird. He was relieved, and put all his energy on fighting the pressure brought by the 10,000-year spirit ring. What he didn't expect was that there was a sudden tearing pain from the sea of spirit, and he was caught off guard and almost fell into his heart. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chen felt the same feeling in his eyes, as if he had been torn apart in an instant. The spirit power in the body rushed into his eyes uncontrollably, and the spirit power resistance was lost, and the body was completely exposed to the pressure brought by the 10,000-year spirit ring. But the real pain seemed to come from the soul. Ye Chen wanted to shout, but found that he couldn't do anything. The body is completely out of his own control. When other people fuse spirit rings, although various situations will occur, there is no one that will make the spirit master so painful. He really feels like he can't survive and die. Whenever he couldn't bear it, a strange energy appeared in his body, pulling Ye Chen back from the edge of death. This situation continues to circulate, as if caught in some kind of reincarnation. Outside, although Lao Mu and Ma Xiaotao were nervous, they had nothing to do. Ye Chen's complexion was red and white. The last moment he could not bear it, his body was about to collapse, and the next moment he felt full of life. Mu Lao, Xiao Chen is like this, what will happen? Ma Xiao Tao said nervously, the worry in his eyes has not disappeared. Elder Mu patted her on the shoulder with his soul power, and said, don't worry, although he seems to be in good times and bad now, I think it should be a test, not really wanting him to die. After all, he is more experienced than Ma Xiao Tao, even if he hasn't encountered such a situation, he can still make a rough estimate at the first time. In fact, this is indeed a similar situation. There is indeed a sacred light attribute energy in Ye Chen's body. As long as Ye Chen's body reaches its limit, it will appear in his body, making him always at a critical point, and his body's ability to withstand it will fluctuate up and down at this critical point. This situation has been repeated endlessly, and Ye Chen's body has also experienced collapse, recovery, collapse, and recovery again and again. Ye Chen didn't know how long the time had passed, but could only feel his body wandering on the verge of collapse again and again. Coupled with the sea of spirit and the tearing feeling from the soul of a pair of different pupils, there is no way to endure a trace of it anymore. Even if he is not reconciled, it seems that he can only say goodbye to the world. But when Ye Chen was on the verge of despair, an extremely hot breath exploded from his body. The martial spirit of the hibiscus sacred tree appeared in front of him, and the whole tree was more than doubled, and it was already 4 meters high. Without any more accidents, the branches and leaves above became more luxuriant, and a third 3-legged golden crow appeared. A circle of dark as ink spirit rings pulsed around its body. Ling Yu and the mysterious texture on his body showed a darker red color, and a sacred flame of the same color but extremely high temperature was exhaling in his mouth. It is similar to the fire of nirvana that appeared when Ye Chen obtained the first spirit ring. The only difference is that as the temperature becomes higher, the breath of life is lost. Sister Tao, feel it. At the same time, Ye Chen regained control of his body. The first thing he did was to yell and inform the 2 people in the room. He didn't know how long Shen Huo would last, but it was always right to prepare in advance. Hearing Ye Chen's reminder, Ma Xiao Tao breathed a sigh of relief for him, and quickly made all preparations. Although she doesn't know what kind of existence that sacred flame is, she, as a soul master who is close to the ultimate fire attribute, clearly feels a little bit. That is because of the attribute strength of this sacred flame. If it can bear it, it will definitely have an unexpected effect. At this time, Ye Chen had completely recovered from the pain before. He can feel that some incredible changes have taken place in his body, but now is not the time to consider these. When he saw the appearance of the flame clearly, he thought of a better way to solve the evil fire. Although this method is more dangerous, the effect is incomparable to the previous method. If it is operated properly, Ma Xiao Tao's martial spirit may be completely changed. Without him, just because that kind of flame is one of the 10 greatest flames in the wild, Nanming Luo. This is the flame owned by the Suzaku, one of the 2 rights and 4 elephants in myths and legends. To put it another way, it is the 4 spirits of the sky. The true vermilion bird is better than the phoenix in terms of the nobility of the bloodline. So after comprehensive consideration, Ye Chen thought of some other plans. However, which method to implement depends on Ma Xiao Tao's own choice. Today I went out to do something during the day, so I was late, but don't worry, no matter how late, the rest of the chapters today will definitely be served with both hands. Mainly because I didn't drink alcohol today, my mind is more clear, haha. Chapter 40, Break Through the Shackles. Thinking of this, while Ye Chen was performing Shen Huo forging his body, only a trace of mental power was left, carrying his inner thoughts. This spiritual power was divided into 2, and they were shot at the old Mu in the room and Ma Xiao Tao, who looked anxious. Although the temperature of Nanming Luo was high, it only gathered in a 3-meter radius centered on Ye Chen. Regardless of the temperature or the flame, I didn't want to emit a single trace of it around. Therefore, Although Lao Mu and Ma Xiaotao could feel the terrifying energy possessed by Shenhuo, they did not leave the room. Even the walls formed by the surrounding golden sacred trees have not been affected at all. After sensing the news from Ye Chen, the two fell into a brief silence. Although this method is feasible to a certain extent, it is also accompanied by huge dangers. In case of improper operation, Ma Xiaotao may fall into a situation where it is impossible to recover. When it comes to life, no one can make a decision on Ma Xiaotao, even Lao Mu. Little Tao, what do you think? Lao Mu didn't immediately express his opinion, but wanted to hear Ma Xiaotao's own opinion first. Ma Xiaotao looked at Mu Lao, then turned to look at Ye Chen surrounded by divine fire, her expression a little hesitant. But then I thought about the unprecedented benefits that this method had brought, and my gaze condensed and suddenly became firm. Looking for wealth and danger, let's go for it. Mu Lao, I want to try. Although I know the danger is great, in other words, this is my opportunity and I don't want to give it up easily. Ma Xiaotao's tone was very flat, but with an unprecedented determination. No way, she has been tortured enough by the evil fire in her body for so many years. Don't look at her usually careless, but it's just because there is no other way, deliberately pretending to be a cheerful look. Now that she saw the opportunity to purify the evil fire, and maybe even reach the sky in one step, she wanted to seize it anyway. Oh, well, I have suffered you all these years. Hearing these resolute words, Elder Mu sighed and shook his head. Ma Xiaotao is Yan Shayage's disciple, that is, his disciple and grandson. Although Lao Mu always looks soft on the surface, in fact, in his heart, there is still some self-blame. As an elder, Sora has the strength, but he can only watch Ma Xiaotao be tortured by the evil fire and helpless. It can be said that in this matter, Mr. Mu felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. But as the helm of the academy, he can only look calm and composed. Sometimes, Elder Mu even showed some envy, envying his old fellow, without any fetters behind him, and he could live in this world unrestrainedly. The two stopped talking, turned to look at Ye Chen surrounded by the divine fire, and waited quietly. Okay. Old Mu suddenly raised his grey eyebrows and looked at the corpse of the blood feather Phosphorus in doubt. It stands to reason that they have been dead for so long, why can they still feel a trace of obvious spirit power fluctuations? He hadn't noticed the slightest abnormality because of the concentration of his spirit on Ye Chen before, coupled with the breath of the sacred flame. Now, under closer inspection, I discovered this unusual scene. Could it be? Old Mu thought of something, got up from the recliner, and walked over slowly. If this trend continues, will the Fuzang Divine Tree Martial Spirit really grow to the point where it connects with the world, right? Ye Chen looked in front of him, the Fuzang God Tree Martial Spirit who was about to touch the roof, muttered to himself. The legendary hibiscus sacred tree is a bridge connecting the three realms, and the final height of the mature body can reach the highest point in the sky. If the current trend continues, there may be a day when it will come true. Ye Chen couldn't help feeling agitated when he thought of such a shocking scene. Of course, the main consideration is that after summoning the heavenly Fuzang Divine Tree Martial Spirit, it will definitely pull the wind. Maybe the enemy was so frightened that he didn't even wait for him to make a move. Yes, no matter what others say, he is so superficial. It's just that if it's fighting indoors, for example, the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. In that case, if such a scene occurs, will it directly fill up the entire playing field? But Ye Chen just thought about this kind of thing, and that level of difference in him is still too far away. There was a little situation that surprised him a bit. With the growth of the hibiscus sacred tree, the three-legged golden crow that lives on it has also changed. It is no longer the very compact appearance before, the figure has increased a lot, and the feathers around the body have become more plump and beautiful, and it has more or less the momentum of the sun bird. In addition, there are many changes in the body, including the real hibiscus sacred tree that entered the body, which he needs to explore slowly in the future. Now it is considered to have successfully integrated the third spirit ring of 10,000 years, and possesses a brand new spirit ability. It was still produced by fusing Divine Tree Martial Spirit, and the effect produced made him more satisfied. It can be said that this third spirit ability just filled Ye Chen's current ability vacancy and made him more comprehensive. However, the specific power still needs to be tested personally in the future before specific data can be obtained. No longer thinking about it, Ye Chen held his mind and concentrated on accepting the tempering of the divine fire. The time for Shen Huo's body forging seemed to have undergone a certain change as Ye Chen's physical strength increased. The first time Nirvana's fire forged the body lasted only one night, and by the second Nether Ghost fire forged body, it had increased to 2 days and 2 nights. By this third time Nanming Luo forged the body, it lasted a full 6 days, and there was still no sign of weakening. Although I don't know how long Ye Chen will take, just in case, Mu and Lao have been guarding in the room these days. Starting from the second day, Yan Shaiji and Qian Duo Xian Liner will occasionally appear here, but because they all have heavy teaching tasks, they finally just came to look at them and left in a hurry. It's just that Qian Duo and Xian Liner can't help but feel a little worried when they look at Ye Chen. Even if their strength is strong, but in the face of such a situation, they can only do nothing. Simply, Ye Chen had an extraordinary talent, and he had survived the most painful part. In the end, Ma Xiao Tao simply sat on the ground and meditated, so as to keep herself in the best state at all times. With such a strong flame attribute energy, if you don't pay attention to cultivation, it is really a waste of it. She found that as long as she stayed within a certain range, the evil fire in her body seemed to feel something terrifying it, and it hadn't been lurking for a few days. Occasionally, a small burst of flame suddenly appeared on Ye Chen's body, which would cause Xie Huo to tremble, as if he had an independent consciousness. But Ma Xiao Tao knew that this was only a pure attribute suppression. Even the phoenix evil fire like a tarsal maggot, instinctively appeared fear. At this moment, Mr. Mu found that Ye Chen's sacred flame was wrapped in the room, and slowly began to weaken. There was a hint of shrewdness in his muddy eyes, and he looked at Ma Xiao Tao, who was meditating on the side. Since it was her own decision, Mr. Mu had absolutely no reason to stop it. Can it break the Phoenix Evil Fire's shackles on talent and transform into a true soul master with the ultimate fire attribute? The key lies in her own good fortune. Chapter 2, everyone will look at it first, and I will continue to work code words. Chapter 41, The Real Flame Madness. At this time, Ma Xiao Tao, who was extremely sensitive to the attributes of flames, felt the changes in Nanli's open flame, and opened a pair of sultry eyes, flashing a light representing excitement. Without any reminder, she had been waiting for a long time and released her martial soul instantly. The spirit power in the body was all mobilized, madly transformed into fire attribute energy, and rushed towards the suppressed Phoenix Evil Fire. It's just that this time it is not to continue suppressing it, but to help it break the restrictions. That's right. Ye Chen's plan has the meaning of putting it to death and resurrecting. When the original restriction was broken, under Ma Xiao Tao's deliberate control, the Phoenix Evil Fire broke out completely. Almost for an instant, the Phoenix Evil Fire, like a tarsal maggot, began to erode her originally pure fire attribute spirit power, occupying every corner of her body. It's just that although the Phoenix Evil Fire is already a high-quality fire attribute on the Douluo continent, it is still not as good as the fire of the 10 primordial fires. And Nanming Luo has an absolute suppressing effect on all fire attributes whose quality is lower than its own. Therefore, the Phoenix Evil Fire only filled Ma Xiao Tao's body, and did not break through her spiritual sea, thus occupying the dominance of her body. Although Ma Xiao Tao's eyes were red at this time, and the whole person exuded a violent atmosphere, she was barely able to keep the last trace of clarity. She has completed the first step of the plan, and she has to rely on Mu Lao and Ye Chen for the rest. The reason why the evil fire broke out completely was to smelt it all clean without leaving a trace. Otherwise, given the difficulty of the evil fire, as long as it is given the opportunity, it will not take long for it to make a comeback again. Old Mu looked at Ma Xiaotao, who was determined, and sighed slightly. But now is not the time to lament these. Every second of time wasted, the two of Ye Chen will be more dangerous. A soft light attribute element radiated from Old Mu's body. The 99 level limit Douluo's terrifying spirit power instantly filled the entire room, and at the same time, relying on his ultimate control ability, it didn't allow the slightest spill of the spirit power. This plan requires Mu Lao to do very simple, is to use his terrifying light attribute spirit power to wrap the Nanli open flame on Ye Chen's body. Not a lot, just a trace. If anyone in this world can wrap the Nanli open flame with soul power, no one can do it except this man who is infinitely close to the gods. Even Long Xiaoao, who also had 99 level spirit power, couldn't do it. The dark attribute energy in his body repels Nanli's open flames, and it will be completely melted away in a short time, becoming the nourishment of the flames. Before the open flame from the south of Ye Chen's body completely receded, Old Mu seized the fleeting opportunity, and the huge soul power instantly enveloped the last trace of flame. The trace of Nanli open flame was wrapped in it, without self-consciousness, but instinctively wanted to break free of Old Mu's spirit power. While trying to fly towards the three-legged golden crow, it quickly eroded the spirit power that envelopes it. You know, that is the strongest soul power known on the road right now. Under the horror of his heart, Old Mu suddenly increased his soul power output, and made a small cut in Ma Xiaotao's hand, wrapped the wisp of Nanli open flame, and directly injected it into the wound. He really didn't dare to have any stay. In case he missed this opportunity, the evil fire in Ma Xiaotao's body has been completely mobilized, and there is currently no possibility of suppression. The divine fire on Ye Chen's body has also completely disappeared, and he has just absorbed the third spirit ring now, and he can't expect him to immediately rush to the 40th level and absorb it again. Although it was difficult, he finally managed to do it. With almost half of his soul power consumed, he could barely leave behind a ray of divine fire. At this time, Mr. Mu truly realized the terrible part of this flame, and at the same time he felt a little palpitating. He has not known how many years he has not felt this way. Nanming Luo is the ultimate fire of righteousness. In its domain, no evil fire attribute elements are allowed to exist. Although it was only a small strand, after entering Ma Xiaotao's meridians, it quickly burned along the evil fire. The evil phoenix fire, which was like a maggot attached to a bone, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and rushed towards the originally suppressed place as if it had fled. Poorly it just broke through the cage, and hasn't waited for Ma Xiaotao's dominant blessing, but now it wants to be suppressed, which has become an extravagant hope. With the fat nourishment of Phoenix Zihuo, that trace of Nanli open flame quickly grew, but at the same time it also caused huge trauma to Ma Xiaotao's meridians. What? A sharp scream came from Ma Xiaotao's mouth, but under the influence of the powerful conviction force, she still kept a trace of clarity and did not faint. I can definitely. In Ma Xiaotao's subconscious mind, she kept cheering herself up, with the belief that he would win. The corners of his eyes were moistened when he looked at it. He was also a little helpless now. The soft light attribute soul power had been attached to her body, but it had no effect. The quality of the flame seems to have exceeded the limit of the rules, even his cultivation base and strength can only do this step. Now I can only hope that the extreme light attribute that Ye Chen possesses can play a role in the current situation. Fortunately, that trace of Nanming Luo was wrapped with Old Mu's light attribute soul power, and it did not cause her to be injured in the first place, and then began to chase the evil fire in her body. In general, Ma Xiaotao did not become the target of Nanli's open flame attack. Outside, when the strong flame entered Ma Xiaotao's body, the three-legged golden crow on the martial soul of Ye Chen Fuzang divine tree shook his head very humanely, as if there was a hint of doubt. Ye Chen's heart was beating abruptly in this scene, but this was not the time to think about it. After the Shenhuo body forging was completed, he had fully recovered his body's ability to move. He didn't take back the martial spirit of Fuzang God Tree, but came to Ma Xiao Tao's side for the first time. The first spirit ability was instantly applied to Ma Xiao Tao's body, and at the same time, Ye Chen madly mobilized the spirit power in her body, turning it into the ultimate light, and inputting it into her body. Ye Chen's purpose was to protect her meridians, not to prevent Nanming Luo's erosion of Xiaohuo. Fortunately, in the final analysis, no matter how strong Nanming Luo is, it is a kind of ability exuded by Ye Chen's martial soul. Although he couldn't control this kind of flame action, but at least after feeling Ye Chen's ultimate light soul power, Nanming Luo no longer burned Ma Xiao Tao's meridians, and concentrated on smelting towards the evil fire. And as Ye Chen's first skill's recovery ability took effect, coupled with the nourishment of the ultimate light soul power, the meridians that had become fragile, slowly recovered. This state lasted for about half an hour. After the last trace of evil fire in Ma Xiao Tao's body was purified, Nan Li's open flame turned his head and rushed towards the source of the martial spirit because he had no target. This ray of sacred fire, which showed its skills in her sutra, finally turned into pure energy and injected it into it. At the same time, an extremely hot breath burst out from Ma Xiao Tao, and fell into absolute calm after a while. Ye Chen's spirit power has always been in Ma Xiao Tao's body, so she learned the most real situation of her right now. After seeing that things had completely moved in the predetermined direction, he breathed a sigh of relief and used a thought in his mind. Today's little Tao is the real flame madness, right? After thinking about this last thought, Ye Chen fainted heavily. Without him, the situation this time was the same as that of Poseidon Lake. There is no trace of the soul power in his body. Chapter 3, I really can't stand it anymore. Tonight I feel that my hand speed has reached its peak. Even so, I have only finished 3 chapters. I can't help but feel the urge to cry. Chapter 42, 2 Soul Bones. In the afternoon of the next day, the white freshman teaching building of the outer courtyard was in the first grade teacher. Zhou Yi sat on a chair in the back row of the classroom, with 3 young students, 2 men and 1 woman, standing beside him. The 3 of them were Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, as well as Xiao Xiao, who had been secretly in love with Ye Chen before, but did not get the slightest response. However, after 3 months of getting along, she has now let go, just simply treating Ye Chen as her friend. The other students have all left the classroom and went back to the dormitory. Only the 3 of them were left alone. Okay. You two, deliberately take a look at me, right? Zhou Yi held 2 pieces of white paper in his hand and patted the table heavily. Bang! The 3 of Huo Yuhao trembled at the same time, and Xiao Xiao shrank back in shock and hid behind the other 2. Zhou Yi patted his chest lightly, followed the anger in his heart, and said, Huo Yuhao, did you and Xiao Xiao discuss in advance? The 2 auxiliary type spirit masters have filled me with the control system. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao turned around and looked at each other, their eyes a little surprised. The 2 of them chose the control system, and they had their own considerations in their hearts, but they didn't expect the other party to have the same choice as themselves. Hey! Zhou Yi snorted angrily, his eyes circling between Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, and he really didn't understand what they thought. Huo Yuhao, your spirit-type martial soul can't be used as an auxiliary system, and Xiao Xiao, if I remember correctly, your martial soul is a soul-suppressing cauldron rarely seen among weapon martial souls, and its main function is also an auxiliary. Let's talk about it, what's the matter with you two? Huo Yuhao had his own plan, so even though Zhou Yi's gaze was respectful, he was not stunned. But Xiao Xiao was different. After all, she was just over 12 years old, and her mental maturity was not as good as Huo Yuhao's. Her gaze was dodgy, she didn't dare to look at Zhou Yi, and hid her head low behind Huo Yuhao. Although Zhou Yi was very angry, it was only for the purpose of worrying about their future. After listening to the reasons given by the 2, he didn't say anything, and turned to look at Wang Dong in the middle. Wang Dong, of the three, you are the one that satisfies me the most. Yes, I chose the assault system that is most suitable for you. Assault and control are not divided into classes, which means that the three of you will still be in the same class in the future. So take advantage of the time to come and quickly find a tacit understanding. For tomorrow's freshman assessment, you will be a group of 3. Zhou Yi nodded gratifyingly to Wang Dong, but his tone remained unquestionable as usual. The 3 nodded when they heard the words, but did not leave, but hesitated, as if they had something to say. It was not surprising that Wang Dong chose the power attack system, after all, this was the most suitable for her. What's wrong, why don't you leave, or do you have different opinions on my arrangements? Zhou Yi frowned suspiciously. It stands to reason that the 3 of them should not have such an attitude, and it is only right to obey her orders. But today it is a bit abnormal. Ms. Zhou, where did Ye Chen go? Won't he participate in tomorrow's freshman assessment? Wang Dong struggled for a while, and then said the question in his heart. It was the 10th day immediately. Since Ye Chen disappeared inexplicably 10 days ago, there has been no news about him. And with Zhou Yi's irritable personality, he didn't have any doubts about his disappearance, obviously he knew something in advance. I don't know why, she is really a little worried. Obviously, the 2 people haven't had too much conversation in the past 3 months, but they stayed together every day. Now there is a sudden loss of people, but they feel a little uncomfortable. Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao also had similar doubts. Ye Chen left without greeting anyone, even Huo Yuhao who lived in the same bedroom didn't know where he went. Zhou Yi was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Wang Dong to ask that. Originally, she knew Ye Chen's whereabouts, but when she thought of Dean Yan Shaija coming to him a few days ago to explain some things in person, she also began to wonder. Yan Shaija just told her in a flustered expression that no matter who asked Ye Chen where he was going, they would say they didn't know. But Zhou Yi guessed that he had already returned to the academy, but something must have happened. Otherwise, as the dean of the martial spirit department, Yan Shaija would not be nervous. I don't know exactly where he went, but one thing for sure is that he is fine, so don't worry. Zhou Yi said coldly, not to mention that he didn't know Ye Chen's situation. Even if she knew, she did not dare to tell the 3 of them at Yan Shaija's order. Although she was somewhat worried in her heart, there were things she couldn't know in her capacity. Don't think so much. I will sign up for him at Ye Chen. You should prepare for the assessment tomorrow. If you fail to meet the requirements, I will kick you out without hesitation. In Zhou Yi's words, there was something to comfort himself. When the 3 of Wang Dong heard this, they shuddered at the same time, and left the classroom numbly. After 3 months of getting along, they had developed a deep awe of the head teacher. If it weren't for the news of Ye Chen, they would have liked to leave quickly. But speaking of it, under her strict requirements, the effect is obvious. Huo Yuhao's spirit power level alone had reached the 18th level, which was 1 level higher than this period of the original work. Not to mention that there are other improvements. After the 3 of them left, Zhou Yi's eyes softened a lot, not for anything else, just for the friendship between them. She could see the worry that couldn't be hidden in the eyes of the 3 of them. At the same time, I am also happy for Ye Chen to make such a good friend. It's just that Zhou Yi forgot a little. She is now disguised as an old lady. Her grin and smile are surprisingly permeating. In the Sea God Pavilion, Ma Xiaotao was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the room, feeling the changes in her martial soul while recovering her meridian injuries. Ye Chen's plan was undoubtedly a success. It not only helped her completely remove the evil fire from her body, but also gave her a chance against the sky. Now she is even confident that she will penetrate the entire competition in the near future. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it also proves from the side that her strength at this time is strong. In the other room, Ye Chen also sat cross-legged on the ground meditating. He woke up a long time ago, and with the help of the healing spirit master of the Sea God Pavilion, his spirit power had already recovered 70% to 80%. After 3 months of soul power suppression, coupled with the 10,000-year third soul ring, even with the constraints of the ultimate attribute, his soul power has increased by 3 levels, reaching the 33rd level peak. Level. Don't look at it as a thin line, but if you want to go one step further and break through the 34th level, if there are no other opportunities, you can only rely on later cultivation and accumulate slowly. But he finally stepped into the Soul Sovereign and entered another level. The specific strength is not clear, it needs to be tested in battle to understand. But speaking of it, the biggest improvement is his physical strength. Now Ye Chen, it is estimated that even if he does not use his soul power, his physical fitness alone can resist the attacks of the soul sect without being damaged. As for the real battle with the fourth ring soul sect, there are many factors that need to be considered. After all, I haven't tried it. Moreover, the increase in physical strength will have infinite magical effects in the future, such as the length of the soul ring that can withstand. Outside the door of the room at this time, Mu Lao stood here quietly, mentally feeling the situation of Ye Chen inside. This little guy deserves to be a man with great luck, I even envy this luck. After that, the storage ring on Mu's hand flashed, and 2 strange bones were suspended in his right hand, moving up and down. Above the bones, there were also strong spirit power fluctuations. If Ye Chen saw this scene in front of him, he would definitely cry out in surprise. Because that bizarre bone is really a soul bone that countless soul masters in the mainland can fight for, or to. Chapter 43, Long Overdue. In the afternoon of the next day, after intensive preparations, the freshman assessment officially began. Because today is the first day of the assessment, in order for the freshmen to adapt first, each group can leave after only 1 game. The college sent 50 teachers to register for the assessment in 50 regions. The trainees who participated in the assessment decided the competition object through lottery, and tried to maintain the principle of fairness and justice. But I just want to be right, and no one can guarantee absolute fairness. In other words, in future market round-robin competitions, groups in the same class will always encounter so many times. If this happens, class teachers will generally arrange for teams with good records to admit defeat directly to ensure that more teams in their class can be promoted. In the end, a total of 311 groups of trainees participated in the assessment, with a total of 931 people. What surprised everyone was that a strange group appeared on the list of the first grade class, with only 1 person. Even more amazing is that the college actually acquiesced in this situation. At this time, in the area where the first grade class is located, Zhou Yi is cheering for the students in the class. Of course, even if it is encouragement, it is still so domineering when it comes out of her mouth. There is never the word nervous in my Zhou Yi's dictionary. As my students, as long as you perform at your own level, I will definitely not say you, if you can perform beyond normal, it would be better. Having said this, Zhou Yi paused and took a fiercely glance at the location of the second class. Of course, if you dare to lose to me in the second class, then you don't have to stay in the academy. You will get out of the way immediately after the assessment. Having said that, she just wanted to put a little pressure on these little kids, even if she really lost, as long as she tried her best, she would stay without hesitation. There is another reason why she said so. She really didn't want to lose to the class teacher of the second class. After saying this, the average students became more motivated one by one. They are absolute geniuses among their peers, and no one wants to be kicked out. What a shame! At the same time, at the forefront of Class 2's location, a playful gaze looked towards this side, but after Zhou Yi noticed it, he didn't show weakness at all and stared back. However, the assessment is about to begin, and she still has things to explain, and she has no time to take care of that person. Huo Yu Hao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao. Zhou Yi said his name aloud. The 3 of them walked out of the viewing area and came to Zhou Yi's side. Wang Dong's expression was slightly worried, and he looked at the direction of the entrance from time to time, but the figure still did not appear. The three of you will be on the court in a while. Remember one thing, as long as you meet someone in the second class, you will give me a good punch. Zhou Yi said through gritted teeth. The three of Wang Dong nodded at the same time, feeling amused in their hearts. It seems that their monster teacher occasionally has a cute side. But Zhou Yi's next sentence immediately made the three of them speechless, and the corners of their mouths and eyelids twitched together. Your goal is to be runner-up, so you don't have to think about the championship, it's no good anyway. They all knew that Zhou Yi said this because of Ye Chen, but there was still a wave of unconvinced thoughts, and a voice appeared in their hearts at the same time. What is the goal as runner-up? Even if Ye Chen is really strong, you don't have to say it. The three felt that they were treated differently, and there was a kind of unspeakable grievance. As the referee teacher announced the curtain, they stopped thinking about it, and walked toward the stage with firm eyes. Let's finish today's assessment first. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao didn't think they could defeat Ye Chen by relying on a large number of people. The scene in the fighting spirit area 3 months ago is still clearly stored in their minds. That kind of absolute strength and subtle control over the battlefield made the two of them feel helpless, unable to give up the desire to fight him. When the three of them left, Zhou Yi couldn't help but pay attention to the direction of the entrance and began to mutter to herself. The assessment has already begun. Why isn't this little coming yet? I'm really anxious to death. After that, he stomped his feet fiercely, as if he wanted to take the ground to vent his breath. Fortunately, Ye Chen's assessment is relatively late, and there is still a little room for maneuver. Huo Yuhao's assessment teacher in their area is a middle-aged man in his 40s named Wang Yan. He looked very ordinary and didn't have any overbearing aura. He was very kind with a smile, which was absolutely world apart from Zhou Yi. The three opponents came from the third class of freshmen, and their strength was very average. Originally, they should have won the game quickly. But unexpectedly, Wang Dong seemed a little absent-minded and made several mistakes. But fortunately, relying on the later remedies, coupled with Huo Yuhao's mental exploration and sharing, the victory was finally locked. At this time, the 32 area assessments next door had been completed, and after the referee teacher announced the results, he had begun to report for the next assessment. In the first round of the first assessment, Ye Chen, freshman class 1, Ji Sheyun, Zhao Pibin, and Shui Yuqiang, freshman class 4, please go to the assessment venue. After hearing this voice, no matter it was Zhou Yi or Huo Yuhao who had just finished the assessment, all of them felt nervous. Soon, 2 men and 1 woman, Sanming students in white school uniforms walked to the front of the stage and nodded to the assessment teacher, but their opponent, Ye Chen, was not seen for a long time. What to do? Why the hasn't come yet? His assessment is about to begin. If he misses the exam, he will be expelled directly, right? Just stepping out of the assessment venue, Wang Dong felt anxious in his heart, but he even pretended to be very cold. Even she herself can't figure out why she cares about Ye Chen so much. Is it because Ye Chen saw her body and then beat her again? Ye Chen, the first class of freshmen, the assessment will begin immediately. If it does not appear again, it will be deemed to have given up the assessment and will be expelled directly. The assessment teacher's voice sounded again, making the people who cared about Ye Chen even more anxious. Although Zhou Yi knew that he would definitely not be expelled as Ye Chen, he still couldn't help being nervous. She couldn't help thinking about what happened to Ye Chen when he obtained the spirit ring, which caused him to have no news at all. After the assessment teacher shouted several times, Ye Chen was still missing. Although I don't know the reason for his individual assessment, and it hasn't appeared yet, I can only helplessly announce the result. The assessment time has come, I announce. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a voice. And so on. A boy with a different pupil wearing a strong black outfit, his body turned into a flash of light and shadow, and he came to the edge of the field in an instant. Whether it was Zhou Yi or Wang Dong, they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this young man, and the big rock hanging in their hearts finally fell. Without him, just because this belated figure is the Yechen they are thinking of. Chapter 44, Illusionary Void. In fact, with Yechen's recovery speed, he should have come here a long time ago, but who knew something else happened. According to the rules of freshman assessment, when the assessment teacher announced that he would give up the assessment, he completely lost the opportunity. Fortunately, I caught up in time, and the assessment teacher's words did not fall completely. Sorry teacher, I was delayed by something important. Yechen respectfully bowed to the teacher in charge of the assessment and slightly explained the reason for his lateness. The teacher nodded, did not say anything, motioned for him to get on stage quickly. Not all teachers know Yechen. The teacher didn't know him, but out of the idea that he didn't want to give up any student, he was very reasonable. Yechen didn't think much anymore, and quickly walked to one side of the venue, and stood at both ends of the venue with the three people on the other side. I don't know if you are arrogant, or if you really have that kind of strength, you dare to participate in the assessment alone. Opposite, the head of the male student raised his mouth slightly and said a provocative remark. When another male student heard it, his expression also became frivolous. As for the female student named Shuayuqiang, she looked at Yechen with an idiotic expression, and her eyes kept shining with little stars. No way, Yechen is so handsome. But even so, she didn't get serious. The three of them didn't think Yechen really had that strength, and naturally regarded him as the former. But as everyone knows, to the effect, it is often the gate to hell. Yechen couldn't deny that he waved his hand without refuting. In his eyes, he is really tireless in arguing with them. The facts are greater than eloquence. It is only after the comparison which one is strong and which is weak. Just so I can test it on you. Thinking of the ability he had just acquired not long ago, Yechen couldn't help but want to experiment to see if it was that magical in the end. When the assessment teacher saw that the two parties were no longer talking, he took out a folder, opened it and read. I announce that Yechen, the first class of freshmen, will play against Ji Sheyun, Zhao Pibin and Shuayuqiang of the third class, and the assessment has officially begun. The three students in the third class of freshmen released their spirits and rushed out almost as soon as their voices fell. Yechen glanced at it roughly, 2 second rings and 1 rings. Such a cultivation base would not even be qualified to give him food. He did not act immediately, not even paying attention to the opponent's martial arts soul, standing there in a daze, looking at the three people who came from here, showing a meaningful smile. In this first battle, he planned to come by surprise, and settled it quickly. Most importantly, he wants to test the power of that skill. Thinking of this, Yechen's mental power was mobilized, and a pair of different pupils glowed a little bit of fluorescence, exuding some fantastic fluctuations. After seeing Yechen's smile, the students in the third class of freshmen suddenly felt a strong chill in their hearts, as if they were not facing a first-year student, but a monster. But even so, they still suppressed the distracting thoughts in their hearts and began to use their soul abilities, only when Yechen was acting. But in fact, is it really so? The closer you are to Yechen, the stronger the palpitations of officials. Just when they thought their attack was about to fall on Yechen's body, the sudden change suddenly emerged. The scene in front of the three changed rapidly, and Yechen's smiling figure disappeared. In a blink of an eye, they found that they had come to a completely unfamiliar place, with no teammates around, only one of them. Most of the spectators outside the venue are freshmen with limited strength, and they cannot clearly see Yechen's gaze. They only saw the students of Class 3 release their martial arts and rush towards the opposite side, but Yechen stood there blankly, as if frightened and stupid. The three of them rushed forward very quickly, and it didn't take long for them to reach the front of Yechen's body. At this moment, something surprising happened. The spirit abilities they were releasing originally were interrupted abruptly by something, and stood in front of Yechen abruptly, their eyes sluggish, and there was no more movement. This The momentary change caught the countless freshmen who watched them off guard, and the scene became silent. What is the situation? Are these three people suddenly stupid? What are you doing? Attack? Why not attack? Are you stupid? The head teacher of the fourth class looked anxiously outside the court, but due to the restrictions of the rules, she could not check the situation of the three students in the mall. Even if he was a teacher at the academy, he did not dare to break the rules set by the upper echelon. In fact, they are not stupid, but an illusion. This is the sole ability that Ye Chen just acquired, the illusion of the void. It was not produced from the 10,000 years spirit ring, but from the spirit bone of the blood feather phosphorus, the head spirit bone. After he fully recovered at that time, Elder Mu walked into the room with 2 spirit bones, and this one was one of them. Although it was only a 10,000-year soul bone, when Ye Chen thought of the scene in the Stardo Great Forest for a moment, he was suddenly excited. You must know that the blood feather phosphorescent sparrow had been wounded like that at that time, but it still made Ye Chen, who possessed the Wuzang Divine Tree Martial Soul, plunged into an illusion. Although there are elements of his care, but I have to say that this ability is indeed powerful. Therefore, after obtaining 2 spirit bones from Old Mu, the ecstatic Ye Chen chose to absorb it for the first time. The result did not disappoint him. The spirit ability in the soul bone was exactly the same as he had imagined. This is why he was almost late. Now it seems that this soul ability that has caused Ye Chen to suffer a great loss is indeed easy to use. Almost in an instant, I taught the 3 arrogant students a solid lesson. However, this was based on their carelessness, and the strength gap with Ye Chen was too great. If it were replaced by a spirit master with a higher cultivation base, the effect might not be so good. But being able to do this, he was already very satisfied. After all, it was a spirit ability that was obtained for nothing. What's more, as his cultivation level improves, the effect of this spirit ability will definitely increase. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help smiling a little, and turned to look at the bewildered examination teacher. "Teacher, is it time to announce the result?" Hearing these words, the teacher recovered from the daze, but his expression was somewhat embarrassed. As a soul saint powerhouse of more than 70 levels, he was shocked by a freshman in the first grade, and he didn't even understand what was going on. However, even though they don't know the specific situation, the 3 people on the opposite side have obviously lost their fighting ability, and it doesn't seem very good to continue dragging them. I declare that the final winner of this assessment is Ye Chen, the first class of freshmen. Hearing the sound of concluding the coffin, Ye Chen walked to the dull-eyed 3 people and kicked the 2 boys down. Faced with this situation, the assessment teacher smiled bitterly, but he didn't stop him. After all, Ye Chen didn't violate the rules, and that kick was just trying to get the 2 people out of the field, and didn't mean to hurt them. As for the girl, she was picked up by Ye Chen and handed it to the head teacher under the stage with a smile. "Ye Chen knows how to pity Xiangziyu, is it okay?" It's just that where he couldn't see, Wang Dong, who had already returned to the audience area, stomped his feet fiercely, his eyes fixed on Ye Chen, his face also gritted his teeth. "This bastard, we were still worried for him, and we knew that she was bullying the girl as soon as we came out." Wang Dong didn't know what he was thinking of, so he kept talking about it. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito and flies. Huo Yuhao just heard a little movement, but he didn't know what Wang Dong was talking about. Feeling the strange gaze next to him, Wang Dong's small face blushed slightly, and her cold state was restored again. Chapter 45, Give You a Chance. In the audience area, Huo Yuhao looked at Ye Chen with amazement. To be honest, he was somewhat envious, looking forward to the day when he could stand on the stage with great brilliance, and settle the battle in an understatement. Not only Huo Yuhao, but basically a teacher with stronger on-site strength can see that Ye Chen should have used a spirit ability with a spiritual attribute. But no one knows what it is, and even the senior leaders of the college don't know it. In this academy, Ye Chen guessed that he and Mu Lao understood that after all, this blood feather phosphorescent bird had undergone mutation. In other words, there is only this one in this world, the only one. Those freshmen who are not strong enough don't understand the situation at all. From their point of view, the battle was so inexplicable from beginning to end. Ye Chen obviously stood still and didn't move, and the battle was resolved in the end. While opening his eyes, he couldn't help but compare with Ye Chen. But the final result is only one, and that is, if you replace them with them, you will be killed in the first time if you don't keep the balance. You have to know that this is the case when Ye Chen didn't use martial soul, but only used an unknown skill. After Ye Chen used his own spirit power to help the three of people dispel the illusion in an understatement, under their horrified gaze, he turned and walked towards the auditorium. All the teachers who understood what was going on turned around to explain to their students, hoping to help them to some extent. In the corner, Yan Shaiji and Old Xian stood side by side, and nodded in satisfaction after watching the battle. Shaiji, what method did Xiao Chen use to solve Xiao Tao's evil fire problem, and also produced such a huge change? Elder Xian was not in the Sea God Pavilion at the time, but went out and performed some of the things that Elder Mu had told him. But I didn't expect that as soon as I came back, I heard that Ma Xiao Tao's evil fire was completely cleared. I don't know, the teacher hasn't told me, but I guess it must be an extremely dangerous method. Yan Shaiji shook his head. Even though only the three of Elder Mu knew the whole process, he could guess a little. How could the method that can make Wuhan undergo a qualitative change? Well, let's not talk about it, it's always going in a good direction. Old Xian nodded without delving into it. After Ye Chen returned to the audience, he immediately noticed the faint look in Wang Dong's eyes when he looked at him. What's the matter with this girl, and I haven't done anything to her? As for the appearance of a bitter woman? Ye Chen shuddered a little when he was seen. Wang Dong is still dressed as a boy, but with such a look in his eyes, it feels weird no matter how you look at it. Fortunately, she was sitting in the last row and was not noticed. Otherwise, she and Ye Chen might have misunderstood what Long Yang is good about. That would be really sad. Although Huo Yuhao was next to Wang Dong, all his attention was focused on the assessment of other areas. See more, and learn more lessons. Zhou Yi didn't ask after seeing Ye Chen's return. After all, there are many people here, since Ye Chen's whereabouts even Dean Yan Shaiji deliberately came over to say hello, it must involve the secrets of the academy. This kind of thing is not something she can discuss in public. Ye Chen walked straight to Huo Yuhao and sat in the position Zhou Yi had reserved for him. He deliberately didn't look at Wang Dong's eyes, but it was a pity that he didn't escape the disaster in the end. I thought you were dead, it was in vain that I would be happy. Wang Dong said strangely. Even she herself didn't know why she was so angry today, and others couldn't understand it even more. I didn't mess with her today, why do you feel so murderous? Fortunately, it's not my girlfriend. Otherwise, how can I stand this small body? Ye Chen had a bitter face, did not speak, and quietly closed his eyes and calmed down. Huo Yuhao on the side gave Wang Dong a surprised look, but he was not surprised. The atmosphere between these two people has been weird since the beginning of school for 3 months. I stayed together for class tomorrow, but I didn't say a good word to each other, as if there was some kind of deep hatred. But when Ye Chen lost the news, Wang Dong might become absent-minded, such as making a mistake during the assessment just now. Maybe this is the relationship between brothers. Huo Yuhao really thought. There is a saying that Ye Chen is really right. He is too young and really doesn't understand anything. Seeing that Wang Dong no longer satirized himself with yin and yang, Ye Chen began to think about the battle just now. Although the scene was extremely weird at the time, and he achieved his goal of solving the battle, but the true level of the illusion void was not tested by him. After all, the 3 freshmen are too weak. I can find Bai Bei to practice hand skills another day. I haven't seen him much during this period of time. I miss this big nephew a little bit. Ye Chen smiled happily, wondering what horrible idea he was thinking about in his heart. Humph, This rascal must have been thinking about the girl she was holding before. How long has it been since she exposed her nature? This scene was seen by Wang Dong on the side, and he gave a light spit, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. When today's assessment is over, there are only a few people left in the audience area. Originally, he could leave after his own assessment was completed, but in order to accompany Huo Yuhao, they left Xiao Xiao, and neither Ye Chen nor Wang Dong left. Yuhao, go, today you ask brother to eat grilled fish, I will give you a chance. Ye Chen got up and pulled Huo Yuhao, quickly walked towards the school gate, completely ignoring Wang Dong who was alone and messy behind him. Brother Chen, what are you talking about? The current spirit power gap between the two was too large, and Huo Yuhao had no time to resist, so Ye Chen was dragged away by Ye Chen's shoulders. It's just that he still didn't quite understand what Ye Chen said. What does it mean to give him a chance, and what is this chance? Don't ask, you will know after you finish the grilled fish later when you return to the dorm. Ye Chen didn't say it clearly, but sold it off. Seeing that the two of them had no intention of turning back to call themselves, Wang Dong at the end stomped his feet depressedly, and quickly followed. She was also very interested in what Ye Chen said about the opportunity. After all, even though she has been together for 3 months, the fog on Ye Chen's body has not been lifted by her, but has grown more. The mysterious martial arts spirit, the spirit ring matching far beyond common sense, disappearing from time to time without being punished by Zhou Yi, strange fighting methods, everything is constantly refreshing her cognition. Thinking of this, Wang Dong couldn't help speeding up a lot. She was going to see what kind of medicine was sold in Ye Chen's gourd. In fact, this opportunity Ye Chen originally wanted to give Wang Dong this little girl, but who asked her to shake her own face as soon as she came up. Regardless, Ye Chen is so headstrong anyway. I'll post it tomorrow. In the last chapter of today, take a break early and don't stay up late. The next day you will have the energy to do what you want to do. Thank you for your support and good night. Chapter 46, Prodigal Zi Yuchen. When the three of them came outside the school, Huo Yuhao quickly set out the equipment for grilling fish. He carried the 24-bridge Minjiu knight that Bai Bei had given him with him, and almost all his belongings were placed inside. In order to spend all his time on cultivation, even if Ziahuo brand grilled fish is a good business, he just grills 30 fish every day. Even so, there are still countless people in line every day. Su Sanqi and Zhang Nanan, the first beauty in the outer courtyard, have also become regulars here. Since the two of them ate the first grilled fish, the thing they must do every day is to come over early to line up. Just to be able to eat Huo Yuhao's grilled fish for the first time. Ah, it's so delicious, but it's a bit worse according to the food in my memory. Ye Chen gnawed the grilled fish with a look of intoxication. It is amazing that none of the fish bones fell off, and they were completely arranged on the skeleton. Cut, you know bragging. Wang Dong, who was on the side, was eating very contentedly, but after hearing the previous sentence, he couldn't help but sing against him. She just couldn't see Ye Chen's sore appearance. There was a flash of light in Ye Chen's mind, and he didn't refute, but he had a shameless thought in his heart. Otherwise, let's make a bet. If I can let you eat food that you have never eaten before, then you can talk to your family. How about forging a weapon for me? I will prepare the materials myself. Wang Dong was shocked. There was a panic when someone discovered a secret. Since Ye Chen said so, he must know how much her situation is at home. But how did he know? But thinking of Ye Chen's mystery and knowing her life experience is not impossible. Maybe he is also a member of a hidden power. After thinking about it a little bit, Wang Dong nodded and said, well, if you can really let me eat food that I have never eaten, then I promise you this request, but if you can't do it, you must also promise me a request. Although she didn't think she would lose this bet, she was not the arrogant guy Su Sanqi, but she knew that Ye Chen didn't play the cards according to common sense. Wang Dong didn't think about what conditions he would propose, anyway, he didn't worry, he could consider it slowly. She has even begun to fantasize about Ye Chen kneeling down in front of her begging for mercy. A word is for sure. Ye Chen agreed without hesitation. He actually thought of all the delicacies of his previous life. Although it was not as nourishing as the food on Douluo continent, it was far superior in terms of taste. In his previous life, he had lived alone for a long time, and he had mastered the essence of several kinds of Chinese food. Now he can just use it to make routines for Wang Dong, who is not familiar with world affairs. He has coveted the weapons forged by the Haoshan school for a long time. Besides, Ye Chen is also in control of this bet. During the conversation between the two of them, Huo Yuhao didn't interrupt, but was busy working on one side intently. He still remembers that Ye Chen said that he would give him a chance, so the speed of grilling fish today is even faster than before. Although the speed has been accelerated, the quality has not declined. Today, people who have eaten grilled fish are full of praise. The stall was closed early, and the three walked side by side on the way back to the dormitory. Wang Dong couldn't control his curiosity, and kept asking what the chance was. It's a pity that Ye Chen didn't even pay attention to her, just walked forward sullenly. The angry Wang Dong's face was pale and white, and he had the heart to kill Ye Chen. When the three of them returned to the 108 dormitory, Ye Chen took out something from the ring under the gaze of the two of them looking forward to. It was a dark golden singular bone, and the whole body exuded strong spirit power fluctuations, and Huo Yuhao felt a thick and depressed breath. Soul bone. The moment he saw this bone, two shocked voices instantly blurted out, whether it was Wang Dong or Huo Yuhao, their expressions were full of surprise. That's right, what Ye Chen held in his hand was just a soul bone. It was one of the two soul bones that Elder Mu gave him at the time, and it was produced from the dark gold terrifying claw bear with a cultivation base of 5,000 years that was killed by the blood feather phosphorus. Later, Ye Chen thought about the situation at that time. It should be that the two soul beasts were attracted by the sacred aura emitted by the sacred tree of Fuzang, so they were not summoned to the core area by that mysterious energy. However, this soul bone is not the rarest external soul bone in the dark golden terrifying claw bear, it is just a right leg bone, which is probably a defensive type of soul ability. This is also the reason why Ye Chen didn't integrate it. It's only 5,000 years old, which is really a bit unattractive. If this idea is known by a spirit master from outside, it is estimated that even Gang beating him will have the heart. In their eyes, the peerless treasures are extremely scarce, but they can't even look down upon Ye Chen Li. After learning that the chance Ye Chen said was this soul bone, Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao with some envy. Even with her background, there hasn't been any soul bone fusion at present. But then I thought that this soul bone was what Ye Chen planned to give to Huo Yuhao, and she felt an inexplicable grievance in her heart. But this soul bone belonged to Ye Chen himself, so she couldn't say anything. Brother Chen, this soul bone is too precious, I can't accept it. It's okay for you to keep improving your strength. Even though he was eager to get this soul bone, Huo Yuhao didn't know anything when he first started school. The value of this diluted treasure, even 100-year-old soul bone, is priceless, not to mention that this piece has been deposited for thousands of years at a glance. You must know that under normal circumstances, a soul master who has cultivated to the level of title Douluo can only possess 9 soul abilities, except for twin spirits and soul masters with a 100,000-year soul ring. But if you have a spirit bone, it is equivalent to an extra spirit ability, which can often play a vital role in battle. If you are a brother, hurry to guard, don't talk so much nonsense, anyway, I have already given it to you, how to deal with it is your business. Ye Chen left this sentence carelessly, and walked out of the dormitory, leaving only the two men with embarrassed faces. He just rushed over to take part in the freshman assessment. Now that the business is finished, he has to return to the Sea God Pavilion to check Ma Xiaotao's situation. After all, his plan can be said to be a precedent. Without any successful experience, accidents may happen at any time. Wang Dong, are spirit bones on the mainland very common nowadays? How can you feel that it has become so worthless in Brother Chen's hands? Huo Yuhao stared at the direction in which Ye Chen disappeared, but there was a warm current in his heart. He understood that Ye Chen wanted to take care of him and help him improve his strength. The reason for saying that is because he is afraid that he will have a psychological burden. But Brother Chen's behavior is really a prodigal. Huo Yuhao couldn't help thinking silently. Who knows, I want to know where he has been in the past 10 days, why has he become so much stronger as soon as he appeared, and can he throw out a soul bone? Wang Dong murmured, originally wanted to ask him, but he didn't expect to be inadvertently, and he would be slipped away by Ye Chen. Thinking of this, Wang Dong suddenly felt anxious. Chapter 47, Dark Green Invitation. After Wang Dong left, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on his empty bed and entered a state of meditation. He was not in a hurry to absorb the spirit bones given to him by Ye Chen. With his current spirit power level, he wanted to fuse the left leg bones of the 5,000 years of dark golden Terran's claw bear, which was no different from looking for death. What's more, there is still an assessment to be completed the next day. If you choose to absorb this soul bone at this time, it will definitely be too late in time. At present, the assessment is still the first place. He is not a perverted householder like Ye Chen. If he is late, he will be expelled directly. After being delayed by these things, after Ye Chen returned to the Sea God Pavilion, the curtain of night had come completely. I wanted to go directly to Ma Xiao Tao's room to check her situation, but I didn't expect to be stopped by the sudden appearance of old Xian. He seemed to be here deliberately waiting. Ye Chen appeared in front of him as soon as he arrived at the door. You kid, don't worry, Xiao Tao's situation has stabilized. I have something to tell you. Old Xian hee, showing his trademark smile. Why, there is nothing I can't talk about later. Ye Chen said impatiently, showing an expression of disgust, but when she heard that Ma Xiao Tao's situation had stabilized, she was finally relieved. Also, Grandpa Drunkard, you better stop laughing, it's scary. Ye Chen said weakly. The old man's weird smile that made the child stop crying, coupled with the furrowed pleats on his face, is really unsatisfactory. Feeling Ye Chen's attitude, old Xian was very dissatisfied and gave him a violent shudder. I waited here so hard for a long time, but I didn't get a good deal, but was disgusted instead. You kids see for yourself, I'm off by my old man. After that, Elder Xian threw a card over, turned and disappeared into his sight. After Ye Chen took the card and was slightly stunned, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was a card, rather than an invitation. The whole body showed the iconic dark green of Shrek Academy, surrounded by a border composed of some golden lines, and the monster logo of Shrek Academy was printed in the middle. At first glance, it looks unremarkable, but if you feel it carefully, you can find that it contains special spirit power fluctuations. Those golden borders are more like array patterns, which play a role in anti-counterfeiting identification. Ye Chen has seen this kind of invitation and knows its purpose. Putting it into his storage ring, Ye Chen stopped staying, and walked straight to the Sea God Pavilion. The assessment on the second day was somewhat different from the previous day. The rules are the same, but because the assessment time has been increased to 1 day, the number of matches has also increased to 2. This time Ye Chen was not late, and arrived here early. Since it was not all class members acting together, when he arrived, the position of the freshman class 1 was only the class teacher Zhou Yi, plus the 3 members of Huo Yuhao's group. After seeing Ye Chen, Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao greeted him, but Wang Dong curled his lips, as if he didn't have a cold. Speaking of which, after Xiao Xiao gave up pursuing Ye Chen, he was not as shy as before and became a lot more cheerful when getting along with him. Xiao Chen, I won't ask anything else, you just have to remember a little bit, and you will beat me severely when you meet someone in the second class. If you dare to show mercy, I won't take care of you. At the first sentence of the meeting, Zhou Yi almost choked on Ye Shen Li's saliva. Looking at the threatening eyes of the other party, Ye Chen's head nodded like a rattle, and he did not dare to make any rebuttals. "No way, brothers and sisters in class 2, don't blame me, it's all her instigation, it's none of my business." Ye Chen thought helplessly in his heart. He knew about the grievances between Zhou Yi and the teacher in charge of the second class, and he still had the idea of not being involved, but since Zhou Yi had spoken, he couldn't help it. "By the way, Fan Yu asked me to tell you that after the freshman's assessment, the Seoul Guidance Department's course will be officially arranged. Huo Yuhao already knows that there is basically no change for you. It's okay to go to class in the afternoon." Zhou Yi finally remembered this incident and reminded him that Ye Chen was not there before, so she only told Huo Yuhao. Ye Chen nodded when he heard the words, and sat back in his position. Ye Chen's first assessment today faced a team of all members, and he won the victory without any suspense. During the whole process, Ye Chen was listless and couldn't take any interest. After all, it is really boring to always face too many opponents than himself. Now it's just a round robin, and the strength of the team is also uneven. I believe things will get better after the round robin is over. However, the opponent in the second game surprised him somewhat. In this team, there is a pair of female students who look exactly the same, like a pair of twins. They all have long blue hair, red cheeks, and they look very cute. Ye Chen suddenly remembered their identities when the two parties began to use their names. But I didn't expect that he would meet him. My name is Huang Shushan. The one on their left is Lan Su, and the one on their right is Lan Luoluo. Please advise. Ye Chen. Ye Chen's reply was concise and concise, even if it was self-introduction, it was only 2 words. This is not because he deliberately pretended to be cold, it was indeed because he was not very interested in this assessment. But the speaker was unintentional and the listener was intentional, and there was a hint of shyness in the eyes of the twin sisters while looking at him. The little face looked redder. They have also seen Ye Chen's strength. Both games were to kill opponents in seconds, and they didn't give each other a chance at all. The light-hearted, extremely handsome face during the battle, coupled with the slightly evil smile, dazzled many female students who watched his game. Even some senior elder sisters who come to see the excitement are no exception. Therefore, when facing Ye Chen, the immature sisters would spend a little bit of their imagination. Sure enough, wherever the strong go, they are all eye-catching. When the two sides retreated to both sides of the venue, the assessment teacher shouted in a deep voice, "The assessment begins." The two sides quickly released their martial souls. Huang Shushan shouted angrily, and hammered his chest with both fists. What surprised Ye Chen was that all 3 of them had the cultivation base of a 2-ring Great Spirit Master. This was already the highest strength team he had encountered so far. But even so, it's still not enough. Hurry up and use your martial soul fusion skills, otherwise there will be no chance. Ye Chen said lightly to the Lan sisters behind Huang Shushan. He didn't mean to look down on the other party, but compared to their various spirit abilities, the twins' martial arts fusion skills made him a little bit interested. The opposite Huang Shushan saw that he had been directly ignored, and yelled again. His figure instantly began to soar, and his strong muscles directly broke through his white school uniform. And Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo behind him were startled. They hadn't used the martial soul fusion skill in the previous game, so I don't know how Ye Chen knew about it. Although I don't want to admit it, the truth seems to be exactly what Ye Chen said. However, as the students of Shrek Academy, they also have their own pride in their hearts, and they will not lose confidence because of Ye Chen's few words. At your request, the book friend group has been created, QQ Group, 107-614-8934, there is no problem at present, you can add it directly. If you pay attention to this book, you can add a little bit. If you have any questions, you can ask me in it. Of course, the most important thing is to be happy. Just make more friends. Chapter 48, Fire Hair Net. As Huang Shushan rushed towards Ye Chen, the first spirit ring on Sister Lan's body lit up at the same time, and her blue hair grew wildly for more than 10 years, forming a large net in the air, shrouding Ye Chen. Their martial arts are very peculiar, like Huo Yuhao, they belong to the main martial arts. It's just that Huo Yuhao's martial arts spirit is eyes, and the Blue Sister's martial arts spirit is hair. It looks like the Yellow River will not give up. Faced with this situation, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and did not immediately make a move. He didn't intend to use the illusion void, and he didn't even release his martial soul, because it was not necessary at all. When the big net formed by the blue long hair came over, Ye Chen raised his right arm, and a strong suction appeared in his palm, pulling the hair net to speed up towards him. Control the crane and capture the dragon instantly. After 3 months, several kinds of Tang Sec's unique learning became more and more integrated in Ye Chen's hands. Although there is still a constant distance from Dacheng, the effect is far from what it was 3 months ago. But Lan Susu and the others obviously didn't know this kind of magical fascination. In an instant they felt that the spirit power bridge between themselves and their spirit abilities was cut off, and that hair net was shrouded in uncontrolled way towards Ye Chen. While shocked in my heart, I felt the weirdness of this matter, and immediately wanted to remind Huang Shushan to be careful, but it was too late. Under their horrified gaze, their first spirit ability suddenly changed direction. Huang Shushan and the 2 girls only cooperated in 3 games, and they were not particularly in agreement with each other. When he saw the hairnet shrouded towards Ye Chen, he naturally thought that Lan Susu and their spirit abilities had worked. And he himself lacked combat experience. With great joy in his heart, he rushed forward using his soul skills without much consideration. As a result, he saw that huge hairnet suddenly changed its direction, tying him firmly inside. Poor Huang Shushan was killed in a flash without knowing the situation at all. Only a huge head was left exposed, looking at his 2 teammates in the distance in disbelief. He didn't understand why the 2 of them wanted to attack him. Could it be that the betrayal was impossible? But in fact, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo didn't figure out the situation either, but they knew that Ye Chen was making a ghost. But in the eyes of the new students who watched the game, they were deliberate, and suddenly made an incomprehensible boo. Does these 2 girls think that the man is too handsome, can't they betray? Who knows, I think this is 80% of the reason. If I were replaced by me, I wouldn't have the heart to deal with such a handsome boy. The 2 students in the corner talked about Ye Chen's appearance at a time, and kept talking about the reasons they thought. I have to say that Sister Lan Susu is really wronged. This trick is really easy to use. While Ye Chen secretly smirked in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Last time Su Sanqi and Wang Dong suffered a big loss in controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, but the 3 people did not see that scene, so it is not incomprehensible that this scene appeared. Well, let me see your martial arts fusion skills. Ye Chen came to Huang Shushan's side in a flash, and tapped his index finger on his forehead, indicating that he had been eliminated. He just wanted to see the martial soul fusion skills of the 2, otherwise the battle would not last so long. Ye Chen's spirit power was a whole great level higher than them. There may be countless ways to win, but he chose the one that took the longest time. The 2 sisters in the distance looked at each other with a determined look in their eyes. Although they didn't know what method Ye Chen used, but now it seems that it is obviously impossible to use the last resort. The 2 women opened her arms and hugged them tightly. Suddenly, a dark blue halo emanated from them at the same time, covering their bodies, making it impossible to see them clearly. The same huge hair net was formed in mid-air. The difference from the previous one was that the hair was more slender this time, with a crystal clear luster all over, shrouded towards Ye Chen again. Ye Chen's eyes condensed, and he found that his mental power was completely isolated, and he could no longer feel the 2 girls on the court. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. There are not a few people who know the goods off the field. The first time I saw that post, I thought of this possibility. All the teachers who watched the battle focused their attention on the field where Ye Chen was, wanting to see the power of this martial soul fusion technique. This is also the first martial soul fusion skill to appear in this class of freshmen, so you should observe everything you say. Ye Chen on the field, almost immediately judged the power of this skill. To be honest, he was still a little disappointed. Sisters of the Lan family's martial arts fusion skills, to be honest, the effect is not very bad, or even relatively weak. Now that he saw what he wanted to see, he didn't delay time anymore. After the assessment is over, he still has things to do. Thinking of this, Ye Chen tapped his toes on the ground, and his whole body greeted Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo's martial arts fusion skills. Again, the gap between their spirit powers is really too big. If the two girls are both third ring, it may cause huge trouble to Ye Chen. But it's a pity, they only have the cultivation base of a great soul master. Hairnets tenaciously may not be afraid of blade damage, but they must be afraid of fire. Coincidentally, Ye Chen happened to possess the ultimate fire attribute. He didn't even use any soul abilities. When he came to the sky and earth net, the ultimate fire attribute in Ye Chen's body covered his palm, and it was lightly printed on it. His movements seem to be really slow to outsiders, and the palm of his shot also appears light and fluttering. But this light and fluttering palm has achieved the effect of making countless people dumbfounded. Fa Wang and Ye Chen's palm came into contact, and they suddenly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had met their own natural enemies. However, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo only felt an extremely hot breath, coming from the direction of their fusion skills. The soul power in the body was consumed rapidly, but even so, he couldn't control it, and the fusion skills were eaten away by that hot soul power. In an instant, the huge hair net was burned out by the invisible energy before it could perform its function. The two girls in the distance could no longer withstand the huge consumption of soul power and fainted. In contrast, Ye Chen was much more relaxed. After falling back to the ground, he bowed to the referee teacher and walked out of the playing field slowly. At this point, Ye Chen once again used an incredible way to easily win the battle. Even with the exception of Yan Shaija, who was watching the battle from a distance, no one knew what happened at that instant. Even the assessment teacher closest to them doesn't know, let alone those freshmen who have just recently enrolled in the audience area. Sorry everyone, there is some confusion in my mind, but after all I have finished writing this chapter. It took me nearly 4 hours for one chapter, and there is really no one left. And our QQ group is 107-614-8934, you can add it, and chat with me about the plot. I can also complain about it. In addition, I posted a post for soliciting opinions in the book review section, so you can check it out. Chapter 49, Sun Like Fruit. As night fell, 3 vigorous teenagers were walking on the streets of Shrek City. One of them was significantly taller than the other two, with his arm resting on the shoulder of a thin boy, and there was an inexplicable sense of disobedience. It feels like father and son, not brothers. Brother Chen, where are we going? The thin boy couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart, and asked. He was Huo Yuhao who finished today's assessment task, and the other two were naturally Ye Chen and Wang Dong. Not only Huo Yuhao, even Wang Dong who was following the two was full of doubts. After the assessment, Ye Chen only said to take them to a place, but said nothing else. An absolute good place, I will explain to you later when I get there. Ye Chen didn't say it clearly, but quickened his pace. Huo Yuhao was hugged by him, there was no room for resistance at all, and he was dragged away directly. Wang Dong had no choice but to follow. You are already here, can't you turn around and go back? Besides, she was also a little curious in her heart, wondering what kind of medicine was sold in Yuchen Gourd. Shrek City at night is still very lively, full of bustling crowds and noisy sounds, and occasionally I can see some Shrek students in school uniforms, going in and out of the shops on both sides, buying some things that are not available in the academy. Article. It's been a long time since the school started. This is the first time Huo Yuhao has come to Shrek City. Wang Dong is better. With her background, such a scene is not surprising. The three of them wandered around the streets extending in all directions in Shrek City, and finally came to a huge building with 4 floors and a height of more than 20 meters. The building itself occupies a large area, and the exterior is magnificent, like a huge cornucopia. The material of the gate is a kind of extremely rare wood, which has a simple and historical atmosphere. There is also a plaque hanging above it, engraved with 3 bronzing characters: Jubeo Pavilion. Jubeo Pavilion. Wang Dong obviously knew this place, and the moment he saw the 3 characters, he made a sound of surprise. Seeing her expression, Ye Chen chuckled and said, "Yes, it is the Jubeo Pavilion. There is a top treasure appreciation party here today. I will bring you over to meet the world. But even for the most ordinary treasure fairs, at least don't you need to be a core disciple of the outer courtyard to participate? Can we go in?" Very rarely, Wang Dong didn't refute Ye Chen's words, instead he had a trace of doubt. To be honest, she had long wanted to come here to see it, but she had never had the opportunity before. "What are you talking about? What is this place, and what is the treasure fair?" Before Ye Chen could answer, Huo Yuhao's voice suddenly came out. No wonder, based on his insight, he was obviously confused about the conversation between the two. Ye Chen gave him a speechless glance, and was already unable to complain about this idiot who only knew about cultivation. "Wang Dong, you come to give him science, I'll go over and say hello first." After all, Ye Chen walked forward and came to the girl in the long skirt who was in charge of the reception at the door. Although Wang Dong was helpless, he patiently explained Huo Yuhao's curiosity in his eyes. Simply put, every year Jubeo Pavilion will hold 1 or more treasure appreciation meetings from time to time, mainly for the inner courtyard students and the core disciples of the outer courtyard. According to the different open objects, it is divided into 3 levels. Each level occupies a floor, and the treasures displayed on each floor also have a large gap. As long as you hold the invitation letter given by the college, you can participate in the corresponding level of treasure fair. And according to the status of the students in the college, a certain amount of credit is given. While Wang Dong introduced these to Huo Yuhao, his eyes were always watching Ye Chen ahead. In the meantime, he walked to the girl in the long skirt who was in charge of the reception and showed a dark green card. The group of girls suddenly bent over and saluted, and even one of them seemed to want to go in and pass a letter, but Ye Chen stopped him. What kind of status is he able to receive such a gift? Although Wang Dong didn't know what the specific situation was like, he just saw a few disciples in the inner courtyard wearing red school uniforms. They just made these girls nod their heads. But when Ye Chen arrived, even every inch of skin on their bodies revealed a respectful aura. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt that the fog on Ye Chen's body became thicker. "What are you doing there? Come here." Ye Chen talked with a few girls in front of the door for a while, and began to wave to Huo Yuhao. In fact, what he did was very simple, just showing the invitation that Elder Xian gave him, and it had such an effect. This dark green invitation is the highest grade. The holder can browse all the exhibits on the 3 levels at will, and can take away the selected items for free. Of course, the cost is borne by the college. It is even possible to bring people in, but casual people can only enter the first 2 floors, and only invitation holders can enter the 3rd floor. This kind of invitation is generally only given to the senior leaders of the academy, and Ye Chen is nothing but the light of the old Xian. When Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong came over, Ye Chen walked in with them. After listening to Wang Dong's introduction, Huo Yuhao could not help but feel a little shocked even though he understood the meaning of it in general. He really didn't expect that there is such a place, which is extremely luxurious and can also be used on credit. Ye Chen glanced at Huo Yuhao, who was like a stuffed bun next to the city, and said, "I'll go to the 3rd floor first, you can go around on the 1st and 2nd floors, remember what you see, and wait for me to come down to find you." Ye Chen left a word, and after the 2 nodded in agreement, they turned and left. He knew that the academy must have got something good, and it was useful to him. Otherwise, I won't let old Xian send me this invitation specially. After Ye Chen left, both of them were somewhat confused. Especially Wang Dong felt that Ye Chen's identity was not simple. She knows a little bit about the rules here. The place on the third floor can't be entered if you have money. Everyone who can enter the third floor has a transcendent status. At this time, Ye Chen skipped the second floor directly and followed the stairs to the area on the third floor. There is a barrier here, which can automatically identify the owner of the invitation, unless it is placed in the storage ring, otherwise it will be detected. After Ye Chen walked into this layer, he instantly felt an extremely cordial breath coming from the center. Because of the particularity of the third floor, there is no one here at this time. Ye Chen didn't hesitate, followed the cordial breath and looked for it. Passing through the display cabinets, ignoring the dazzling treasures, went straight to the center. As the distance got closer and closer, the cordial feeling intensified, and finally a huge counter took advantage of Ye Chen's eyes. There is only one small fruit in the showcase of Niudai. The fruit presents a crystal clear round shape, even if it is separated from the special glass of the showcase, it still emits a strange fragrance and sacred light. Dazzling like a mini sun. Chapter 50, Wuhan and number 039, S change. After Ye Chen left, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao first turned around on the first floor. Many core disciples from the outer courtyard have gathered here. Except for them, no new core disciples have yet been decided. There are other students in all grades. Even the lowest level treasure fairs also display a dazzling array of goods. There are all kinds of treasures that are rarely seen at ordinary times, and even in the most central showcases, even the design drawings of the soul bone and the high-level soul guide appeared. Wang Dong, do you think Brother Chen is really mysterious? Huo Yuhao lowered his voice and asked. Wang Dong Bai glanced at him, and thought, is it still up to you? Any fool can see it. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Huo Yuhao smiled awkwardly and didn't mind. Hey, isn't that Big Brother and Big Brother Su? They are here too, let's go say hello. Huo Yuhao's eyesight may be the most distinctive, he saw Bei Bei and Su Sanchi in the crowd at a glance, and greeted them first. After all, his martial soul is the eye, and he has been practicing the purple magic pupil diligently for the past 3 months, and he has cultivated this genius to the realm of Xiaocheng. For the other 5 kinds of faculties, he was just a good start. Although Wang Dong has not yet joined the Tang sect, due to his life experience and he often sees it, several people are familiar with it. Little junior brother, why are you here? Haven't you completed the freshman assessment yet? Bai Bei also saw Huo Yuhao walking by and sent out a question. Huo Yuhao scratched his hair, and said embarrassedly, Brother Chen brought us here and told us to take a look at it. If there is something we like, tell him later. Upon hearing Ye Chen's name, Bai Bei suddenly realized. If it were him, it would be too simple to come here, he just didn't know how to bring Huo Yuhao in. Since Xiao Chen is here, hurry up and choose what you like, don't be polite to him. I have to go back and have a look, there just happens to be something I can't bear to buy. Bai Bei laughed, and took Su Sanchi to leave, leaving only Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong with puzzled faces. In fact, he wanted to buy Tang Ye. Tang Ye was not a core disciple, so she was not eligible to participate in the treasure fair. On the 3rd floor of Jubeo Pavilion, next to the most central showcase, Ye Chen stared at the sun-like fruits in front of him with shock. At the moment, the Fuzang divine tree martial spirit in his body started to run on its own without being mobilized, as if it was being pulled out by this strange fruit. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation since his martial soul awakened. Even when he encountered the physical hibiscus tree in the Star Do Great Forest at that time, it never appeared. Could it be that this fruit has anything to do with the hibiscus sacred tree? Ye Chen murmured, unable to figure out why such a change occurred. The closer to that fruit, the more intense the spirit power fluctuations in the body, and finally the Fuzang divine tree martial spirit was directly and passively released, completely out of Ye Chen's control. Even after smelling that strange scent, there is a kind of urge to eat it that can't be restrained. The natural reaction of this body caused Ye Chen to be shocked, and he quickly began to mobilize his spirit power in an attempt to suppress the agitation of Wuhan. But in fact it didn't play any role at all, the spirit power still gushing out uncontrollably. And it seemed that Ye Chen's spirit power was also felt. The fruit miraculously passed directly through the glass of the counter, and fell into his hand, only leaving a hole of the same size in the counter. Around the hole, there are some burnt marks. Until then, the previously uncontrolled spirit power finally calmed down. At the entrance of the third floor, an old lady with a childlike look and hair was standing there quietly. Ye Chen in the distance didn't even notice that there was already an extra person in the space, and she just appeared there abruptly, without any sound. It seems that this fruit really has something to do with Xiao Chen. The sacred energy on it is almost exactly the same as that emitted by Xiaoqin's martial soul when he awakens. The old woman said faintly, her voice was very gentle, and her eyes also had an inexplicable look. After saying this, her figure disappeared abruptly, the same as when she came. Ye Chen looked at the sun-like fruit in his hand and felt the calming soul power in his body, and he couldn't help feeling a little palpitating. He didn't know what the fruit was, or what it was useful for, but he could guess how much it had something to do with the sacred tree of Fuzang. Instead of eating the fruit rashly, he took out the jade box that originally contained it from the counter and put it in again. After wrapping the jade box with soul power, he put it in his storage ring. Ye Chen knew that his every move must have been seen by others, so he didn't say hello to anyone. He believed that Elder Xian let him come, the purpose must be this fruit. It's impossible for those old people to feel the sacred light breath that is the same as his body. Just where did this fruit come from, and what does it have to do with the hibiscus sacred tree? Ye Chen had countless questions in his heart, and his expression began to be a little unpredictable. If he didn't understand this, he didn't think about it anymore, planning to go downstairs and join Huo Yuhao. As for the matter of this fruit, when you have time to return to Sea God Island, ask Mr. Mu or Mr. Xian. Quickly walked out of the third floor area, he didn't even look at the other treasures. Being a man can't be too greedy. He is already content with this fruit, and it seems a little bit tight to take other things. Ye Chen came to the location on the first floor and began to look for Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. But there are too many people on the first floor, and the whole area is much larger than the second and third floors. It really takes some effort to find two people. However, in the process of searching, I ran into Bai Bei and Su Sanqi instead. The two of them had turned their backs on their backs and wandered around here with their shoulders on their backs. Big nephew! Ye Chen shouted and walked over. Hearing this big nephew, Su Sanqi laughed happily, while Bai Bei shrank his head subconsciously, and then looked at Ye Chen not far away with a black line on his face. But in order to help Tangya buy that thing back, he can only bear it. Who can let Ye Chen have the privilege of taking things here for nothing? Su Sanqi, what are you laughing at? You and Bei Bei are the same generation. You have to call my uncle according to the etiquette. Ye Chen curled his lips and said irritably. You. Su Sanqi just wanted to say something, but suddenly remembered the battle 3 months ago, and instantly lost his temper. Can't beat and beat, I can only pretend to be grandson temporarily. Friends who like this book can go to the book review area to participate in the discussion. Thank you for your support. Chapter 51. Reveal each other and number 039, S shortcomings. Although Ye Chen's aura was so ordinary, Bai Bei and Su Sanqi knew that his strength was definitely stronger than 3 months ago. It's just that the people cover it up very well, and they can't tell if their cultivation is not enough. Under Bai Bei's leadership, Ye Chen went to the counter and helped him get the things he wanted. In fact, it is just a kind of natural treasure, called royal jelly, which is similar to Xian Shui Dan and has the effect of washing muscles and marrow. But the most important thing is that royal jelly has another function, that is, it can maintain the skin and delay aging. Bai Bei estimated that she also wanted to use this to please Tangya and improve her family status. Ye Chen's identity is backed up here, so there is no need to fill in any information, just show a card to prove his identity. While getting things easily, he also got a look of awe. However, he saw too many scenes like this, and he was almost insensible, waved his hand gently, and left with Bei Bei and Su Sanchi. "Babe, how did you get so miserable in your capacity?" Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, expressing his incomprehension. "This royal jelly is only a few tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Even if you don't take credit, you can definitely get it with Bai Bei's identity and savings." You think I think, all my money is with Xiaoa, saying that I am saving money for the rise of Tang sect in the future, so I won't let me move any cents." Speaking of this, Bei Bei was also a little helpless, he even asked Tangya for the money to buy underwear. "Oh, you can't see it, Bai Bei, you turned out to be a strict wife." Su Sanchi said with a smirk that he would not let go of any chance of falling into trouble. Bai Bei was stabbed in the pain by Su Sanchi, somewhat embarrassed, but a counterattack was necessary. "Then at least a wife takes care of me, do you? Zhang Nanan doesn't want to talk to you until now, right?" This sentence really caught Su Sanchi's lifeblood, his face was flushed, and he wanted to refute it but couldn't talk about it. Who asked Bai Bei to tell the truth? Ye Chen quietly listened to the conversation between the two, and almost didn't laugh. He finally knows a truth: brothers are used to reveal shortcomings at critical times. "Brother Chen, big brother." The three of them were playing around, and suddenly saw Huo Yuhao who was greeting them not far away. Wang Dong was also there, and the gaze towards Ye Chen was not as murderous as before, but it was a little calmer. "Little junior brother, just say what you want, anyway, Xiao Chen is rich in wealth." Bai Bei glanced at Ye Chen and sold him without hesitation, without any awareness of being a junior. "What makes me rich? Do you think I can't go back and report?" Ye Chen looked at Huo Yuhao curiously, but he made a small complaint in his heart. He opened the back door for them in a disguised form. Although Elder Mu and the others wouldn't say anything, Ye Chen still had to report the incident to them after returning to the inner courtyard. "Brother Chen, we took a look, and there is nothing suitable for us at this stage," Huo Yuhao said weakly, somewhat afraid to look at Ye Chen's eyes. "Although most of the things here are some top-notch babies, there are definitely things that are suitable for them at this stage." The reason for saying this is that they are already familiar with each other. Huo Yuhao knew Ye Chen's character and personality. If he said he didn't want it, he would definitely not be able to leave today. The things Ye Chen decided on had never been persuaded by others. Just like the spirit bones of the dark golden terrifying claw bear's legs, he gave it away as soon as he said it, and did not allow Huo Yuhao to refuse. However, taking a shorthand can eat a person's mouth softly. Even if this person is Ye Chen and would not use this interface to ask them to do something, he would still feel sorry for him. The same is true for Wang Dong, although she usually likes to come back with Ye Chen, but if she really meets what she wants, she will still pay for it herself. Ye Chen was a little surprised by this, hesitated for a moment, and didn't say anything to persuade him. He understands what the two of them mean. Some things can be understood, there is no need to point them out. Even setting aside the influence of money on feelings, the main thing is that these are not his own things, they are all the assets of the school. If it was Ye Chen's own, just like the spirit bones before, there would be no pressure to say yes. But if it's a school, you have to consider the impact. What made Ye Chen even more shocking was that today Wang Dong didn't sing against him as usual, he just watched quietly from the side and didn't interrupt. At this time, Bai Bei on the side was a little embarrassed, after all, he was the one who walked through the back door. At the same time, he was surprised that Huo Yuhao and the others had such a deep understanding and intoxicating principles at such a young age, which I have to say is very commendable. Time flies quickly, and in the next few days, Huo Yuhao and the others have entered a tense assessment state. As for Ye Chen, he really couldn't get nervous. The opponents he met were too weak for him to be interested in half a point, and now I can look forward to the final and semi-finals. In the past few days, Ye Chen did not return to the Sea God Pavilion, let alone take that strange fruit rashly. Because I don't know what effect will be produced after taking it, maybe it will delay the assessment. After all, it's okay if the fruit is absorbed later, but if the assessment is delayed, it is estimated that you will have to go through the back door. In this way, it is inevitable to lose the tongue. Ye Chen also thought about it seriously. Judging from what happened on the third floor of Jubeo Pavilion at that time, this fruit must be inextricably linked to the hibiscus sacred tree. It feels like a mini-sun. Ye Chen also thought about whether it was the fruit of the sacred hibiscus tree that entered his body. But in the memory of his previous life, he had never heard of the hibiscus sacred tree growing fruit. In the end, I really couldn't figure it out, so I just put it down. After all, the Fuzang divine tree martial spirit has given him a lot of surprises, just as he had never heard of the three-legged golden crow carrying the 10 primordial fires in the past. However, it is worth mentioning that the two things made Ye Chen forget about his bet with Wang Dong. Wang Dong still remembers this girl, but she didn't raise it for any reason. Maybe you don't want the two to delay the assessment. I've written this chapter from 6 o'clock to the present, and I've changed it several times, and my mind is almost broken. The main reason is to speed up the pace. The freshman assessment is too slow here. After writing this part quickly, there will be more important plots to appear. Finally, let's do it today, Dizzy. Good night everyone. Chapter 52, Stealing the Dean and Number 039, Limelight. After a few days of round-robin and knockout matches, only 4 of the freshman teams remained. The progress of the freshman assessment has also come to the semi-finals. After today's game is over, the afternoon will be used for rest, and the finals will be held the next day. Although there are not many teams left and only one game will be played a day, the audience area on the scene is still overcrowded. Not only are the freshmen who were asked by the teacher to come over to watch the game, there are also many senior students, and some college leaders who usually miss the end of the dragon. For example, the deans of the 2 major factions of the academy have less words and lots of money. On the high platform, Yan Shaija looked at the huge amount of money in front of him, with a smile on his face. You guy isn't staying with the soul guidance element. Why did you come here? Why, can't I watch my son play? Duo curled his lips and pretended to be careless. He has another purpose here, and that is to select some disciples with good talents for the soul guidance system. As the deputy dean of the soul guidance department, but under the pressure of his wife, he always ran to this side with a cheeky and important person. Fine, do I still know your purpose? Well, I won't tell you more. I should go down to host the lottery and encourage my children. Yan Shaija smiled, patted a lot of money on the shoulder, got up and walked off the platform. He felt like a mirror in his heart, and he knew what the other party was doing as soon as the money came. However, if he wanted to dig out the talented students of the martial spirit system, he would never agree to it. Even a double cultivation Ye Chen is enough for Yan Shaiji's pain. This still depends on Mu Lao and Ye Chen being the adopted children of Xian Liner, otherwise they would not let them go. Cut, don't you just go down and pretend to win people's hearts, you still speak so grandly. Duo sneered, somewhat disapproving. After all, after so many years of getting along, we really know each other too well. Du Weilun, the dean of teaching on the side, didn't dare to offend both sides, but lost a smile and quickly followed. In the field, 4 teams lined up, waiting to draw their opponents in the semifinals. Today is the last time they draw lots. They both looked at each other and wanted to draw a relatively simple opponent. It is strange that although he is the only one in Ye Chen's team, no one wants to meet him. Even Dai Huabin is the same. This black-haired boy with different eyes is really too mysterious to them. After so many games, Ye Chen didn't even release Wuhan. Every time, just by relying on that incredibly powerful body, plus some unpredictable magic methods, he can easily win. Whenever someone who observes him sums up his methods of confronting the enemy, he will soon be refreshed by his new methods. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is endless. In the team next to Ye Chen, Huo Yuhao's face became a little gloomy and pale, staring firmly at a young man in the rightmost team. He hadn't told Ye Chen about his family affairs, so even if Ye Chen knew it in his heart, he couldn't say anything. It can only pat his shoulder and give him an encouraging look. To say that the happiest person at the scene was Zhou Yi, the class teacher of the freshman class. 2 teams in her class entered the semi-finals, but she let her vent a bad breath in front of Mu Jin, the teacher of the second class. Because changes have begun, Mu Jin is now not the teacher of the 9th class, but has become the second class. None of their teams made it to the semi-finals, and all of them went down. When Yan Shaiji walked off the platform and came to the lottery venue, he heard a loud noise. "What's the matter? I haven't introduced myself yet, do they already know who I am and are so pleasantly surprised?" Yan Shaiji said in confusion, but he was still somewhat proud. His true age is over 90, and he is still so narcissistic. But when he heard what the students were talking about, he suddenly became depressed again. Sure enough, they are so handsome. Those eyes are like gravitational force, which sucked my soul away. Ah! Look, he's looking at me. Nonsense, he's obviously looking at me, just like you, how could he notice you? Before you know it, many girls have become idiots, and even in some places, they have disputes because of Ye Chen's eyes. Although it was a match, he still wore a white robe and floated behind him gently under the wind. Ye Chen's eyebrows seemed to reveal a fairy air, the fantastic different pupils can make people unconsciously immerse in it, the perfect facial features are sharp and angular, giving people a dreamy feeling. What a handsome boy! Yan Shaiji looked at this scene with a black line on his face, not knowing who they were talking about. Muffledly shielded those noisy sounds with soul power, forced a soft smile, and walked over. It seems that since Ye Chen grows up, no matter where he goes, he will naturally become the focus of the scene. New students, Ye Chen stepped forward to draw lots. Ye Chen was first called by name, and Yan Shaiji looked at each other, and was slightly taken aback. Why Uncle Yan laughs so far-fetched, it's scary. There is only one person in his team, so he can only draw lots in the past. Ye Chen felt a little nervous. If he was drawn to Huo Yuhao's group, he would face a difficult choice. If they release the water, they will appear disrespectful, but if they don't release the water, their group performance will only stop at the top 4, and at most it will be 3rd. You kid, you can take away my limelight. Next to the lottery box, Yan Shaiji said in a voice that only 2 of them could hear, and gave Ye Chen a deep look. Ye Chen was a little confused by this sentence, but he thought of something in an instant, and smiled evilly at him. The 2 didn't say much, after all, there were so many people here. Ye Chen, freshman class 1, sign, number 1. Du Weilun took the lottery in the hands of the knight and shouted loudly. This lottery means that Ye Chen will play on the first field against the team that draws the same lottery. No longer think about it, anyway, it has already been drawn, and the final result is left to God's will. He didn't expect Yan Shaiji to release water for him, and deliberately let Huo Yuhao and the others get the number 2. As the head of a hospital, the most important thing is to try to ensure fairness. Even if he does that, no one will know. Fortunately, in the end, luck was still on Ye Chen's side. The Huo Yuhao team won the number 2 team against the Ning Tian team from the 9th class of the freshmen. But Ye Chen's opponent was Huo Yuhao's old enemy, Dai Huabin. It seemed that Ye Chen couldn't make it through their brother-in-law's good show. Of course he thought so. Today is different from the past, and the annual rings of history have not turned in the original direction. At least until now, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong have not tested the martial soul fusion technique, and they don't know what will happen in the future. If Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, who don't have martial soul fusion skills, meet Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, they might not be able to win. And it just so happened that Ye Chen also wanted to ask for advice. This martial soul fusion technique that had become famous in the mainland 10,000 years ago, Netherworld White Tiger. Chapter 53, shocked countless people. The assessment time has come, and both parties begin to enter the venue. The two semi-finals are played at the same time, and the attention here is obviously higher during the night. One is because Ye Chen is the only freshman to compete solo, and the other is Dai Huabin from the opposing lineup, with the 3-ring cultivation base. Don't worry, I'll beat him up for you. Before going on the court, Ye Chen leaned into Huo Yuhao's ear and said something that was a little unclear. What does Brother Chen's words mean? Does he know that my life experience is not successful? Huo Yuhao was puzzled, and in the end it could only be attributed to the fact that he was too obvious and Ye Chen saw something. After entering the field, the two sides separated on both sides of the field, observing each other in the distance. There was a fierce light in Dai Huabin's eyes, and he looked at the black-haired boy with strange eyes as if he were facing an enemy. Before this freshman assessment, he didn't know Ye Chen, and he hadn't even heard of the name. After the latter showed his strength in the assessment, he began to search for Ye Chen's information, but he found nothing. The main reason is that Ye Chen is too low-key. Usually in the school, there is a little bit of no-show, but the time is spent on cultivation. Dai Huabin's eldest brother, Dai Yaoheng, a student in the inner courtyard, knew the identity of Ye Chen, but he was not in the academy at the moment, and he could not be contacted. Like most viewers, Dai Huabin also wanted to know what Ye Chen's martial soul was and what abilities he possessed. But Ye Chen has not exposed a single trace in the freshman assessment so far, so it has become a mystery. The more you do this, the more you need to be cautious and focused. Ye Chen's expression seemed quite relaxed, knowing that it would be impossible to win without using martial soul today. Just to test my third spirit ability. He already has cares in his heart. Both parties have common names. After the referee announced the rules as usual, it meant that the battle started from the beginning of the general name. Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Kui Yaja, Ye Chen. Except for Dai Huabin, the other two in this team are girls. Except for the girl with long pink hair, Ye Chen still knows a little bit better. Knowing that their strongest method is that martial soul fusion technique Netherworld White Tiger. Except for this, as long as you take precautions carefully, there will be no major problems. After the two sides passed the names, the referee raised his right hand and then fell suddenly. With a clear start, the two sides quickly rushed to the opposite positions. This time Ye Chen didn't wait for the opponent's attack as before, but planned to take the lead and not give the opponent a chance. He hasn't forgotten what he said to Huo Yuhao before going on the court. This guy bullied the person he was covering, and he had to beat him back for whatever he said. The fierce light flickered in Dai Huabin's eyes, and a faint murderous airflow appeared, but Ye Chen was not afraid at all, and even his original temperament was not changed. White Tiger, possess. In the process of running forward, Dai Huabin shouted, and a strong pale light suddenly burst out of his body. The 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose slowly. Accompanied by the surging spirit power, both arms stretched to the sides at the same time, the bones of the whole body crackled, and the suddenly swollen muscles bulged the clothes. Because both sides were very fast, they encountered each other in the center of the field almost instantly. Dai Huabin's hands almost doubled, turning into huge tiger palms, dagger-like claws with a hint of sharpness, peeking toward Ye Chen. Zhu Lu followed closely, her body becoming slender, her toes lightly on the ground. She wanted to detour behind Ye Chen at her own speed, forming an encirclement with Dai Huabin in the front. This first wave of attacks was somewhat tentative. However, even though they had attached great importance to it, they still underestimated Ye Chen's strength.
Without worrying about Zhu Lu who was going to the rear, Xian Tiangong ran wildly. He attached the left arm of the mysterious jade hand and directly met the huge tiger claw. The right hand was raised to the waist and began to accumulate energy. He is not stupid enough to take it hard. Even after the third time of Shenhuo forging, his physical strength has reached an extremely terrifying point, but he still needs to avoid unnecessary consumption in the battle. Ye Chen's left hand seemed to lightly patted Dai Huabin's wrist, but Dai Huabin felt a strong force coming, and the tiger paw that forcibly swung him changed its direction. In the next moment, Ye Chen's right hand turned into a fist and hit his lower abdomen firmly. After suffering this blow, Dai Huabin staggered back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his figure. 3 months ago, Su Sanqi was instantly defeated in the hands of Ye Chen, who was still at the second ring cultivation base at the time, not to mention that Ye Chen now had the strength of the third ring. At this time, Zhu Lu had successfully bypassed Ye Chen's rear. Seeing her man being repelled by Ye Chen, her eyes showed a trace of worry, but it was more of anger towards Ye Chen. The sharp claws grabbed Ye Chen's back directly, but what she didn't expect was that her actions were already within the opponent's calculation range. A big, gentle hand grabbed Zhu Lu's arm in an instant, and her body was still in mid-air rotated with great strength, and she threw it in Dai Huabin's direction. These things happened very quickly, and the pink-haired girl named Kui Yaja was only able to release her first spirit ability. She possesses a peculiar martial arts soul nine-tailed fox. The role of the first spirit ability is to charm, but for Yu Yechen, it has no effect. However, in order to reduce the opponent's vitality, he used the illusion void for the first time, causing the girl to fall into the illusion and lose her combat effectiveness. After Dai Huabin took Zhu Lu, the two looked at Ye Chen in the distance in shock, and felt a palpitation. But it is impossible to give up in this way. Many methods have not been used yet, including the martial soul fusion skills between them. The second spirit ring lit up, and a strong white light instantly converged on Dai Huabin's head, and then a cloud of white light spewed out, trying to stop Ye Chen's oncoming figure. This is his second spirit ability, Bai Huli Guangbo. But even if his spirit ability is strong, can he still strengthen the second spirit ability of the night? To know Ye Chen's second spirit ability, if it comes to the later stage, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the strongest single attack spirit ability. After absorbing the third spirit ring, the power of his second spirit ability was much higher than before. The moment his body rushed forward, Ye Chen finally released his martial soul. This is also the first time that the Wuzang Shenchu Wuhan has appeared in the freshman assessment field. I saw a strong breath of light gushing out of Ye Chen's body, condensing into a hibiscus sacred tree more than 4 meters high behind him. There are a few three-legged golden crows living on it, and on the originally plain feathers, 3 flames of different colors are attached, which exudes extremely hot spirit power fluctuations at all times. But this is not the most shocking. The most exaggerated is that in the eyes of countless viewers, I saw a scene that broke their common sense. 2 purple and 1 black, 3 shining spirit rings respectively surround a 3-legged golden crow, moving in an orderly rhythm. 10,000 years spirit ring. There was an incredible shout in the audience area. Even under this black third spirit ring, the other 2 purple spirit rings looked a little plain. I try to write as much as I can, and send out as much as I can, and there will be 2 more in the evening. Chapter 54, The Third Spirit Ability vs Nether White Tiger. Xiaoqin's third spirit ring is actually 10,000 years old. At almost the same time, Zhou Yi, who was wandering between the 2 venues, let out a cry of exclamation. She knew about Ye Chen going to obtain the third spirit ring, but she never expected it to be a 10,000-year spirit ring. The first 2,000 years of spirit ring had given her enough shock, thinking that the third spirit ring of 8 or 9,000 years was enough. But it turns out that she once again underestimated herself as a student. Xiaoqin's talent is so good that people can only be discouraged. Zhou Yi sighed secretly, and at the same time she was extremely proud. Anyway, Ye Chen is her student after all. Seeing countless people at the scene shocked by Ye Chen's talent, Qian Duo on the high platform also showed a gratified smile. This is his son. Even if they were adopted, after so many years, he and Xian Liner had long regarded Ye Chen as their own. Now it seems that even if Ye Chen wants to give up the cultivation of soul guidance device, he still supports it. Just because of this martial arts talent. Don't look at Qian Duo, who always likes to dig people from Dao martial soul system, but when it comes to his son, I still hope that he will choose the path that suits him best. In the center of Field 1, Dai Huabin had no time to sigh Ye Chen's talent, and the first and third spirit rings on his body instantly lit up. Beihu protects body barrier, Beihu Libo. No way, Ye Chen is too strong, and the speed of rushing is too fast to allow him to hesitate. A layer of white light turned into a mask to protect the whole body, blocking Zhu Lu behind her. The muscles swelled instantly, and the whole person reached nearly 2 meters high. At this moment, the white school uniform that represented the freshman finally burst open, revealing a sturdy body with golden light patterns on it. Ye Chen didn't care about this. In his opinion, apart from the 2 spirit fusion skills, no means could pose a threat to himself. The first and second spirit rings were shining brightly, and the holy light transformed by the 3-legged golden crow instantly entered his body. At this time, there is fusang above Tang Wu, and the effect on him has reached the level of 30% increase in all attributes. In an instant, Ye Chen arrived in front of Dai Huabin's and blasted his fist against the white mask. With his original physical quality, coupled with the amplification effect of the first spirit ability, he wanted to use this punch to force the opponent's spirit fusion skills. He didn't use his second spirit ability, so he might accidentally kill the opponent directly. Ye Chen is no longer the one he was 3 months ago. If he were to fight Su Sanqi again, he would still be able to achieve the effect of breaking the defense instantly with the second spirit ability. Now he is almost invincible among the same level, and those with weaker strength can directly kill instantly. If you face the level of the Soul Sect, the situation is not good. Sure enough, under Ye Chen's punch, Baihu's body barrier instantly shattered. Dai Huabin's body was blasted out directly, and he slid a dozen meters away on the ground, breaking away from the state of protecting King Kong. On the other side, Zhu Lu was well protected, and there was no damage. Is there any other means? If not, then this game will end here. Ye Chen's tone was very flat, and he wanted to further arouse the anger of the 2 of them. The moment Zhu Lu saw Dai Huabin flying out, she appeared next to him in a flash and checked the situation. At the same time, the girl's gaze at Ye Chen was full of viciousness. A strong sense of humiliation emerged in Dai Huabin's heart, a mouthful of blood spewed out, his face extremely pale. Looking darkly at Ye Chen, who had brought him endless humiliation, a trace of cruelty flashed in his heart. And Zhu Lu looked at each other and saw the decisiveness in each other's eyes. Dai Huabin no longer hesitated, got up and gently pulled Zhu Lu into his arms. Zhu did not resist, embracing Dai Huabin's burly waist with his hands from behind, looking at him with gentle eyes. In the 2 of them, the breath of the white tiger and the ghost cat completely merged at this moment, and the feeling was very strange, as if they were completely integrated. Strong spirit power fluctuations erupted from their fusion body like a blowout, and the black and white halo gradually merged into one, making their spirit power sublimated at the same time. Dai Muibai's and Zhu Lu's bodies disappeared instantly after their spirit powers merged, leaving only a huge white tiger with transparent body and black streaks. Baihu gave people an extremely illusory feeling, with the chilling purple eyes and pupils, looking at Ye Chen coldly. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. It's actually a martial soul fusion technique again. Is the current martial arts fusion skills so worthless, or the teacher is lying to us? This time the freshman assessment alone has appeared twice. In the 4th stage of Voice of Surprise, the freshmen turned their attention to their teachers, wanting to get answers from them. But it's not just them,
but the teachers are also dumbfounded and haven't figured out the situation at all. What they are saying is correct, the rarity of martial soul fusion skills is higher than that of twin martial souls, but there are too many evildoers this time, and they can't help it if this happens. On the high platform, Duo saw the white tiger exuding a dignified and fierce light, with a worried look in his eyes. Don't worry, Xiao Chen is fine, is your own son still unclear? Yan Shaiji slammed his shoulder against the money beside him, and said with relief. He had anticipated this situation a long time ago. After all, Netherworld White Tiger was recorded in the Wuhan Systems materials. Yan Shaiji, as the dean of the Wuhan department, you can't help but know this. That's not your son. Duo punched him fiercely and said angrily. Although he knew Ye Chen's strength, he still couldn't help worrying. After all, he was his son. Fortunately, Xian Liner didn't come over, otherwise what would happen if the security was uneven at this time? Is this the Netherworld White Tiger? Inside the venue, Ye Chen said softly, revealing his seemingly sunny smile, but under closer inspection, he felt evil and enchanting. It wasn't until this moment that he finally raised his interest. I wonder if my third spirit ability can be resisted. Since acquiring the third spirit ring, the third spirit ability has never been used, but now there is a chance to experiment. While talking to himself, the huge white tiger leaped forward and threw his head up proudly. The arrogance of looking down at the world fully demonstrated its dominance and the king of beasts. At this moment, on the sacred hibiscus tree behind Ye Chen, the 10,000-year spirit ring that had not been used, shone a pitch-black reflective luster. Standing on a tree branch, the last three-legged golden crow rose up into the sky, turning into an endless brilliant light. That extremely brilliant light shrouded Ye Chen before the Netherworld White Tiger formed by the fusion of Daihuabin and Zhu Lu arrived, covering him completely. It's like a hazy aurora. Wait until I have dinner and come back to fight again. Chapter 55, Forever Royal Aurora. Ye Chen's timing was very precise. Almost the moment Netherworld White Tiger pounced on him, that gorgeous mask appeared around his body. He has calculated the timing and the consumption of the two in the fusion. The more powerful the martial soul fusion skill, the greater the consumption. It is to let the other party know that he has a countermeasure, but he can only rush forward desperately. Once the consumption is too large, after the martial soul fusion is lifted, Daihuabin and Zhu Lu will never have any chance again. Because there is no way out, it must be desperate. Sure enough, when the Netherworld White Tiger saw the gorgeous mask of Ye Chen's body, his cold gaze hesitated for a moment, but he finally rushed forward. It is a pity that the two in the fusion only counted their own consumption, but did not count the effect of this layer of mask. There was a huge gap between Baihu's huge body and Ye Chen's body, and even after the two came into contact, there was no sound. Although Daihuabin and Zhu Lu are fused together, they still have their own perceptions of the outside world. After hitting the thin layer of light, there was a feeling of hitting cotton at first, but then there was a strong shock force. The attack effect and impact force brought by the huge body of the Netherworld White Tiger counteracted them almost instantly. The spirit power in the two of them was consumed at a faster rate than before. All the spectators outside the venue only saw the black spirit ring on Ye Chen's martial soul brighten up, and a gorgeous mask appeared instantly around his body. At this time, the Netherworld White Tiger after the fusion of the spirits had arrived. Except for a few high-level academies who could see something, almost everyone felt that the victory or defeat was divided, and Ye Chen was the loser. You know, this is a martial soul fusion technique. Even though Ye Chen used 10,000 years of soul skills, in their common sense, they still couldn't compete with martial soul fusion skills. This is not as simple as adding one soul power. But at this moment, the sudden change occurred, and things that everyone didn't expect still happened. The huge body of the Netherworld White Tiger almost flew out at the same speed as it was when it touched the mask, and hit the hard ground of the venue heavily. Even the direction of flying out is exactly the same as before. At this moment, the countless noisy noises on the scene suddenly disappeared, the audience was silent, and the whole world seemed to be completely still. At the edge of the field, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu could no longer hold on to the huge consumption of soul power, and they were relieved of their fusion state. As the leader of the Netherworld White Tiger's fusion technique, Dai Huabin fainted as soon as he left. Although Zhu Lu did not faint, it was not much better. With very little soul power left, it was extremely difficult to stand up. At this moment, she looked at Ye Chen's gaze, and there was no more resentment and coldness before, only endless panic. In fact, at that instant, except for Ye Chen and the two sitting on the platform, almost no one knew what had happened. That layer of brilliantly colored light mask is Wanyan's third spirit ability Yanjai Aurora Array. It was still the spirit ability automatically produced by the Fuzang Divine Tree Martial Spirit after the spirit ring was fused, and just by hearing the name, you knew that it was a defensive spirit ability. That layer of shield-like mask is actually a kind of formation. It is able to completely transform the attack it has received into non-attribute energy and bounce it back, and it will restore Ye Chen's spirit power to a certain extent. But the stronger the spirit ability, the greater the limit. Like the first soul skill Tanggu, there is Fuzang, which is absolutely valid only for opponents of comparable strength. A soul master with greater strength than Ye Chen, the effect is not so good. And if it was a powerful attack aimed at one point like his second spirit ability, it could also break this formation. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's spirit power, the two combined may not be as high as Ye Chen's spirit power. This is not a mere addition of levels. Ye Chen possesses the ultimate martial soul, and his soul power itself is much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. Coupled with the circulation of the four attributes in his body, it has fundamentally increased the total amount of his soul power. Moreover, the Netherworld White Tiger jumped directly on it, without specifically targeting one point. This has led to the current situation. After all, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu have too little combat experience. All three members of Dai Huabin's group lost their combat effectiveness, which declared that the semi-final was over. As the winner, Ye Chen walked out of the field after the referee teacher announced the result. The auditorium also changed from being silent at the beginning to a full-bodied voice in an instant. This battle was really wonderful. Without letting them see the powerful martial arts fusion skills, more importantly, they witnessed the perfect battle situation controlled by Ye Chen. After this battle, Ye Chen completely became the peak of popularity among the new students. It is simply the absolute idol of boys and the dream lover of girls. Especially after returning to the audience area, the girls who were pregnant with spring shouted harder. Unknowingly Ye Chen was even eaten tofu by some female gangsters. Fortunately, that girl Wang Dong's assessment is not over yet, otherwise I will have to scold me again when I see this scene. Ye Chen sat back to his position with black lines, thinking angrily. No, why do I care about her? It's nothing to do with me, right? Ye Chen shook his head, trying to get those unrealistic things out of his mind. Such an idea is too dangerous, we must resolutely put an end to it. Speaking of it, starting from the first spirit ring, there are almost all the main types of auxiliary spirit abilities, single assault and defensive spirit abilities. Although he didn't know what kind of ability his fourth spirit ring would be, Ye Chen felt that the Fuzang Divine Tree wanted him to develop in the direction of omnipotence. But in this way, his current attack methods have become lacking. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but firm in his idea of attaching a spirit ring to the second spirit. At least 1 year later, before the competition begins, a spirit ring must be attached. Moreover, given the particularity of his two spirits, this was also the prerequisite for him to obtain the fourth spirit ring and become the soul sect. Eternal Imperial Aurora Array, in this way, will it steal the title of Su Sanchi's Eternal Imperial. I don't care, he has to call me Uncle Shang according to his seniority. Does he dare to resist if he grabs his name? Ye Chen thought humble. Today is the last chapter. From now on, I will try my best to finish the chapters during the day. It is easy to get sleepy at night and the efficiency is too low. It's late, good night everyone. Chapter 56, Hometown Taste. With the Yuchen competition ahead, Huo Yuhao's competition on the other side suddenly became dull. In fact, their game is also very exciting, but after the audience has experienced too many heartbeats, they are already a little indifferent. Almost everyone's eyes were on the position of the freshman class, the young man who closed his eyes and calmed his mind. There is awe, worship, and admiration. All kinds of eyes were mixed, even if Ye Chen closed his eyes, he could feel it. There was even a tingling sensation on his face after being stabbed by a needle-pointed wheat mang, although he knew it was an illusion. Hey, it is estimated that freshmen will receive a lot of love letters after the assessment, right? How can this be good? What do you say I am doing in this limelight? Isn't this a shame? Looking at the female students around him staring at him, Ye Chen started talking to himself in a shameless manner. Having said that, he didn't feel a little embarrassed in his heart, but he was a little proud. And this kind of pride is almost written on the face. Brother Chen, what are you laughing at? Why do I feel a little weird? At this moment, Huo Yuhao, who had finished his assessment, appeared in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen laughed too weirdly, and he saw an inexplicable chill in his heart. Insignificant. Wang Dong sat directly next to Ye Chen and gave Ye Chen a cold look. Xiao Xiao didn't say anything when he arrived, just covered his mouth and laughed. Having known each other for so long, the two of them guessed Ye Chen's mind at a glance. Huo Yuhao won't talk about this wood, his emotional intelligence is too low. It's just a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. It took so long to win, so just abstain in the finals so I won't be beaten again. And don't you know that you have to solve the opponent's support first when fighting? You actually didn't take care of others, letting the opponent's increase apply to your teammates. Ye Chen was also a violent temper, and went back without showing weakness. Of course, the main thing is to point out the mistakes they made in the game, so as not to make them again later. Although I was in a daze just now, I still paid attention to the situation in the second venue. To be honest, although they won, there are still many things they can do better. It's up to you. During this period of time we have also improved, I don't believe that we can't win you. And don't forget that we still have a bet. I have already thought of what conditions to make. Wang Dong said viciously. Although she knew in her heart that they had become stronger, and Ye Chen had also become stronger. In this competitive Shrek Academy, no one stood still. She just slapped her tongue. Oh? If you don't say that I have forgotten it, I am still thinking about your weapons, it is better to hit the sun if you choose another day, and go now. Ye Chen smiled sarcastically, got up and walked out, thinking that if he didn't do it, that would not be his style. Wang Dong was also unwilling to show weakness, and quickly followed. The two of them didn't seem to have a good word when they met, even if Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao had met many times, they still felt a little helpless. They are a small group and basically go together everywhere. Today's assessment is over. Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao started talking while following up. Wang Dong is also true, Brother Chen said that these are also good for us, but I just saw one point, that is the martial arts fusion skill, it was easily cracked by Brother Chen in this way. Huo Yuhao was shocked when he thought of the scene he saw inadvertently in the battle just now. Under the circumstances at that time, if they were replaced by them, it would be undoubtedly defeated. And he also realized the mistakes his team made in this battle. If it weren't for the later remedies, the outcome would be really hard to say. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao secretly decided that he must learn this lesson in future battles. Xiao Xiao nodded in sympathy, patted his chest and said, he should have been going to obtain the spirit ring for 10 days. The 10,000-year spirit ring is really abnormal. Huo Yuhao smiled and said nothing. I have to say that Dai Huabin was beaten so hard by Ye Chen, his heart was uncomfortable. Although I didn't beat my breath by myself, I was satisfied. Under the leadership of Ye Chen, the four came to the bazaar at the entrance of the academy and started a crazy purchase. Ye Chen didn't ask the price at all, and when he saw the ingredients he wanted, he bought them directly, and Huo Yuhao felt painful. In just this moment, he had spent hundreds of golden soul coins. He had never seen so much money since he was a child, let alone spent it. This is because Ye Chen didn't buy two precious ingredients. The ingredients on those powerful soul beasts are often thousands of gold soul coins. Of course, in Ye Chen's eyes, none of these things were more valuable than the weapons forged by the Clear Sky School. Compared with his purpose, these are just small investments. Eventually preparing all the items, Ye Chen took them back to the academy and found a small forest beside the sea god lake. It was mainly because Xiao Xiao was there, otherwise he would go back to the dormitory directly. Wang Dong, is Brother Chen planning to become a chef? He actually carries a big pot with him, and so many tableware. How big is his storage ring space? Huo Yuhao murmured when he looked at Ye Chen, who was constantly busy not far away. Even if he has few things, the 24-bridge Minjiye given to him by Bai Bei is almost full. But looking at Ye Chen, the ring is like a treasure bag, almost everything inside can be changed. Wang Dong glanced at Ye Chen over there, gritted his teeth and said, "Who knows what this thinks, he can't describe it as a human at all." "I can't describe it in humans, Brother Chen can't be a soul beast, right?" After hearing these words, Huo Yuhao thought helplessly. Ye Chen didn't care about that much. In his heart, he was sure to win this bet. Under the urging of the ultimate fire spirit power, a big iron pan suddenly became hot. This is what he learned from old Xian, with tools on his body, he can eat it wherever he goes. Ye Chen never stopped, and the dagger in his hand was swayed by spirit power, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Xiao Xiao hit him aside, and whenever a dish was finished, he handed him a plate or something. In a short while, the tablecloth spread on the ground was filled with dishes. They are all made according to the memory of his previous life: sweet and sour pork ribs, twice-cooked pork, beef tenderloin with black pepper. Although the ingredients are different from the previous life, the method is the same. And these delicacies are definitely not comparable to the food on Douluo continent. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, who had been watching from the sidelines, had long since joined them, smelling the fragrance. Seeing them salivating, Ye Chen felt proud. Don't talk about them, even Ye Chen himself was full of appetite when he smelled this fascinating fragrance. Yes, there is a taste of hometown. Thinking of this, there was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Before Ye Chen could speak, the three eagerly picked up the tableware and tasted it. But under this tasting, Ye Chen was once again shocked as a heavenly man, and their taste buds were completely conquered. Even Wang Dong didn't care about making any more sarcasm, as he looked at Ye Chen with a rare smile. "It's so delicious, how did you do it? Brother Chen, it turns out that your cooking is so delicious. I knew I wouldn't show my ugliness in front of you. Ye Chen, teach me how to do this." Looking at the three people who were full of happiness, Ye Chen showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had forgotten the bet with Wang Dong now, and was lost in thought. "A little bit of this chapter, if you don't like it, don't spray." "Of course, I will accept it humbly." Chapter 57, Mysterious Energy. On the shore of the vast Poseidon Lake, in a remote forest, there was a burst of laughter from time to time. Ye Chen took out the long-cherished beer from his ring and distributed it to the other three people. Even if the beast's milk is the case, he is afraid that it will be laughed at, so it is better to hide it and drink it secretly. "You said you would promise me a condition, I think it's okay. This condition is that you can't use spirit abilities in the finals tomorrow." Wang Dong rolled his two big eyes, and after speaking, he stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth. "What does it mean that I have to promise you a condition? Obviously you lost, okay?" Ye Chen said with a black line on his face. Could it be that this girl saw that she lost the bet and started to play tricks? "I don't care. Anyway, I don't think that you make better than what I have eaten before. Wang Dong's mouth was full of things, and his speech was intermittent, but he finally finished speaking. Ye Chen was dumbfounded by this sentence for an instant, and when he thought about it, it seemed that this was the case. According to the rules at the time, it was for Wang Dong to eat delicacies that he had never eaten before, but whether he had eaten them or not was not the final decision. Don't eat it if you don't think it tastes good. Obviously it's shameless, and he doesn't blush. Ye Chen thought boredly, but couldn't refute it. Who told him to not make it clear when he set the rules? Wang Dong looked at Ye Chen, who was extremely depressed, and showed a smile of beautiful and charming, but with her handsome face of a boy, Ye Chen shuddered when he saw this scene. But I promise you that you will prepare the materials at that time, and when you go back from the holiday, I will let the family build a weapon for you. Wang Dong said embarrassedly. After all, she felt that she was a bit too much. After all, she really lost the bet. However, although he agreed to help Ye Chen build weapons, he still had to mention his own conditions. When the two were talking, Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao were listening, but didn't interrupt. Huo Yuhao didn't agree with Wang Dong's idea very much. Although the hope of victory had become much greater in this way, it also made the assessment lose its original meaning. Xiao Xiao on the side seemed indifferent. If Ye Chen could use spirit abilities, it wouldn't be something they could break through just the 10,000-year spirit ring skills. Didn't you see that Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial arts fusion skills didn't work before? Ye Chen nodded. It was not that this condition could not be promised, even if he didn't use spirit abilities, he still had certain confidence that he could defeat Huo Yuhao and the others. Just about to say something, a strong sense of crisis emerged in my heart without warning. What made him even more surprised was that this sense of crisis did not seem to come from the outside world, but from his body. But before he could think about it, while his brain was dizzy suddenly, tearing pain came from his eyes. In an instant, Ye Chen felt that the figures of the three Wang Dong in front of him became blurred, and it was difficult to see the wine bottles in his hands. He couldn't be more familiar with this feeling, and it had troubled him for 5 years, and it would appear once every 2 months. But the 2-month cycle hasn't arrived yet. Why is it suddenly ahead of schedule, and now I'm not in a state of meditation? Ye Chen really didn't know the current situation a bit, and surprisingly, this time he didn't lose control of his body, he could still act. I have something to do, let's go first. Before he could say anything, Ye Chen endured the pain and pressed down these words. The speed under his feet instantly reached his limit and disappeared here. The remaining 3 of Wang Dong looked at the direction he was leaving, staring at each other. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Why did you leave in such a hurry? Huo Yuhao asked puzzledly. Obviously, he was still chatting normally just now, but suddenly he noticed that Ye Chen's face changed drastically, and then he hurriedly left. It was the same for Xiao Xiao, the doubts in his head could not be answered. Among the 3, only Wang Dong, who was in conversation with Ye Chen, discovered something. Although Ye Chen's disguise was very good, at that moment there was a clear look of pain, and his eyes, which were originally as deep as the starry sky, became a lot muddy. It was because the 2 people were talking at the time. Wang Dong kept staring at Ye Chen's eyes, otherwise he wouldn't be able to notice this subtle change. What's wrong with him? What happened to him? Thinking of this, she stared at Ye Chen's departure direction blankly, feeling a little worried in her heart. The reason why Ye Chen left immediately was mainly because he didn't want the other 3 people to worry about it, but he obviously didn't achieve this goal. But he didn't have time to think about it so much, he just wanted to quickly find an absolutely safe place to deal with it. At this time, his sea of spirit and a pair of different pupils always brought him deep pain in his soul, but as long as he passed it, he would be fine. Everything was as usual, and it could even bring him some benefits. But he didn't expect that the change in his body this time would be different from anyone in the past. There is a teacher specializing in ferrying by the sea god lake. Although Ye Chen's vision was extremely blurred, he still followed the only trace of memory in his mind and came here. The main reason is that his current position is closest to here, and the teacher knows him. As long as he can get to the inner courtyard smoothly, he will definitely attract the attention of the senior management of the academy. Ye Chen didn't know why his body had such an abnormal reaction, but now he can only take one step to see. Half an hour later, inside a wide room in the Sea God Pavilion. Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. His facial expression looked a bit hideous because of the pain he suffered from his body. A rickety old man stood outside the door. Less than a meter away behind him, there was also a middle-aged couple with anxious faces standing. "Teacher, what's wrong with Xiao Chen? I haven't seen him in such a situation before." The woman beside the old man asked in a panic. She is Xian Liner, Dean of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. Even though the real age is over 90 years old, she looks like a woman in her 30s due to good maintenance. She and Duo were originally teaching in the Soul Guidance Department, and rushed over as soon as they heard the news from old Mu. It is said that the teacher in charge of the ferry at that time saw Ye Chen's face full of pain, so he rushed back to the inner courtyard with the fastest speed and passed the news to the Sea God Pavilion. Upon receiving the news, Mr. Mu personally rushed to the lake and brought Ye Chen back. But no one knows what happened to Ye Chen. Standing in front of the two of them, old Mu sighed softly and said softly, "Xiao Chen's identity is very unusual. I can't say what happened to him, but it seems that this kind of thing must have happened many times. But why didn't he tell us?" He explored the body of Ye Chen with mental power, and could only feel that there was a mysterious power that was tearing at the sea of spirit of Ye Chen, and even a hole was torn in a short time. This mysterious energy completely shielded Ye Chen's sea of spirit at the same time, preventing his sea of spirit from being completely broken. It seemed that it wasn't for hurting Ye Chen. This is also the reason why Mr. Mu did not take the first shot, but chose to let his observation. Friends who join the group may know that I have been writing, but due to the slow hand speed, it takes an average of 2 hours to write a chapter, so please be considerate. Start from here to speed up the rhythm a bit, otherwise it will always be too procrastinated here. Chapter 58, Light Blue World. Ye Chen was in a state of extreme pain, and the whole night had passed in a blink of an eye. The next day of the finals is about to begin, and he has not recovered. When faced with this kind of change in the past, this situation has never happened before, and it will return to normal in no more than one night at most. But this time, it far exceeded his expectations. That feeling of tearing that seemed to come from the soul, after suffering for so long, Ye Chen's whole person has reached the edge of collapse. He had been able to adapt to the attack once every 2 months for 5 years, but today it seems that it is even more unbearable than the previous attacks combined. Elder Mu and the others outside the room, although they were extremely anxious, they couldn't help it. The sea of spirit is located in the most mysterious part of the body, the brain. Even Elder Mu didn't dare to easily inject his mental power into Ye Chen's body and check the situation in the sea of spirit. If the operation is not good, it will cause irreversible damage to Ye Chen. He didn't want the future of the college to become a fool. What? Ye Chen's miserable cry did not suddenly come from the room. His body had reached its limit, and he could no longer bear the double pain from the sea of spirit and the different pupils. That mysterious force completely tore his sea of spirit in an instant. At the same time, Ye Chen felt a breath from ancient times, emanating from the sky blue pupil on his right, occupying the position of the sea of spirit. "Am I going to die?" In this heart's voice, mixed with all kinds of complex emotions, there are reluctance, nostalgia, and of course also relief. As for why he felt relieved, he himself didn't know. With this last thought, Ye Chen's consciousness fell silent. No one could see that in the space of the storage ring in Ye Chen's hand, the gap in the jade box wrapped in strange fruits was exuding a sacred golden light. And the spirit power he had exerted in order to seal it, after so many days, had already been completely exhausted. In the freshman assessment venue, countless spectators are looking forward to it, waiting for the start of the finals. In their view, the result is doomed. The champion must belong to Ye Chen, who relied on Wang Yan's third spirit ability to overcome the martial soul fusion skill Nether White Tiger. Although Huo Yuhao and the three are also very strong, in the eyes of the audience, they are not even as good as the three of Dai Huobin from yesterday. Being able to make it to the finals is really lucky. However, sometimes luck is also part of strength. Who caused Dai Huobin to have bad luck and meet Ye Chen when he came up? In less than 10 minutes, the final is about to begin, but today the protagonist is missing one person. Wang Dong looked at the entrance every few seconds, and the anxious mood was written on his face. Don't worry, Brother Chen will come. Even if he didn't come, he must have encountered something important and couldn't get away. Huo Yuhao said comfortingly. Wang Dong Bai glanced at him and covered his forehead speechlessly. She was really anxious for Huo Yuhao's EQ. It was because he was worried that Ye Chen would encounter something difficult to solve, but this guy still felt that she was not worried enough, so he mentioned it again. At this time, Wang Dong saw a grey-haired old man coming in from the entrance. It was Yan Shaiji, the dean of the martial spirit department he saw when the lot was drawn. Yan Shaiji walked to the teaching director Du Weilun, said something to him, and then left in a hurry. Under the gaze of countless lights, Du Weilun stepped onto the high platform and said words that shocked everyone. Ye Chen, the first class of freshmen, was unable to participate in the final due to special reasons and was deemed to have abstained. The final champion was the team of the first class of Huo Yuhao. Du Weilun began to announce the assessment rewards, and the audience was in an uproar, accompanied by many incomprehensible voices. But when Wang Dong heard this, he couldn't listen anymore. Her mind is messed up now, all she thinks about Ye Chen, why can't she come to the finals? At that time, she obviously noticed Ye Chen's painful expression, but what happened? Is it possible? Wang Dong thought more and more outrageous, and finally tears rolled in his eyes, and finally couldn't control it anymore, so he lay down. Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao didn't have the joy of winning either, only worries about Ye Chen remained in their hearts. Outside the room on the 4th floor of the Poseidon Pavilion, the most mysterious place in the world, a group of elders stood here, looking very anxious. Especially Xian Liner and Qian Duo have been watching here all night, and the more emotional Xian Liner has already burst into tears. Qian Duo is very anxious, but in front of his wife, he can only keep calm and comfort her with as calm as possible. After hearing Ye Chen's heart-piercing shout, Xian Liner rushed in for the first time, followed by others. But when everyone entered the room, they saw a scene that shocked them incomparably. The bizarre fruit that Ye Chen put in the ring before, as if he had penetrated the shackles of the jade box, crossed the space in the ring, appeared in front of Ye Chen, floating in the air. At this time, Ye Chen stared blankly at the front, completely sluggish. The fruit is still like a small sun, except that some sky blue lines appear on the original smooth surface. The mysterious energy of the same color exuded above the lines, injected into his sky blue pupils. The fruit melted at a very fast speed, and finally completely transformed into energy, and entered Ye Chen's eyes. In the end, only a strange pattern remained, suspended in mid-air. When the lines were completely separated from the fruit and appeared independently, everyone discovered that it was actually a mysterious symbol that had never been seen before. However, no one knows what exactly this symbol represents. It seems to have carried out a certain conversion of the energy of the fruit, and now it has completed the task, and soon completely disappeared from the sight of everyone. What really shocked everyone was not this mysterious fruit, but the eyes of Ye Chen at this time. The eyes that were originally as deep as the sky became crystal clear. Through the surface, it seemed to see a very strange scene. A light blue sun hung high in the sky, and beside an endless mountain range, there was a crystal clear river. The river seems to be flowing, but in fact it is completely static. On both sides of the bank, there are endless blue bushes. Following the river to the end, there is a 4 to 5 meter high tree with a crystal clear, sun-like fruit hanging on it. There are mountains, rivers, flowers, and plants, but there are no birds or beasts. Surprisingly, it is a light blue world illuminated by the strange sun. Don't wait anymore, Xiaosheng's mind is really muddy at night, no one is at home, all the writing has been sent out, and I can't squeeze it out at all. Let me take a break. Chapter 59, Endless Seas. Is it heaven here? This was Ye Chen's first thought after opening his eyes leisurely. He found himself in a dream world. There is a blue sun hanging in the sky, and the ground under your feet is a very strange dark blue, surrounded by blue bushes, and there is a light blue stream not far away, showing a completely static state. Following the endless blue bushes, Ye Chen saw a scene that he will never forget. At the end of the stream, there is a huge and tall mountain range, and at the foot of the mountain stands a strange tree, which is exactly the same as his martial soul Fuzang sacred tree. Sacred hibiscus tree. Ye Chen made an extremely shocked sound, but then found that the sound had not passed out, but was stuck in his throat. And his body can't move a bit. He immediately thought of the sacred hibiscus tree that he had encountered in the Douluo Great Forest. Is it right now that I am in the Sea of Spirit? But it is impossible. When did my Sea of Spirit become like this, or is it caused by this change? After seeing the sacred hibiscus tree, Ye Chen knew that he was not dead, but the current situation was a little weird, making him a little confused. Because the feeling now is very real, he clearly remembers that the sacred tree entered his body at that time. A hibiscus sacred tree is enough to shock him, there will never be a second tree in this world. In other words, he should have entered somewhere in the body as an ideology now. But he is not sure where it is. What makes Ye Chen feel even more strange is that even though he is so far away, he can still see the details on the sacred tree clearly. Unlike the last time I saw it in the Douluo Great Forest, there was an extra sun-like fruit on the sacred tree, which was almost the same as the one he took away from the Jubeo Pavilion. And next to that fruit, there are two traces of the appearance of the fruit. It seems that there must be fruit there before, but it was picked off. It seems that the fruit really came from the sacred hibiscus tree, but I clearly remember that the sacred hibiscus tree will not bear fruit. What is going on? He was not unacceptable about this, after all, no one had seen what the hibiscus sacred tree looked like. The memories of previous lives are nothing more than myths and legends. And it looks like there were two other fruits before. One was transferred to the treasure-gathering pavilion for unknown reasons, and one was still on the tree. What about the other? But before Ye Chen had time to think about it, he suddenly felt a whirl of heaven and earth. I opened my eyes again, the scene was already in the room of the Sea God Pavilion, and in front of him stood a row of very anxious old people. An hour later, Ye Chen left the Sea God Pavilion very embarrassed and walked on the way to the outer courtyard. Even so far, he still has some palpitations. It is not only because of the pain they have endured before, but more importantly, the caring eyes of those elders. Although some people care, his heart is still warm, but when he is replaced by a group of uncles, aunts, grandparents, and overturned by a group of uncles, grandparents, and observing like guinea pigs, it is estimated that he will have such emotions. At the request of his mother Xian Liner, Ye Chen was repeatedly observed countless times, and only after confirming that he was really fine, did he agree to go back to the outer courtyard to attend classes. Before leaving, General Mu and Ye Chen talked to Ye Chen about the situation they saw, and asked him the reason for this situation. Of course Ye Chen asked 3 questions. It's not that he doesn't want to answer, the point is that he hasn't figured out the situation now. Even if he says it, everyone is puzzled. What's more, they haven't seen anything like this, so it's better to explore them slowly in the future. It is not without gains now. According to Mu Lao, Ye Chen realized that what he had just entered into his consciousness was the world in his pupils. Although it is not clear what is going on, at least I can guess that it shouldn't be a bad thing. On the northwestern border of the mainland, there is a small fishing village by the sea near the extreme north. Due to its close proximity to the extreme north, the extremely low temperature and frequent storms, there are very few people in the village. Most of the former villagers have migrated to the inland, leaving only an elderly man who is barely making a living by occasionally going offshore to fish. On this day, he was very ordinary and the same, he was still going out to sea in a simple boat and throwing out the fishing net. The old man looked like a dying year, his face looked ravine under the erosion of the years, and the original broad back was no longer tall and straight. But if someone is here, he may feel that his breath is very heavy and steady, and his netting is still so vigorous. However, under close inspection, he could not feel the slightest fluctuation of soul power, as if he was an ordinary lonely old man. The old man relied on his savings over the past few years to exchange for a brand new fishing net, and his whole person was full of enthusiasm. Soon when it was time to collect the nets, he was surprised that he pulled the net up with his bare hands without the help of any tools. However, when he saw what he had picked up, the old man's brows frowned. In addition to some commonly seen marine fish in the fishing net, there is also an extremely ugly creature. It's not even sure if it is a biology. Its dark body was filled with fist-sized pustules, and almost all of its limbs were bitten off by something, emitting a corrosive stench. And even if only the upper body and half of the head are left, they are still creeping hideously. The scene was extremely weird. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely feel a chill, and could not stop the urge to vomit. The old man seemed to have seen such scenes many times. Although he frowned, he didn't have much unexpected emotions. With a fluttering palm, the weird creature was smashed to pieces. And the body fragments of that creature immediately turned into a gloomy energy and flew to the boundless sea in the distance. And this sea area also exudes a weird breath at all times. It seems that the sky is going to change. The old man raised his head and sighed slightly. The weather on the sea is changing, and it was still sunny before, but in a flash, it became overcast and dark. The storm is coming, and the old man packs his things and prepares to return. No one heard his previous sentence, let alone the deep meaning in it. Chapter 60, Be Treated as a Fool. The abnormal changes in Ye Chen's body caused him to delay 3 days. The freshman assessment has ended, and the list of core disciples has been finalized. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were successfully promoted to core disciples in the outer courtyard, but Huo Yuhao was not so lucky. His spirit power level is really too low, coupled with the rarity of spirit-type spirit beasts, this limits his future development to a large extent. But fortunately, there was Fan Yu who gave him the identity of the core disciple of the soul guidance system. Otherwise, although he won the championship this time, he would still suffer a huge blow. Ye Chen didn't know these, even if he knew, he would not help Huo Yuhao through the back door. This matter was the Academy's decision, and he was not easy to intervene, and after all, his words were unfounded. I believe that Huo Yuhao will use his strength in the future to prove that he can bear the title of the core disciple of the Martial Spirit Department of the Outer Academy. As for the 2 soul bones awarded by the champion, they were given to Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao respectively. Huo Yuhao already had that dark gold terrifying claw bear left leg bone, so he was not greedy, after all, they were a team. But the 3 of them are obviously not in the mood to care about these gains and losses. They have resumed their normal courses in the past 3 days, but none of them can listen to them. Mincy didn't know where it went. Even Huo Yuhao, who has always worked hard, rarely ran away from God. Regarding this, Zhou Yi saw their expressions in his eyes, and while sighing in his heart, he didn't say anything. She herself was very worried about Ye Chen's safety, and even sent Fan Yu to the inner courtyard to inquire about the situation. As a result, of course there was no news. The Haishan Pavilion had controlled Ye Chen's affairs, and even Fan Yu had no right to know. But judging from the side things, there is definitely something special, otherwise Qian Duoduo and Xian Liner would not have been able to reach the soul guidance system for 3 days. When everyone in the outer courtyard was worried about Ye Chen's safety, he had just returned to the outer courtyard. Walking on the marble pavement of the outer courtyard and heading to the freshman teaching building, he was still thinking about what happened in the past few days. It is estimated that after such a long period of time, the soul power I used to seal was exhausted, which made the fruit run out. Ye Chen rubbed his chin, thinking calmly. It seems that the reason why the pain occurred early, and the occurrence of such an abnormality, should be the cause of the sun-like fruit. Driven by the energy in the fruit, Ye Chen's eyes have undergone earth-shaking changes, opening up a miniature world. And that sense of tearing from the soul should have been caused by opening up this world. This process may be very slow, allowing him to experience pain for more than 5 years. This fruit only served as a catalyst. Analogous to the blue pupil, Ye Chen felt that the same was true of the pupil on his other side, but he didn't encounter a suitable catalyst. But when it comes to the world, it's not all true. There is only a rudimentary form of the world, but no soul. In other words, this world is dead, and everything in it is completely still, even after Ye Chen's consciousness enters it. He tried it on the way back to the outer courtyard. It was like a sea of spirit. His consciousness could enter into it, but he could only appear in one place right away, unable to make any movement. Could it be that the prototype of the small world failed? Ye Chen muttered to himself. This situation was similar to the situation in many fantasy novels he had read before. Apart from this kind of explanation, Ye Chen didn't know how to describe the abnormal phenomenon that appeared on his body. Moreover, the term small world also exists in the world of Douluo continent. Places like those secret realms are actually small worlds. One more thing, Ye Chen clearly felt that his spiritual sea was completely torn apart at the time, but now it seems to be intact as before, even larger than before. The mental power has also become more solid than before, and it has begun to slowly change from a gaseous state to a misty state. Originally, his vision was far beyond that of ordinary people, and he had made obvious improvements. The scope of his detection was at least more than twice that before. With the growth of mental power, the calculation ability of the brain has also been increased. I believe that Ye Chen will control the battlefield more accurately in the future battles, reducing all unnecessary mistakes. These should be the changes brought to him by the fruit of the hibiscus sacred tree. Other than that, it seemed to be nothing. The spirit power hasn't been improved, not even a single bit. Ye Chen estimated that most of the energy of that fruit had entered his eyes and participated in the opening of the blue world, while the rest had entered the sea of spirit, and Hajimi's spiritual power had increased. But even so, Ye Chen was already very satisfied. He had a hunch that although the embryonic form of this small world could not be seen to have any effect now, it would definitely bring him tremendous help in the near future. After fully grown up, it might be able to carry living things. If that's the case, then it's a big deal. Ye Chen couldn't restrain the surprise in his heart, and shouted. He knew that Huo Yuhao had a similar small world in the original work. Now that the position where he encountered Tian Meng I's silkworm has changed, he doesn't know if Electrolux has entered his body. At first I thought this guy was handsome, but I didn't expect his brain to work well. He felt a little crazy. Hey, it's so pitiful. How did such a fool get into our academy? I don't know, but this should be some kind of balance. While giving him a face, it deprives him of his IQ. There was a sound of discussion not far away. Ye Chen didn't feel much at first, but after he heard that the other party was discussing himself, a trace of embarrassment rushed into his heart. I've been thinking about things just now, but I forgot that this is the outer courtyard, and there are many students who have no class around. He yelled excitedly for no reason, and he would naturally be regarded as a fool. However, Ye Chen's cheeks were all ready to a certain extent, and she did not speak, tidied up her school uniform, and the old left here. As long as you think in your heart that those people are not talking about him, naturally you won't be angry.